Hello everybody and welcome to Drydock episode 131. It's a Patreon Drydock for January, so let's get on with the questions. I think they are going to take a while. James Hill asks, I'm intrigued to hear your views on the most and least dangerous crew battle stations over time. Now, as the rest of James's question goes on to say, it does vary somewhat during various time periods. For example, in a Age of Sail ship, there aren't turrets, so you can't count a turret as a particularly dangerous or non-dangerous battle station. It simply doesn't exist. Whereas being stationed, say, up in one of the fighting tops in a mast might well be a dangerous or but maybe not dangerous fighting position, depending again on the time period, but those don't tend to exist once you get into the full-on dreadnought era. So if you're in the Age of Sail, I would say probably the single safest place to be is anywhere below the waterline. So let's say somewhere like the orlop deck, which is generally where, amongst other things on a first rate, you would find the ship's surgeon treating all the wounded. The reason this is pretty much safe is, well, there aren't really any plunging fire weapons unless you happen to be the most spectacularly unlucky vessel in recorded history and get hit by a bomb vessel that's fired a mortar in a big arc, but even then it's probably not going to reach the orlop deck. And the direct fire weaponry that exists, cannons, carronades, muskets, even when you get towards the end of the Age of Sail, shells, they just don't have the capability of coming in and penetrating the hull deep underwater, and wooden ships generally don't sink in battle. They occasionally will, but the number of wooden ships that are disabled, surrendered, or captured in a battle as opposed to sunk is massively higher, and even the ones that do sink generally take a while, so you would have time to actually get out. Obviously, the very few exceptions are the ones that catch fire and explode, slight exception that proves the rule, but when that happens it doesn't really matter where you are because the whole ship's just gone boom. So yeah, orlop deck, safest place to be in the Age of Sail, as opposed to probably being out on the main deck is the most dangerous. Now, okay, if you're out in the open, as it were, then you're at somewhat less risk from heavy splinters and such, which you would be on the gun deck, but equally, if people are going to be firing things like grape shot, canister shot, etc., those will scythe across the main deck with a lot more effect than they will in the lower decks, because 18, 24, 32 pounder cannonball will quite happily come through the side of your ship at most fighting ranges in the Age of Sail, but cannon and grape and canister shot, not so much. So there's an additional risk to being out on the main deck. Plus, of course, you're vulnerable to, as Nelson would find out, sniper fire from the upper works of your enemy's ships. And now, once you get into the post-dreadnought era, i.e. 1905 onwards, there is no one place where you can specifically point to and say this is always going to be safe or this is always going to be dangerous, depending on what you're looking at, because ships are so massively varied. So, for example, the old adage of, well, stay below the waterline, yes, that might technically be true, except that towards the end of the dreadnought era, you've got plunging shells coming in, you've obviously also got torpedoes, and so you are actually at more danger if you're below the waterline from torpedoes, for obvious reasons, than you would be if you were higher up in the ship. Equally, it might be easy if we restrict it to battleships to say that being in a turret is fairly safe, because turrets tended to be at minimum as well armoured, if not significantly better armoured than any other part of the ship. But that goes for battleships. If you're in, let's say, a 1930s era Japanese cruiser with its 1-inch, possibly splinter-proof turret plating, the turret is probably one of the least safe areas to be in a straight-up gunfight. But if, for the sake of argument and generally for the ease of answer, we restrict it to battleships, then I would say actually on a battleship, the turrets are probably one of the safest areas to be because they carry that heavy amount of armour, and compared to the overall ship, massive as they may be, they're still relatively small targets. Now, obviously, if you have something like, say, Bismarck that gets all 4 of its turrets knocked out, they're not necessarily the safest places to be at that point, but to be honest, point me to anywhere on Bismarck that was a relatively safe place to be by the end. Whereas, yeah, on most battleships at least when something wasn't going spectacularly and horribly wrong, the turret crews tended to come out of it relatively intact compared to their comrades in other parts of the ships. As for most dangerous, I'd say, again, battleships of the Dreadnought era, you're probably looking at somewhere around the lower forward superstructure, because that area tends to either be very lightly or not at all protected. You tend to have an awful lot of people gathered there, usually secondary and anti-aircraft gun crews, and if you look at the distribution of hits on any capital ship that's been hit repeatedly in a major gun engagement, you'll notice that hits tend to gravitate towards this kind of forward superstructure area in almost all cases. And that means that statistically, if a shell is going to hit anywhere on the ship, there's a somewhat higher chance it's going to hit in that area. And we know from multiple engagements, again, looking at the Bismarck set of engagements, both Hood before it blew up and Bismarck took shell hits to this kind of area, and they caused massive casualties to the people sheltering in those areas. About the only other area that's consistently shows up as a repeatedly hit area and also an area that frequently incurs large numbers of people killed or wounded would probably actually, of all the places, ironically, be the conning towers of ships, because they are in, at least for battleships, because they're in basically the same area. They're just slightly forward of the main superstructure. They're on about the same height level. And as I've said before, in many cases, I've never heard of a story where a conning tower was struck by a heavy shell and people really came out of it looking all that good. The only thing the conning tower really has going for it is that it's a relatively small target, but it's in this high hit density area. So I really wouldn't want to be in a conning tower, to be perfectly honest. Paul Goyne asks, I recently read Requiem for Battleship Yamato, in which the author mentions the damage control parties desperately trying to shore up bulkheads after torpedo damage, and how inconvenient it was for them that more torpedoes kept hitting. Shoring up bulkheads is featured in every account of damage control I've ever read about ships with underwater damage, which made me wonder, did designers ever try and build ships with internal bulkheads capable of resisting the pressure of the ship moving at high speed with the compartment ahead of them open to the sea, or was this impracticable? So, theoretically, bulkheads were designed to resist quite considerable forces. The problem is, of course, that the enemy is doing their level best to destroy those bulkheads amongst other parts of the ship, and the impacts of shells and torpedoes tend to weaken them. So when you're talking about shoring up bulkheads, it's usually a combination of two factors. One is the fact that ultimately you can never quite calculate for every single possible stress a ship might suffer in combat, because you might design a bulkhead to withstand a certain amount of force from a certain amount of potential flooding calculated on a specific kind of hit, but if a torpedo hit opens up considerably more of the ship and you have a lot more water coming in, or perhaps there's a flap of the hull that's bent outwards that's directing even more water pressure in than you might otherwise have calculated for, even assuming the bulkhead is intact, you're still going to want to shore it up, and it's just good practice anyway. But the second part of it is that the line at which bulkheads could potentially hold the water back is not synonymous with completely intact. If you have a torpedo explosion, or even a shell hit, to be honest, that might destroy a number of bulkheads. Okay, so they've got massive holes in them, they're not going to hold the water back. Great. No point really doing anything there. However, the next line of bulkheads that might appear substantially intact, i.e. physically capable of holding back the water, There might be small splinter holes in them, they might be buckled, they might be bent, etc., from the forces of the explosion. Now, in those circumstances, they have already been compromised. They are weakened below the level at which they were designed for, but with some assistance, they might be able to hold back the water. And of course, that means that's an additional compartment that you're not having to worry about, because obviously it's going to stay dry, hopefully. And so that's why you end up shoring up these bulkheads, because it might be easier to just go, okay, we're going to give a bit more reinforcement to these completely intact bulkheads, but that means sacrificing significant volumes of your ship to flooding that you might not otherwise have had to if you go into sort of the proper full-on almost fortification of damaged bulkheads. So that's the two kinds of reasons why you'd end up shoring up bulkheads, both as just good general practice, because there is a certain amount of unknown variable, and also because you quite often are shoring up actually compromised bulkheads that might just about hold the water back and keep your ship somewhat less at an angle. Mikko Leitnen asks, at which point did navies end capital punishments, and what about corporal? As odd as it might sound, corporal punishment actually ended long before capital punishment in most navies. Now, of course, each navy is different. There probably are still navies out there where corporal punishment is a thing, but at least as far as navies such as the US Navy, Royal Navy, French Navy, etc., corporal punishment on average tended to go by the wayside at some point in the mid-20th century, give or take, depending on who you're talking about. Now, as far as capital punishment goes, that is still an option in some navies for particularly heinous crimes. And even in navies where it isn't an option, at least at the moment, it was actually only taken away at a very, very recent time. For example, in the Royal Navy, you could, if you were a traitor, or potentially if you were a violent pirate, technically still be executed by beheading well into the 1970s. That's in the 1970s is when they actually took beheading off the books, although it had been a while since the Royal Navy had actually beheaded anybody as a form of punishment. Execution in general, capital punishment in the Royal Navy for those kinds of really nasty crimes, as just a generic, you won't be executed, whatever you do, that only came to an end, as far as I'm aware, in the late 90s, early 2000s, something like that. And to be perfectly honest, there is some potential conflict with it internally in the UK. Obviously, there are people who want to see capital punishment brought back in certain cases. Whereas, as I said, in other navies like the US Navy, if you are a traitor, then technically it is still on the books for you to be executed. So, yeah. Peter Jackson asks, I would like to know more about Y stations and what role they played in the Battle of the North Atlantic. So, Y stations provided a dual-purpose role, one of which was as a regular signal interception station, and these stations existed both in World War I and World War II. So they could intercept outgoing, I guess, and incoming German communications. Obviously, they weren't directed specifically at Britain, but they could be incidentally picked up. And then they would transcribe that data, and that data would then be sent off, because obviously it meant nothing, it was all encoded, to places like Bletchley Park or in World War I in room 40, where they would then work at decoding it. So that's one aspect, effectively listening posts. The other aspect, which became especially important during the Second World War, was direction finding, because the equipment that they had could determine where a signal had come from, at least in terms of, this way, a line of bearing. Now, one Y station, that's not tremendously helpful, because all you know is, somewhere along this line, heading way out into the Atlantic, in the case of a transmitting U-boat, there is a German U-boat somewhere. Okay, not great. not a tremendous amount of use. But if you've got two Y stations, well, if one of them knows that this transmission came in on, let's say, a bearing of 270 degrees, and another one in a different location in the UK knows that it's come in at a bearing of, say, 273 degrees, well, you can take a map, you can plot the location of the two stations that picked it up, and you can draw two lines on the two bearings, and where they intersect is where that U-boat is. Now, obviously, if you've got, say, a station in North London and a station in South London, and the U-boat is most of the way across the Atlantic towards America, that still gives you a fairly broad range of where it could be. But if you've got stations all over the country, which there were, so you've got stations all the way down in Cornwall, stations all the way up in the north of Scotland and elsewhere, that's a much wider range, and that'll give you a more precise crossover point where you can say, right, the submarine is in this particular area at the time that it's transmitting. And obviously, as they get closer and closer to Britain, the bearing changes become greater and greater, and the rate of accuracy becomes even better. And on top of that, it's not just two. There were dozens and dozens of these stations set up, so you would have quite a few bearings for the same transmission, and then you could narrow down, obviously using all those different bearings with a much greater degree of precision, where the U-boats were. Now, obviously, this data was of some limited value because it took time for those bearings to be transmitted, collated, and someone higher up the food chain to go, right, okay, well, that indicates that this U-boat was here, because then it would be, right, that U-boat was there at the time it made that transmission, which may be a few hours ago. But it gives a point where you can say, right, there is a U-boat in this area, which initially would help inform someone like Western Approaches Command where perhaps not to allow convoys to go. And later on, as more and more long-range aircraft became available and convoy escorts became more and more proactive, thanks to having greater speed and better technology, they could then start to direct those various hunters to go and look for the U-boats in specific operational areas. And of course, as things got more and more smooth running, the reaction time got less and less. So, as I say, in the early part of the war, it would be more of a case of, well, there's lots of U-boat activity here-ish, so don't let the convoy go into that area if we can avoid it. Whereas towards the latter part of the war, it'd be, right, there's a U-boat operating in this area, quick, let's send in some B-24s or some Hunt class, etc., and see if we can't sink it. K9-445 asks, the biggest criticisms I've seen about the Iowa class is retaining the same internal armour belt of the South Dakotas and its non-buoyant bow. These were compromises to achieve the speed requirements on the escalation tonnage. However, ostensibly, the Richelieu class almost achieved that speed with a slightly higher tonnage than the South Dakotas, albeit with 815 instead of 916-inch guns. I understand turrets and guns are heavy, but it seems like 10,000 tons additional weight seems a high price to pay. What led to this inefficiency, and how do you redesign the Iowas under escalation tonnage or otherwise? The US Navy at the time thought that 10,000 tons was quite a high price to pay for what they described as 10,000, basically South Dakotas with plus 5 knots to their top speed. And that was one of the driving reasons behind the adoption of the 16-inch 50, so that they could show that they were actually getting something more than just a bit faster for such a colossal increase in weight. There were other changes to the Iowas, but fundamentally a lot of it is about hull form and also the choice of armament. The Iowa's turrets, yes, they weigh slightly more combined than Richelieu's turrets, but it's not actually by that much. The quad turrets that the French use are individually considerably heavier than the triple turrets that the US was using. The fact that the Iowa has 3 and Richelieu has 2 means that the Iowa's armament overall weighs a little bit more, but nonetheless, a lot of it is down to two things. One is by having this all-forward turret arrangement, if you look at the sheer size of Richelieu, without the need for that third turret at the back, she can be a physically smaller ship. Also, because she's not quite as constrained as some of the American designs are by things like the Panamax, then she doesn't need to have some of the hydrodynamic restrictions. I've talked before about the fact that the American ships, when you look at them, are designed almost, they have a curved but very pointy bow. We're looking at the North Carolinas and the Iowas especially, but to a degree also the South Dakotas. Then you get to a certain point, and at least when you look at them from a top-down view, they're basically almost slab-sided until you get to the rounding off for the stern. Whereas if you look at practically everyone else's battleships, whether that be Bismarck, Vanguard, Richelieu, Littorio, etc., they have a much more consistently curving hull, which is a better hydrodynamic form. And that means that propulsion-wise, you are going to be more efficient. And if you have a more efficient hull form, that means you need less power. If you need less power, you need less machinery space. Also, the French did some very interesting things with their propulsion plant itself, the boilers. So their machinery space could be remarkably small for the amount of power that they were generating, even compared to the already relatively compact high-pressure steam plants of the US. And obviously, again, less space for your machine plant means the hull can be smaller, displacement goes down. So you end up, when you're going with something like the Iowas, you end up in almost kind of a tail chase where you want to get the hull up to a certain speed, so you need more power. But more power means the hull is larger, which means there's more drag, which means you need more power to overcome that drag, and then you need more hull space to fit that additional power, and so on and so forth. So this is why you have such a discrepancy in power plant. Now, granted, the Iowas can do 33 and a bit knots, as opposed to Richelieu, which does around 32 and a bit knots, and believe it or not, at that kind of speed, just a 1 knot difference can make a huge difference in power requirements. But still, the Iowas are rated for well over 200,000 shaft horsepower, whereas the Richelieus are coasting at just over 150,000 shaft horsepower. So combined with the fact, as we said, that Richelieu's boiler plant can be is much more compact and can be fitted into a smaller space, the fact it has to generate less power in the first place further reduces the size of the machinery space, therefore reduces the displacement of the ship, etc. But the other thing is, what are your priorities and how are you laying out your armament? Because one of the reasons why the US fast battleships have this hull form, there's numerous reasons, but one of them, which is more obvious, is when you look at the side. If you look at the side of the US battleships, they have all those twin 5-inch 38 guns, and there's a lot of them, and they're quite spread out. And, well, one, that many 5-inch 38 mounts also adds considerably to the ship's displacement, and two, they do take up a lot of space. Whereas if you look at, say, something like the King George V's, which also used dual-purpose secondary batteries, the King George V's mounts, well, there's one less of them per side, and also they are much more compact in terms of their layout. So again, that affects how you can design the hull form. You look at the French designs and like Richelieu, and again the secondary battery layout is changed because they don't have that aft turret. They can get some of their secondary battery aft of the superstructure, and because it's not as big as a main gun turret, it means it can be fitted within this consistent curve of the ship's hull form. So they don't need this long, relatively wide section amidships to fit lots of heavy dual-purpose anti-aircraft weapons. Now, obviously, that is a design choice that's relative to the combat capability of the ship as respects anti-aircraft armament, but in this particular case, the primary French anti-aircraft armament's a 100mm gun, again, taking up less space, taking up less weight than the Iowas. So basically, it comes down to some of it is design choices, some of it is design constraints, some of it is just differences in technology and difference in ship layout, and all of this combines to generate this somewhat remarkable difference between Richelieu and Iowa, where, as you say, they're almost matched in speed, but Richelieu is somewhat better at seakeeping and considerably smaller and lighter. Now, if I was given an absolute free hand in redesign, and bearing in mind this will go against a number of US Navy design principles at the time, but okay, if I'm given a complete hand at redesigning the Iowas within the given tonnage, I'd probably adopt something like a Richelieu arrangement if I can make it work. So quad 16-inch 50 guns. Okay, I'm losing a gun, but the difference is that like with the Richelieu's design advantages, I can now maintain a more hydrodynamically efficient hull form, which is going to reduce the amount of power I need from my power plant, which is reducing machinery space. And if I'm therefore keeping the displacement, which I'm allowed to under the escalator clause, that means I can put that displacement to better use. Now, granted, I'm not going to be able to fit these long rows of 5-inch 38s down each side. I can probably get a few very much amidships, but not the long rows. But I've now got this massive after-deck space where I can probably fit as many and more 5-inch 38s, and maybe even put some on the centre line in superfiring positions to actually give me a more effective overall broadside of 5-inch 38s. So I may or may not have the same or fewer or maybe more 5-inch 38s, but I can near enough guarantee you that an all-forward quad turret design Iowa would have a greater 5-inch 38 broadside per side. The other thing is that by clearing a lot of the sides of the 5-inch 38 secondary battery, I'm also opening up a lot more space for lighter anti-aircraft weapons. But again, this is exercising sort of future knowledge and hindsight, so I'd have to sketch it out in a lot more detail. But yes, you can, by completely and utterly changing how the US Navy designs ships, probably design a more efficient Iowa-style vessel for 45,000 tons. But hopefully you can see some of the reasoning in what we've just been talking about. 10 Scars asks, if the German fleet had used double reduction gearing on their high-pressure steam engines, would it have reduced some of the problems that the Germans had, plus make them more efficient? To be honest, the problems that the Germans had with their high-pressure steam power plants were not at the engine end of things, i.e. not at the area where you're talking about gearing and reduction gearing, etc. There are various things that you might do to improve the efficiency of your engines and your propulsive plant in terms of the propeller shafts, the propellers themselves, the gear train, etc. There are things you can do there, but none of that is actually going to affect the majority of the issues that the Germans have, which is with the power plant, with the boilers, because you've got to remember the boilers and the engines are two separate things. The steam turbines on the German ships, they mostly work. It's the thing that generates the power to drive the turbines that's the problem. That's the boiler plant, the steam plant, and all the ancillary machinery that's associated with it. That's where the majority of the issues lie, and that is where you would have to make the changes. So, yeah. Unfortunately, in this particular case, double reduction gearing, which obviously comes after the turbines themselves, it's not going to change much of any of the issues that plague the German high-pressure power plants, unfortunately. Rita Loy asks, how much effect did the Mark VI exploder have on all other torpedoes besides the Mark XIV torpedo used in the US Navy in the early years of World War II? The Mark VI was widely used on one other torpedo, which was the Mark XV, which was the surface-launched torpedo carried by most modern US destroyers at the time. So, obviously, it had a knock-on impact on those ships as well. Now, this could be negative, obviously, if torpedoes refuse to explode. It could occasionally also be positive if you've listened to the video I did on the Battle of Cape Esperance. You'll know that one of the American destroyers was hit. One of its torpedoes was jettisoned from the launcher straight into the funnel because the air flasks were ruptured. But thanks to the questionable qualities of the detonation mechanism within the torpedo, it did not in fact go off, and I think the crew were fairly grateful for the fact that a large ship-killing weapon didn't detonate right above their engine space and right next to a bunch of other torpedoes that might well have sympathetically detonated if they got spectacularly unlucky. The thing to remember is, as you will know if you've seen the Mark XIV torpedo video, it's not just the Mark VI exploder. There are a lot of interleaving design flaws with US torpedo design across the Mark 13, 14 and 15 range, and even to a certain extent the Mark 10. The Mark 10 is seen as slightly more unreliable than the Mark 14 in the early part of the war. That's not saying an awful lot. It also has its problems. So between all of these different issues, the Mark 6 is one of the leading causes of problems. It's not the only one. Captain Landlocked asks, what was the most cost-effective weapon for sinking a warship in World War II? And this is a hugely difficult question to answer, to be perfectly honest, because in terms of cost efficiency, for an individual impact, you will probably want to be looking at a naval shell. I mean, the return on investment for whoever purchased the 15-inch shell that was loaded into Bismarck's guns that sank Hood, that's a huge cost-effective return. But the German Navy had to order quite a few 15-inch shells, and they, to be perfectly honest, didn't sink all that much more. Then you look at something like, say, a mine. Again, a mine is a, relatively speaking, cheap implement, and yes, a good hit with a mine could cripple or destroy a warship. But think about the sheer number of mines you have to lay to accomplish that. Whereas something like, say, a tall boy bomb, incredibly effective at taking out even the largest ships, or for that matter a Fritz X, and not anywhere close to as many of them were built as compared to almost any other anti-shipping weapon system. But individually, the costs of the weapons and the program to develop them are much, much, much higher than that to build a 15-inch naval gun shell or a mine. And in between that, you've got torpedoes, you've got other air-dropped bombs of various kinds, etc. You've also got to look at what kind of warship you're talking about. For example, if you're going after a submarine, torpedoes, not really that effective. Bombs, pretty effective, and you don't need that very many or that large of a bomb to cripple or destroy a submarine. Obviously, depth charges, very good. Mines, also fairly effective. Whereas if you're looking at, say, a destroyer, something relatively big and chunky like a 1,000-pound bomb or a good torpedo, that's pretty good at finishing off a destroyer in a single hit. But destroyers are also vulnerable to much smaller weapons like rockets or 4-inch, 5-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch shells, which cost less. Then you go up to battleships, and battleships, they are not anywhere near as vulnerable to bombs as destroyers are, and they tend to absorb quite a few torpedoes before they'll go down. Carriers, on the other hand, are much more vulnerable to bombs, whereas battleships are perhaps more vulnerable to incoming armour-piercing shells, whereas on something as relatively lightweight as a carrier, those armour-piercing shells might go through them, might not, but I would say broadly speaking, a carrier is more vulnerable to bombs than shells. A battleship is more vulnerable to shells than bombs. Both are vulnerable to torpedoes. And then, as you mentioned in your question, you've got to take into account the cost of bringing the weapon to its target. A submarine, a destroyer, a battleship, etc., it is a moving platform for shells and, in some cases, torpedoes. It will go out, it can engage one ship, it can engage another ship, it can keep engaging ships until it runs out of ammunition, but it's going to take a fair while for it to run out, unless you're talking about something like, say, the torpedoes aboard a destroyer. Whereas for an aircraft that's carrying a bomb or a torpedo, you're going to need more than one aircraft carrying. So you're lots of aircraft carrying lots of bombs, lots of torpedoes, and the number of missions they're potentially going to be flying before they actually manage to hit anything is going to be quite considerable. They might be dropping quite a lot of bombs in each individual attempt if they're carrying smaller weapons or they're particularly large aircraft. And then, of course, you've got to factor in, for carrier warfare, well, what's the cost of the weapon system, the aircraft to carry it, the carrier to carry the aircraft, etc. So there's various stages of operation here, but without doing a massive in-depth technical analysis, I would say that the most cost-effective weapon for sinking warships as a whole is probably going to be the torpedo. Because if you compare the number of torpedoes fired at warships relative to the number of hits scored and ships sunk, etc., you'll tend to find that it's a vastly lower number, although it's still hundreds and probably actually thousands of torpedoes fired at warships. That's nothing compared to the number of bombs that were dropped on or near warships. And bombs generally, unless you're talking about very small craft, can damage warships, but they're actually pretty bad at sinking them. Whereas torpedoes tend to be very good at sinking them. I mean, even when you look at things like, say, the sinkings of Yamato and Musashi, or the various aircraft carriers, whether that be Hornet, Yorktown, Akagi, Kaga, Courageous, etc. In a lot of cases, those ships were damaged by bombs, but it's torpedoes that end up finishing them off. Kristen asks, how effective was the Mark X torpedo in early World War II as used on the S-boats out of the Philippines and Australia? The Mark X did have some issues, although its main issue was that, as with a lot of US torpedoes at the time, it ran deeper than everyone expected. However, that much was relatively easy to correct once they realised it, and everyone was just told, okay, well, just dial your depth settings up about 4 or 5 feet and everything should be fine. Outside of that, apart from being an older weapon, and therefore somewhat less capable, at least on paper, it functioned mostly fine. Obviously, those initial issues were something of a problem, which would lead to an impression amongst a number of US submariners that pretty much every torpedo they had was useless, because early on you could fire a Mark X and it would go sailing off under a target. You could fire a Mark 14, it would detonate prematurely, it might go wildly off course, or like the Mark X, sail hopelessly under the target, or just smack into it and not detonate. So, yeah. But once those issues with the Mark X were resolved with respect to depth keeping, it was seen as a somewhat more reliable weapon. So it was a pretty decent one. It just required a little bit more risk to be taken when it came to the submarines that were using the weapon because of its shorter range. And bear in mind that once submerged, submarines do have a limited ability to maneuver in this time period, and so even if a sub-captain was willing to take his sub right up close and personal, he may not be able to actually get within range of a Mark X compared to a more modern weapon if the enemy ship is somewhat further away or just particularly quick. Waldo739 asks a fairly extensive question. He says, I'd like your opinion on the fight between Washington and Kirishima. The official count is 9 main gun hits on Kirishima, along with many secondary gun hits as well, but I've read that survivors on Kirishima claim they've been hit by up to 20 main gun hits because many of the hits that were not seen hit short and slammed into Kirishima underwater. To me, 9 main gun hits, even though they're 16-inch shells, seems kind of low, especially when you compare something like Seydlitz, which was hammered at Jutland but still made it home, barely. And I do know that British shells at Jutland weren't performing up to par. I also remember in your Hood video that you said water and large shells don't mix together. However, the super heavy shells of the Washington did have the nickname of the unbreakable shells, and was made by Midvale. Could these super tough shells survive in water better than normal shells and get more hits on the Kirishima? Okay, so going through those in roughly reverse order. With unbreakable shells, the shell itself actually surviving the transition through the water is not usually the problem, although it can quite often lose its windscreen. That is the long pointy bit that sticks on top of the shell. If you look at shells, you actually see that they look a lot more like bullets once that windscreen has been removed. You've got the armour-piercing cap as well, but I suspect that'll probably stay on in the case of most water contact. The problem with shells hitting the water short is threefold. One, it's a violent enough impact to initiate the fuse, so if it hits well short, then the shells are going to detonate before they physically get in contact with the hull, because water slows them down a fair bit. 2 is the fact that the passage through the water with the very pointed shape of shells tends to flip them around. That's why the diving shells have this blunter nose, and if they're flipped around, then they are travelling backwards or sideways, the armour-piercing cap is not going to be the thing that hits the side of the ship, which is probably then going to break up the shell very quickly. So that is a problem. And the other aspect of it is that even if the shell hits the water short, but not so short that the fuse initiates and blows up the shell, and so the shell actually makes contact with the side of the ship, the speed of the shell is going to have been significantly reduced. And of course, kinetic energy is mass times velocity squared. You downrate the velocity somewhat, and the amount of kinetic energy in the shell drops off massively, and that amount of kinetic energy being less means the shell is less likely to penetrate if it hits an underwater section of the armour, and even if it doesn't, it's not going to go as far into the ship. Those are the problems, not so much whether the shell's relatively unlikely to just break up on contact with water. And with Seydlitz, yeah, she took a lot of hammering. It's about, in a large part, the method of the shell's detonation. Because a lot of the British shells weren't working quite as well as they should have been, they're detonating either on the outside of the ship or just after getting in. So they're doing a lot of exterior damage and some interior damage. And yes, obviously it is starting a lot of flooding and so forth. But that's not anywhere close to the level of devastation that would be caused by those same shells actually penetrating deep into the ship and then exploding, which is obviously what they're supposed to be doing. So a 16-inch shell that penetrates deep into the hull of something like Kirishima and explodes is going to have a massively greater effect on the ship's ability to stay afloat than the same shell that either detonates on contact with the armour or as it's passing through the armour. Now, as far as how many shells hit Kirishima, nowadays most sources that still use the 9 main gun hits usually say at least or upwards of something like that, i.e. 9 as the minimum threshold. As far as quite how many hits were suffered, exactly what caliber they were, and how each of them contributed to their sinking, it's a hugely complex piece of analysis that really can't be covered in a Drydock question. But what I would say is that if you look on the NAV website, which is a generally excellent resource, you'll find there is an analysis of the sinking of the Kirishima done by Robert Lundgren. It's one of those names I struggle with, but you'll see what I mean. And he goes through a pretty much blow-by-blow analysis. Bearing in mind, we do have most of Kirishima's hull to look at. The forward part of the ship is gone because the magazines blew up, but most of the ship is there. So that is probably the best place to go to have a look and see what is most likely the total number of hits and how they contributed to the ship sinking, because some of them completely didn't. Some of them just blew parts of it up but had no effect on the ship's watertight integrity or ability to remain upright. In fact, some of them, by demolishing parts of the superstructure rather violently, probably helped in that respect. But other hits did seal its fate. So yeah, definitely recommend a good long read of that analysis. Matt Blom asks, what notable effects did naval mines have in World War II? Which country had the most reliable mines?
I can always be relied on for a hug.
Well, there you have it, direct from the voice of the mine herself. To be honest, mines were pretty reliable by the time of World War II. They were a fairly proven and well understood technology, even though there were a number of additional sensors being introduced, acoustic sensors, pressure sensors in the latter part of the war, magnetic sensors in the earlier part of the war. But unlike torpedoes, the magnetic sensors on mines had been in use for considerably longer. Magnetic mines had just about begun to show up towards the end of World War I. So, yeah, picking a country that had the most reliable mines, it's not really a particularly easy to quantify thing, because it would be more the case of looking for countries who had mines that were spectacularly unreliable more than anything else. But as far as notable naval effects that mines had, there are quite a few. First of all, the presence of large numbers of magnetic mines, particularly from the Germans, as well as destroying a number of ships and making ships much more difficult to repair, actually caused a massive cost to the Allies, even when you don't look at the ships sunk, because as you can see, like with this strange-looking Wellington, they had to invest an awful lot of money and time into countermeasures, whether that be things like this, to sweep areas for magnetic mines, both using aircraft and ships, as well as inventing degaussing as a new thing. So they had to then, once they actually invented it, they had to then degauss lots and lots of ships to reduce their magnetic fields. On larger ships, they had to introduce degaussing coils as a permanent installation to reduce their magnetic signature to a point that it wouldn't set off the mines. So all of this effort was triggered, and therefore aircraft diverted, ships diverted, materials diverted, just raw effort of men diverted to counter something, even if the magnetic mines had never sunk a ship, which they did, but even if they hadn't, that alone would have been a huge cost on the Allied war effort. And mines scaled up and down all over the place. For example, the British invented a very small mine that was designed to be free-floating just below the surface of freshwater, and they dumped a ton of those in rivers in and around Germany and canals, with the idea that these would sink internal shipping and sort of barges and things, which would cause internal transport of materials to shut down, and they did have a fairly significant disruptive effect for as long as they lasted. Aircraft and surface ships generally accounted for more warships than mines did, but mines had a pretty strong showing in kills of submarines. And of course, things like the development of airdropped mines meant that you could cause quite a lot of disruption to commercial shipping, because once a single ship had struck a mine in an estuary, generally the people who were controlling that shipping would try and clear the area, but that would necessitate obviously a reduction or suspension of shipping in order to allow the minesweepers to do their work without losing any more merchant ships, which are obviously quite valuable. So there was an awful lot of disruption caused by mines, vastly out of proportion actually to the losses they inflicted, even though the losses they inflicted were still relatively severe. And one of the more interesting, not counterfactuals, but sort of somewhat unexpected consequences of mine warfare is the fact we have HMS Belfast today, because Belfast, if you remember from the video on Belfast, it struck a German mine, or magnetic mine detonated close to it, very early in the war, and that put it in dry dock for a good chunk of the war. Now, that meant that, one, Belfast wasn't lost, like her sister ship Edinburgh, during some of the more intense periods of the war. It also meant that she was refitted up to a pretty modern spec, and it meant that when she came back into service and then reached the end of the World War II, she hadn't been anywhere nearly as hard worn as a lot of her sister ships. So she was in this unique circumstance of being one of the biggest cruisers in the Royal Navy, and actually relatively lightly worn compared to a lot of others, which in turn meant she was considered to be more suitable for refit and modernisation in the 50s and so on, and then retention long enough for her to then enter the reserve fleet rather than be scrapped, and build up enough of a following such that she could be retained. And then when they were looking at retaining a cruiser, she was again in good enough condition to win out over some of the other cruisers that could have been preserved. So in a weird and very roundabout way, we have German magnetic mines to thank for the fact that we have Belfast. Von Hindenburg asks, how was power passed to turrets on World War I and World War II era capital ships? Was it only electrical power with hydraulic pumps in the turrets? Were there hydraulic lines going in as well? How were electrical connections for data and power arranged, etc.? It varies massively depending on nation and time period. So, for example, apart from HMS Invincible, which mainly served as a gigantic Jacob's ladder for the short period of time that they kept electrical turret motors going on that ship. But generally, British warships, let's say in World War I, used hydraulic power to move their turrets around. The French, on the other hand, in the same time period, and indeed even earlier, had actually cracked the idea of electric drive turrets and were significantly ahead of the field. And then obviously as you go through the time period, World War One into World War Two, things change again, depending on, again, the ship in question. They might have older ships that retain older systems, newer ships with newer systems. The technology itself advances, and the nations themselves obviously go at different rates. So there is no one specific answer. It's going to vary massively. But in general, the hydraulic systems would feed up from below. Usually the most common use of hydraulics was for the rotations of the turrets. But the thing is, you've got to remember is that unlike a Coles-Ericsson turret, where perhaps the entire assembly internally might rotate, on a fully armoured barbette, which is technically what a modern turret is, the gun house, and obviously the guns, can rotate, but if you go a little bit further down something like the shell handling room, you might very quickly find that significant portions of what's inside the barbette don't rotate. And of course, when it rotates, the bits around the outer edges rotate the most in terms of linear distance travelled, whereas at the central core of the turret, there's not an awful lot of movement. So if you've got anything that's feeding up into the turret from below, i.e. from a non-rotating section of the ship to a rotating section, generally that is where those things will come up. So electrical cables being one of them. Hydraulic units, as if you're using the hydraulics to actually rotate the turret, then that's outside of the rotating part of the turret normally, so you don't need to worry too much about that. You obviously do have to worry about things like the shell rammers, the elevation mechanisms for the guns, etc., but most of that will again come up through fixed points, because I mean, yes, with electrical cables technically you could have a set of brush contacts that would go around as the turret went, but 1, complex, 2, expensive, 3, much more vulnerable to damage or something going horribly wrong. The last thing you want to do is have the kind of should we say slightly less safe electricity systems that they used in World War One and World War Two, suddenly electrifying the entire turret. Invincible kind of proved that was a bad idea, but so you'd prefer to have cabling that didn't have to twist and stretch all too much, hence central spindle kind of arrangements, even if you don't actually technically have a spindle. And with hydraulic units, ideally the entire hydraulic system would be within the turret, and then you could power it. On the rare occasion you might pass a hydraulic line up from the non-rotating part of the ship into a turret. Again, that's what the centre of the turret is kind of for. But yes, generally speaking, it was preferred that if there was a system that needed power, whether that be hydraulic or electrical, within the turret, that the source of that would be also within the rotating part of the turret to avoid these issues. But sometimes it was unavoidable and you had to draw from elsewhere in the ship. And to answer the final part of your question, no, the turrets are far too big and far too heavy to have internal backup batteries or generators to allow them to function independently of the ship if the ship loses power. I mean, you're talking upwards of 1,000 tons, and in some cases approaching or just over 2,000 tons in weight for an individual turret. The amount of energy you need to move that is colossal. You're not going to be moving that at any useful speed using a generator that's going to somehow find space to fit inside the rotating part of a turret, considering the demands on space that are already there for things like shell handling rooms, the guns, the crew, etc., etc. And yeah, battery technology is nowhere near advanced enough to do that either, especially in World War II. Mason asks, what's the difference between a cannon, gun, and rifle? Or is there still a distinction? For example, the Zero had 20mm cannon and a pair of Type 97 7.7mm machine guns, but the machine guns are rifled. Things vary over time. I mean, obviously, back in the day, a cannon was a big iron or bronze thing that fired a solid shot. Today, it's a somewhat different thing. Loosely speaking, for those three descriptions, a gun is any projectile firearm. When you get down to it, you can see people talking about ships having a 16-inch gun, or indeed a machine gun, or anything pretty much in between. A cannon is a little bit more specific. That tends to be used for generally is used for an automatic weapon that fires a round that is potentially explosive. It doesn't have to be, but it's capable of doing so. So like a 20mm cannon can fire explosive rounds. Now, in the media and the press, that gets horribly abused, because you'll sometimes see people talking about battleship cannons, which, I suppose if you talk about the Des Moines class, you might be able to make a technical argument in as much as it is a kind of automatic weapon firing explosive projectiles, but generally speaking, it's not the best way of describing them. Now, the problem is that obviously these days that line is blurred even more, because as far as I understand, you can also get 50 caliber explosive rounds now, which, does that make a 50 cal a cannon, or does it remain a machine gun? So these terms are always somewhat flexible. With a rifle, obviously, most guns are rifled now. The thing is, the reason it got picked up in naval artillery terms quite particularly is there was a period in the latter part of the 19th century when this transition was going over from smoothbore weapons to rifled weapons, and sometimes there would be guns of exactly the same size, shape and weight in service, but the manufacturer would make some of them in smoothbore and some of them in rifled variants depending on the choices of the clients. And sometimes you could have very, very large smoothbore weapons and smaller guns, but they were rifled. Obviously on land you also get this whole thing between rifling and smoothbore guns going on, especially with things like tanks. But there was a very big crossover, if you like, of capabilities between smoothbore and rifling in naval terms, and because of that, there for a while grew this habit of labelling guns specifically by the type of internal stuff they had in their barrels. So this is why you'll see things like, especially with some of the British ships in the sort of 1870s, 1880s, you might see a reference to an MLR, a muzzle loading rifle, as opposed to a BL, a breech loader, or a BLR, breech loading rifle, and so on and so forth. And that's kind of carried over so that when you're talking about a ship's big guns, you might see it referred to as, let's say, a 14-inch gun, a 14-inch rifle, or in the more clumsy ways, sometimes a 14-inch cannon. I don't like the latter one. 14-inch gun, 14-inch rifle, that doesn't make too many odds, to be perfectly honest. It's the rifle part's just a little bit of a holdover. Billy Tyson asks, you've mentioned the Jeune Ecole a few times, but I'm still not quite sure why the plan was deemed futile. It seems like a high manoeuvrability and overwhelming numbers would be a great counter to less numerous but larger ships. For instance, the greatest threat to the large bond navies are small fast attack boats. What would it take to make such a concept effective in the age of the Jeune Ecole? So I have a distinct feeling I may have answered a question very similar to this recently, but in any case, the main reason that the Jeune Ecole ended up failing was down to a few different factors. One of which was, yes, you could in theory overwhelm a bunch of battleships with small fast attack craft, effectively, as torpedo boats were. The problem was that nobody stopped to think about, well, okay, we are doing this as a smaller navy, a smaller industry. We can't match the enemy in size, scope and scale, so we're going to try and do it on, sort of match them on the cheap. They didn't stop to think about the fact that, well, maybe the bigger power will just do whatever it was they were doing already with big battleships and match us in this small cheap effort, because the bigger power has more money to spend and therefore they can match you and still do other things. This is the perennial problem with trying to overcome a larger power with small, cheap alternatives, because that larger power can just as easily build a bunch of similar small, cheap alternatives, only they can build them in even more numbers than you, and they can probably build them better than you because of the advantages of industry and the fact they probably have better technology, and they can still build the big stuff you're trying to kill anyway. It's fundamentally an economic point at that stage. Secondly was the fact that, again, the Jeune Ecole is a strategy that assumes the other side will not respond. Against an 1870s turret ship, for example, that might only have 4 guns and they're big, slow reloading weapons, then sure, yeah, a swarm of light craft probably might even get away without any losses. But the people on the other side aren't dumb. They're just going to stick a bunch of smaller quick-firing guns on them. And that's how you basically end up with things evolving into pre-dreadnoughts, with massive numbers of secondary and tertiary and etc., weapons on them. And so very quickly with the Jeune Ecole theory, you got a circumstance where, yes, you might have a largish fleet of small swarming torpedo boats and cruisers, and the enemy has an even bigger swarming fleet of torpedo boat destroyers and cruisers, and big cruisers, at which point your entire fleet is negated, and anything that the battleships might want to contribute with their secondary battery is almost an afterthought, which is not really where you want to be when it comes to being a navy that people are actually going to take seriously. Plus, there's also issues at the time about range. The torpedo boat is effectively a defensive weapon. It can't really go all that far. It can't stay out for that long. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive if you're trying to show the flag, and various other sorts of things. And ultimately, especially once fire control systems start to come in and proper range finding, the torpedo boat still has to get well inside the offensive capability of the battleship or the cruiser or whatever it is that it's attacking in order to launch its potentially devastating strike, during which time it's a very, very vulnerable target. The slight difference these days with small fast attack craft is that the kinds of anti-shipping missiles that you can lob around these days significantly outrange pretty much any surface-to-air missile defense, or indeed any surface-to-surface defense that's actually worth doing, because, I mean, these things are huge, so in theory you could expend sort of several $1 million missile on killing a boat that probably costs the enemy less than that, and whose main value is the weapons it's just fired at you. But yeah, the weapons range is also a major factor in the differences between these days and those days. Jack Valaga. Anyway, Jack says the captain of the USS Helena was removed from command for not stopping to search for survivors of USS Jeune. Given the context of the situation, and at least some sources indicate this was a more harsh punishment than necessary, did his career ever recover? So the captain was Captain Hoover, as seen here. His career did not really recover, no. Once you've been removed from command by Admiral Halsey for something that's effectively being described as a dereliction of duty, you're not going to get back onto career progression track. In fact, although he would live on for a surprisingly long time, he only passed away in 1980. He retired from the Navy in 1947 and went on to civilian work, but he was never in command of any kind of serious force again after the Helena incident. Now, as far as whether or not it was harsher than necessary, Halsey, who was the one who relieved him, later on did sort of say, well, yeah, he was probably completely exhausted from what happened the previous night, and so, yeah, maybe that was a little bit too harsh. I can kind of see the argument in that respect, and he was trying to preserve the other ships in his command. On the other hand, the Japanese were going one way, he was going the other. Juneau's been blown up. I think if his assumption had actually been correct, because he sailed on because he assumed that, having seen Juneau's magazine explode, that there could be very, very few survivors, and therefore it wasn't worth risking the hundreds of men on Helena or any of his other ships to stop and rescue them when obviously there was a submarine in the vicinity. That much, if it had actually been the case, it probably would have been allowed to continue in command, and people would have said, yeah, that was a harsh but fair decision. The fact that there were actually quite a significant number of Jeune survivors is probably what tipped the balance one way or the other. Now, he obviously, as any account will tell you, he did then signal to a passing aircraft to get someone else to come and render some assistance, and for whatever reason that signal never really got to the right people in time, which is a little bit of a mitigation factor. But I think, whilst yes, you can understand the rationale, and yes, he was exhausted, I personally I come down just this side of saying it was justified to remove him from command, and that's really for one reason, and one reason only, which tips me from saying actually it was a bit too harsh to saying it was probably justified, and that is that the sort of the survivors being left in the water was based on an assumption. So he saw this thing happening, and then he assumed there wouldn't be enough survivors to make it worth stopping. That's a very dangerous thing to do. Making that kind of level of assumption, in this case, did get a bunch of people killed on his own side, but someone who makes those kind of assumptions will get other people killed at some point. Now, granted, this may have been a fatigue-induced poor decision, but to be perfectly honest, you're in a war. You're going to be in positions where you are fatigued. You can't afford to have people who are going to make that level of assumption even when they're tired, when you can call on other people who won't do that. If he'd maybe diverted a ship, not even necessarily to stop, but to at least check how many survivors there were in the water, or if there were any functional scout aircraft aboard any of his ships, sent a scout aircraft up to have a look and see what was going on, and maybe even, spot the sub that had obviously just done in for the Juno, then if the aircraft or the ship or whatever that he diverted had not seen something, obviously there were a lot of survivors in the water, but let's say for sake of argument they hadn't seen it, which is entirely possible in war. They might have just looked at the wrong patch of sea, they might have just missed something, whatever. Then I would say actually it's probably too harsh because he'd made the effort. Okay, someone made the wrong call, but the correct procedures were followed. I can't in good faith stand behind an argument that says, well, I've seen the thing happen, I'm not going to actually check, I'm just going to make an assumption, when that assumption is whether or not you're going to save fellow sailors' lives. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, much has been made of the effectiveness of American fast battleships as anti-aircraft platforms, and the line of thinking was to place as many 40mm Bofors on them as possible. I haven't seen as much written about the effectiveness of the King George V class battleships as anti-aircraft platforms. How effective were they? As evidenced by your model of HMS Hood's likely revision, the British strategy was to mix 40mm pom-poms with 40mm Bofors. Was this more effective than an all Bofors arrangement? So, yeah, it's a little bit of a delicate question. I think that you can basically divide the issue into two primary segments. First is the guns themselves. What anti-aircraft guns are the two navies using? And secondly, what kind of fire control systems are they using? And these are somewhat separate, but very, very important issues. The King George V's used a mixture of anti-aircraft fire control systems depending on the ship and depending on the time during the war, mostly using variants of the high-angle control system, or HACS system. King George V started off with a HACS 4. By the time you've got up to Anson and Howe, you're up to HACS 6, and some of the older ships at Duke of York had a HACS 5. King George V and Duke of York would obviously be upgraded during their careers, and you've got radar bringing in as well. The hack system is often derided, and in some cases there's a certain amount of legitimacy to that. The problem is that the ones who make a kind of sweeping generalization that HAX was useless, they're wrong. HAX wasn't useless. What HAX was actually one of the first anti-aircraft fire control systems in the world, and therefore, as you might imagine, HAX 1, HAX 2, etc., they were great at the time. It's just their time was a lot before World War II. So ships that were entering World War II with the older HAX systems, yeah, they didn't really get all that much of a shout at viable air defence. But something like HAX 4, and indeed later on HAX 5 and 6, are considerable improvements. And HAX 4 and variants thereof, etc., are the ones that the newer British ships have been equipped with. So yeah, just saying, oh, HAX is awful, no, that's bad history. Specific HAX models, yes. However, with all that said, the Mark 37 fire control system that the US had was a superior system. There isn't really any debate or argument about that. I mean, if you want to see the ultimate form of that debate, look at HMS Vanguard. When it was being outfitted, did the Admiralty fit it with HAX 6 or did they fit it with Mark 37? You'll find that whilst they were perfectly happy to stick with British-built radar and fire control systems for the main guns, when it came to the anti-aircraft weapons, it was imported Mark 37s that went on them. So, yeah, fire control system is definitely a thing, albeit that at the time you're talking about King George V's and American battleships both acting as heavy anti-aircraft platforms in the Pacific. The differences between them are not as bad as some might like you to believe. But the American ships are superior. And I'm going to use the North Carolina as a comparison because the North Carolina is the contemporary ship to the King George V. Using an Iowa is a bit unfair because it's a much bigger and much later designed vessel. So that brings us to the guns. Now, with the guns, there is a fairly significant difference as to how they're equipped. At the heavy end of the spectrum, the US ships have the 5-inch 38, and they have more of them. Generally, a US fast battleship, North Carolina for example, has 10 twin mounts, so 20 guns. King George V has the 5.25-inch gun, and that has only 8 twin mounts, so it has 16 guns, which is fewer by 4 barrels, so that's an immediate issue. The 5-inch 38 is capable of a much better rate of fire and can also train and elevate faster, so if that has advantages as well. Pretty much the only thing the 5.25-inch has going for it over the 5-inch 38, which is kind of, at least as far as anti-aircraft fire is concerned, which is kind of what I covered in the anti-aircraft systems video, is that the 5.25 can reach out further than the 5-inch 38. And once radar guidance and proximity shells come into effect, then you have the issue that I've alluded to a few other times in other questions, which is that by the late war, the Japanese have become very familiar with exactly how far away the 5-inch 38 could reach, and they would quite happily orbit Allied formations just outside that range, waiting for their chance to go in and attack, or potentially waiting for their chance to get jumped by Hellcats, or maybe Seafires, and then they'd occasionally have the unwelcome surprise of a 5.25-inch barrage plucking them out of the sky when they thought they were safe. But that's really the only real advantage that the 5.25 has over the 5-inch 38, at least in the King George V model. Now, when it comes to the medium and light anti-aircraft weapons, there is actually quite a significant difference. So on the North Carolinas, depending on the ship and depending on the exact time period, in the late war they're carrying somewhere in the low 60s up to the mid 70s in terms of 20mm Oerlikons. The King George V is carrying about half as many. But when you move up to the 40mm, the US ships are carrying actually a remarkably uniform 60 apiece, consisting of 15 quad mounts, whereas the British are carrying only 10 40mm Bofors in a mixture of singles and twins, but they're also carrying 64 40mm guns in the form of octuple pom-poms. Now, again, I'm referencing back to the anti-aircraft systems video, there's a bunch of trade-offs between the two. The pom-pom can put more weight of fire down range for a given mount because 8 barrels, but it's shorter range and so on and so forth. Pom-pom has more sustained fire. Bofors has all sorts of different issues, and recommend seeing that part of the video. But anyway, overall the conclusion is that 40mm Bofors is a generally superior weapon. But when you combine the 40mm barrels of the pom-poms and the Bofors on the King George V, the King George V's actually have more medium AA. They have 74 40mm barrels as opposed to the 60 of the North Carolinas. Now, the thing is that when you're talking about the anti-aircraft threat at the end of the war, near the end of the war off the Japanese coast, you're dealing with a lot of kamikazes as well as some attempts at more conventional strike. The 40mm on the Bofors on the American ships, obviously they can engage out a slightly longer range. Because there's a lot more of them, they can engage in multiple different vectors. So if there's a kind of swarming attack, you've got better chances. Also, if you've got kamikazes that make it through anyway and crash into the ship, or you've got machine gun fire or whatever, or even mount failures, the more numerous mounts on the US ships will stand them in better stead because they can bring more lines of fire to bear, they can engage more different targets simultaneously, and the loss of any one mount is less of a problem. However, the flip side to that is that if you happen to be a kamikaze and you get hit by a twin or quad 40mm Bofors mount, okay, fair enough, your aircraft will probably be shot down, and there's a reasonable chance that your aircraft will probably fly apart, but there are still a number of such aircraft that will make it through, even if they're on fire and more of loosely connected flying mess of fire and smoke than an actual aircraft anymore. They do sometimes still make it through and hit things and blow up and cause casualties. Whereas what the British found is that whilst the octuple pom-pom was slightly less effective than the 40mm Bofors in taking down aircraft that actually cared about their survival, for the aforementioned range and rapidity of engagement reasons, when it came to kamikazes, which by their nature are coming straight at you, the pom-pom's ability to just throw 8 barrels of shot straight into its face for a considerable period of time before having to stop to reload made it slightly better at picking those off. So it's very much a trade-off in that respect, which partly explains why the Bofors only just beat the pom-pom when it came to the US Navy's competition for 40mm medium AA back in the early part of the war. So evaluating the two, they are different. They are both fairly effective. They're certainly not short on protection either way. But whether you judge one to be better than the other or not, I would say that by the time you're comparing the North Carolina and the King George V in the Pacific region, you're probably looking at the North Carolina, or the American battleship anti-aircraft paradigm in general, is much better at overall aircraft defense for a unit, a fleet, whatever you want to call it, multiple ships, and has more redundancy built into it, and has a definitely superior heavy anti-aircraft suite in most respects. The King George V's are probably fractionally better at dealing with kamikazes coming straight for them because of the, as aforementioned, ability of a pom-pom to basically erode an aircraft out of the sky, which even a quad 40mm can't really do. However, the marriage of this idea of mass firepower from the pom-pom versus the superior individual gun performance of the 40mm Bofors would, again, looking at Vanguard, find its expression in the sextuple mounts that Vanguard used. Because the British went, well, the best way of doing this is 6 40mm Bofors guns all firing at once, because that will give you the remove enemy aircraft from the sky into postage stamp size pieces levels of firepower, but also grants you all the performance benefits of using a 40mm Bofors over a 2-pounder. Brian Willman asks, in looking at ships with cross-firing wing turrets, it often seems from overhead views, even when checked with a ruler against a printout, that the gun barrels cannot actually clear the superstructure. Was there some circus trick to bringing a wing turret to bear cross-deck? And do you know of any videos or still sequences showing how this was done? It depends greatly on a couple of things. One, what ship you're looking at, and I mean, to a certain extent too, have you got an accurate drawing of the ship? Because obviously a stylized plan, even if it's mostly accurate, may not necessarily be accurate down to every last detail of relative length. And so really it's only with reliable blueprints or other drawings from sources that you can trust to have done things exactly to scale that you can start to look at the swing out of the guns, etc. But there is still a legitimate underlying issue to your question, which is that, yeah, some ships, especially some of the early ships with cross-deck firing, you do look at it and go, how exactly are you managing this? I mean, if you look at the overhead of an Invincible class battle cruiser, despite the fact this is an Invincible that we're looking at here, you might well ask that question. Whereas if you look at an Indefatigable class, you probably won't be so worried because there's a massively expanded area amidships to allow for more cross-deck firing and easier cross-deck firing. But if you see this picture, this is of Indomitable, you can probably guess where the answer is going based on this picture, which is elevate the guns, because the guns, even though World War One guns, they can't elevate too far, they can elevate high enough that something that is, say, a single deck's height worth of superstructure can be cleared if all they're having to clear is at the absolute tips of the barrels. I mean, you can see there's a couple of air intakes popped up on the deck, and you can see that one of the guns as clearly, if it had its guns at zero elevation, would have clonked those and sent them to the deck, but because the guns are elevated, it's able to clear them. So that's kind of how the ships with the more confined cross-deck firing guns handled the situation, although even then they had very limited arcs and abilities to do this, which is why one of the first things you see after the first generation of dreadnoughts, and that includes dreadnought armoured cruisers, have been brought out, is ships with cross-deck firing almost immediately start to get considerably larger. And that's not just within a navy, that's across various navies. So if you look at, say, the Minas Gerais class of Brazil, they have cross-deck firing guns. The Argentinians, even though they order the Rivadavias very, very soon after Brazil's ordered the Minas Gerais, you look at their cross-deck firing and you can immediately see that they've left a lot more space for it and it's a lot easier to do. So, yeah, it is an issue, but there are ways of getting around it. But one of the best ways of getting around it is just to not have the issue in the first place by making your ship larger. MG asks, how did torpedo defense systems actually work, and would belt armour, apart from weight, be an effective protection measure from torpedo explosions if it was underwater as well? The fundamental system behind torpedo defences is actually in many ways a similar system to what cars these days use to protect their occupants in the event of a crash, which is effectively a big crumple zone. The idea is to absorb the energy in the stages by the destruction of things that you don't mind so much destroying in exchange for the preservation of whatever it is inside that you do want to stay preserved. In a car's case, the occupants; in a warship's case, the internal watertight integrity of the ship. So the idea was, at its core, that a torpedo should strike the torpedo defense system, which would set off, obviously, the fuse and cause it to explode. The further away it exploded from the ship, the better, but putting a big bulge, like you can see here, slows down a ship. So later on, as torpedo systems were incorporated into the hull of a ship, the actual sort of the boundary, if you like, where you actually wanted the ship to stay completely watertight in the event of a torpedo explosion would move inside the ship, because effectively you're just internalizing a bulge. Now, when that explosion occurs, it's obviously going to spread out. It's got water around it when the torpedo detonates, and water is incompressible, so the majority of the explosive force is going to be heading into the ship, because inside the ship is less compressible. And so the first part of a torpedo defense system would usually be an air-filled pocket, and the idea of this, it would allow the explosion to expand and dissipate its force somewhat, and thus its force would then be exerted over the next stage of the system over a wider area. The next part of the system would usually be a liquid-filled section. Now, there's two reasons for this. One is, as we just said, water is incompressible, liquids generally are, and also air doesn't provide an awful lot of resistance. So when a torpedo explodes, there can be fragments of the torpedo and fragments of the ship's hull flying at very high speed, and you don't really want those punching into the rest of your ship. So a liquid-filled section will slow down those projectiles, and hopefully to a point where they will either fetch up within the tank itself of liquid, or possibly against an armoured bulkhead behind. And later on, as the systems develop, where you might have a sandwich system of air, liquid, air, etc., and so on, then they'd have other gaps to cross, and so on and so forth. Now that you've got your explosive force from the torpedo spread out to a certain extent in the first air-filled stage, the force is then exerted via the shockwave and pressure on the liquid-filled stage. Now, as we said, liquid is incompressible, but you benefit a little bit from the hydraulic effect. Now, that is going to mean that the shockwave enters the liquid. It's going to pass through the liquid. It's going to somewhat dissipate in the liquid, because the liquid is very dense. It requires a certain amount of energy to get moving. And it will, as it spreads out through that liquid compartment and possibly into adjacent ones, it's going to then exert its force against the entirety of the container of that liquid-filled section, which, again, spreads the force of the explosion out further. There will obviously be a concentration of force around where the torpedo impacted, but the idea, again, like the crumple zone, is it's spreading the energy further and further out. Ideally, at this point, that energy is enough to now stress, but not to deform or break, the internal bulkhead that is separating off the liquid layer from the rest of the ship, and hopefully that bulkhead's also been strong enough to catch all the fragments, and thus your ship is protected, because then the only thing that's happened is that one of your, or possibly more of your air-filled sections has been flooded, but you were prepared for that anyway. There are variations to this. For example, Hood famously had a bunch of what were called crush tubes. Effectively, they look a bit like scaffolding poles with sealed ends in the what would otherwise have been an air-filled section. And the idea of that is basically just to increase the amount of energy that is dissipated, because you've still got a lot of air, but now the explosive force also has to crush all of these metal tubes, so even less energy is going to make it through. And there was some idea as well that obviously the tubes that weren't crushed, because they're full of air, might still provide some buoyancy as the rest of that section of the compartment floods, so you don't lose quite as much stability. Obviously, as torpedo warheads get heavier and heavier and heavier, this sort of two-layer system might not necessarily work, and that's where you get this sandwich system that we talked about earlier, where they change things up a bit, introduce more layers. The ordering of layers can sometimes change when you've got these multi-layer systems, and so on and so forth. But that's the basic principle behind the torpedo defense system of World War I-ish, with external bulges, and World War II definitely. It's kind of obviated once torpedoes start regularly using under-the-keel detonations with magnetic fuses and such like, because it works against the idea of a torpedo hitting the ship and detonating. In theory, it might have some effect against an under-keel detonation if you extended it all the way around underneath the ship, but that's generally impractical. As far as for whether belt armour would be an effective protection measure, When it's underwater, yeah, the belts of some ships, as well as being extended underwater to defeat diving shells, did also, in some cases, get incorporated into the torpedo defense system because, again, it absorbs energy. It takes a certain amount of energy to break a slab of 8, 10, 11, 12, whatever inch thickness metal, and so that would also protect the ship to a certain degree. The disadvantage of using the belt on its own is that obviously it's a big slab of metal. If something does manage to break, bend, or otherwise warp it, like, say, a torpedo explosion, then you have a very big hole in your hull and you have problems. So whilst belt armour might, if it's especially thick, protect you from strikes from shallow running torpedoes, especially if they're lighter weight torpedoes, such as maybe aerial torpedoes, broadly speaking, if you are going to include the belt armour in your torpedo defence system, you need to include it as part of an overall torpedo defence system and not rely on it on its own. Goose Riesbos, I think, asks, during World War II, there were two main methods to light the enemy up during night fighting, Starshell and Searchlights. When did a captain decide to use one or the other, and was it a particular doctrine or whatever ships happened to have on board? Also, were there any other noteworthy ways to see the enemy in a night fight? Outside of Starshell and Searchlights, there were two primary other ways of seeing an enemy in a night fight physically, as opposed to just obviously using radar later on, and those were having night fighting trained specialists. So you would try and identify people with good night vision, and you would have them on fighting or observation platforms where they were allowed to adjust their eyesight to the darkness and basically just use the advantage of some people just having naturally superior night vision to spot the enemy before hopefully their lookouts, who maybe weren't quite as well trained and quite as well shielded from external light sources, could spot you. To assist in that, there was some very early low light gear. The Japanese especially made extensive use of this, which is fairly self-explanatory. And to help with those things, you could also have reduced flash powder to make you slightly harder to spot. I mean, when you fire your guns, it is going to be a little bit of a giveaway, but with reduced flash powder, the flash is going to be a lot smaller, which might give people a deceptive idea about exactly how large your ship is. And also, if the flash lasts a short amount of time, it's harder for them to work out exactly where you are, as opposed to the more conventional powder, which might have quite a significant rolling flame coming out from it. Now, as far as Starshell versus Searchlights are concerned, broadly speaking, it would be preferable to use Starshell, except at point-blank range. So the reason for that, Searchlights are a much older technology. They're around in World War I, they're around earlier than that, but they see use at places like Jutland. They see use in World War II as well. The main problem with Searchlights is they give away your position. They make you a target, and you see this quite a lot in the various naval battles around Guadalcanal. Ships that turn on their searchlights tend to attract an awful lot of fire, which, is a little bit of a problem. I mean, it also can ruin your lookout's night vision with Socking Great Searchlight turning on right next to them. And there's no guarantee that initially your searchlights will actually land on target. The other problem, of course, is that if there's lots of enemy targets out there and you focus your searchlights on one of them, then with your night vision ruined, you might not spot the others, and everyone might come fixated on the one that you can actually see, which is probably to your detriment, because as I said, everyone else who hasn't got their searchlights on can see exactly where you are. As opposed to Starshell, Starshell keeps you, if you use it properly, keeps you in darkness and illuminates the enemy and ruins their night vision, because you fire the Starshell so that it's parachuting down over the enemy, so it's really bright where they are. Their night vision is ruined. They're in a cluster of light. They can't really see out of that into the darkness, so you're nice and stealthed. Meanwhile, because the light is further away, your night vision is less affected, and even if it is somewhat affected, well, hey, the enemy's lit up like a Christmas tree, so great, you can see them. Starshell also, as well as those kind of tactical advantages, it doesn't point out where you are for obvious reasons, because, I mean, someone can probably spot the muzzle flash of the gun firing the Starshell, but That's a lot less obvious than a sustained searchlight. And it also means that because the Starshell illuminates a much broader area, there's more chance of other enemy forces being picked up. You can also fire a whole barrage of Starshell across a wide area, so you might think, all right, there's the ship we want to target, we'll bracket it with Starshell, but we'll also pump a few Starshells either side of it, long and short of it, etc., to illuminate a large area of sea. Might allow us to spot something else nearby. So yeah, generally, if you've got Starshell, prefer to use Starshell. The exception to that really being when you're at point blank range and you're pretty sure that you've got your enemy dead to rights, because closer ranges, you point a searchlight at somebody, and we're talking big naval searchlights of 24-inch or bigger, and that has a fairly blinding effect in the era of optical range finding. You're not going to want to, for example, if you're on the Polar, you're not going to want to point your rangefinder, which, bearing in mind, is effectively a form of telescope, is going to intensify the amount of light, at an entire battleship's worth of searchlights at a few thousand yards away, because that's a very quick way to blind yourself and not do anyone any good whatsoever. So the blinding effect of searchlights could be used, but it's much more effective at close range. Starshell is much better for medium to long range engagements. Ross Richards asks, which of the H-39 designs is the most practical, and how does it stack up against its theoretical peers? Well, anything from H-42 onwards is basically speculative and also runs into the small problem of Germany doesn't have any slipways capable of accommodating them, so they're immediately out the window, which leaves you effectively with H-39 and H-41. Of those, H-41 is basically H-39 with fractionally bigger guns and some significantly thicker deck armour, but is also a lot heavier, which, that's not really too practical considering it's just making the problems with H-39 worse. So H-39 of the H-class reaches the relatively low bar of being the most practical design. It also has the advantage that the Germans actually started building a couple of them before the war forced them to stop that. But with that said, how does H-39 stack up against its theoretical peers? It really, really doesn't do that well, to be perfectly honest. The design inefficiencies that went into the Bismarck class are on full show when it comes to the H-39. And yeah, well, let's put it this way. Compare it to its contemporaries. There are two sets of contemporary battleships actually being built with a realistic chance of vaguely matching up to their on-paper specs at the time, which are the Lion class in the UK and the Iowa class in the US. And technically you could argue potentially Sovietsky Soyuz, but let's face it, that thing's never going to live up to its on-paper specs due to all sorts of issues with the Soviet shipbuilding industry. You've then got the follow-on theoreticals to the Littorios, but they weren't laid down nor were they ever close to being so. Likewise, you've got, in some ways technically, the Clemenceau and Gascogne, the follow-on sub-variants of Richelieu and potentially also the Alsace, but again, not really actually laid down at that point. Clemenceau and Gascogne, there's a little bit of work done, but really they, as sub-variants of Richelieu, they've belong to a slightly earlier generation. So it's basically just Lion and Iowa. Now, of those two, Lion is far smaller than H-39. It's about 13,000 tons less displacement, which is basically Lion class plus an entire mid-production run US pre-dreadnought stuck on top of it equals an H-39. But for that, the Lion and the H-39 have comparable speed. Granted, the H-39 has a slightly longer range, but the Lion class has an extra 16-inch gun and a dual-purpose secondary battery, the H-39 having a split dedicated anti-surface and then separate dedicated anti-air battery. Lion class's armour belt thickness is significantly superior. Deck armour on the Lion class is superior, so in the speed, protection and firepower categories, we've got a draw superior for the Lion and superior for the Lion on 13,000 tons less. So yeah, H-39 doesn't fare up too well up against a Lion. And then you compare it to an Iowa class. Now, bear in mind, H-39 is looking at 54,000 tons standard displacement. So as big as the Iowa class are, this thing's supposed to be even bigger. You're talking another 5,000 tons heavier, H-39 compared to Iowa. And Iowa is 3 knots faster. Again, it's got an additional gun because it's got 9 guns in 3 triples as opposed to H-39, which has 8 guns in 4 twins. Again, Iowa has the dedicated dual-purpose secondary battery, which is superior to the split battery of the H-39. The H-39 versus Lion or Iowa does have significantly more secondary guns, but because it's got this split 150mm and 105mm secondary battery, it can only bring a limited number of guns to bear in any particular purpose. In fact, in terms of heavy AA guns, it can bring as many to bear as the Lion and 4 less than the Iowa. And in terms of the secondary battery acting in an anti-surface role, if you look at the dedicated anti-surface battery, it's actually got 4 guns less than the Lion and 8 guns less than the Iowa, although obviously if it combines the 150 and 105, it is going to have more in the anti-surface role. It's just that the majority of those are going to be 105mm, which is just over 4 inches, as opposed to, 5 or 5.25 inch. And then you compare the last remaining category, armour, and although the main belt thickness is not that much different between the Iowa and the H-39, and the H-39 does have the slight advantage in this case of its using World War II era German face-hardened steel for its armour plate, which is qualitatively materially superior to that on the Iowas. The Iowas, on the flip side, do have that angled belt armour, which makes up for some of the issues with its thickness when you're talking at engagements that happen at medium to long range. And Iowa has the all-or-nothing protection system, not the distributed armour protection system, which means its armour system is much more efficient. And, of course, the Iowa also has considerably thicker deck armour. So, yeah, design inefficiencies really on show here because, as many American authors, such as Norman Friedman, will acknowledge, the Iowas, whilst a good design, are not the most efficient design that the US Navy ever produced, and yet on 5,000 tons less, the Iowas are more heavily armed, considerably quicker, and have a superior armour protection system to the H-39s. So, yeah, pushing the displacement up even higher, it's starting to approach almost Yamato levels, and not really improving on all that much other than a marginal increase in firepower and a slight increase in deck armour. That's why H-41 really starts to drop out, because you do not want to start comparing H-41 to Yamato. That is not good deal for the H-41 designs. So yeah, this is the unfortunate product of a big skip in the design period for German capital ships, and also, to be perfectly frank, sticking to an obsolete armour scheme that is far, far, far too heavy for what it needs to do, and doesn't really even do that very well. Robin McFarlane asks, just how was plastic armour made in World War II? I know it was used around guns on merchant ships. Not sure if it was used on Navy ships, but according to my dad, it was quite effective, if nothing else, as a morale booster. Yeah, the story of plastic armour is quite an interesting one. It came about because, well, merchant ships were getting rather badly beaten up by German aircraft who were machine gunning the bridge and wheelhouses of merchant ships, knowing full well that obviously merchant ships don't have the world's largest crews, and the vast majority of them who aren't attending to the engines tend to be in the wheelhouse or the bridge, depending on the size of the ship. And so if you shot them up, not only was that some very skilled and experienced mariners you might end up killing, but you might also pretty much disable the command and control capabilities of a merchant vessel, which, even if the aircraft didn't sink it with other onboard weaponry, would be severely detrimental to the continued operation of the ship. They had tried, as an emergency measure, slapping concrete slabs over the various areas that were being mostly attacked. However, concrete, unfortunately, under fire tends to just shatter and is not tremendously effective when you hit it with armour-piercing, high-velocity rounds. So that wasn't working out very well. But after examining a ship that had been machine-gunned and actually done relatively well for itself, and finding that potentially the cause of this was someone had slathered on a mixture of bitumen and cork, which was actually there to seal the ship up because it was quite old and being worked quite heavily in high seas. One inventor decided he was going to have a bit of fun with this, and he, after some testing, realised that perhaps the cork was good for waterproofing and flotation, not necessarily so good at resisting bullets, so instead substituted limestone and granite chippings for the cork, mixed it all up with the bitumen, and basically came up with something that in a lot of ways actually resembles the tarmac used in road surfacing, and indeed could be prepared by people who knew how to lay road surfacing, which was quite handy because it meant no diversion of skilled labour from, steel armour manufacturing. It needed a steel backing plate because in and of itself it wasn't capable of stopping armour-piercing machine gun rounds. What it was capable of doing, however, with the hard granite chips was deflecting them, and with the bitumen slowing them. And a slowed round that's now moving at an angle is much, much easier for something like, say, a 1/4-inch steel backing plate to stop. The extra advantage of it was, of course, being a sort of a malleable thing that could be poured in a liquid state at, relatively speaking, low temperatures, at least compared to the forge of a metal armour plate manufacturer. It could be applied all over, including in situ, i.e. you could just set up some wooden formwork on a merchant ship, and later on in some cases on a naval vessel, fill in the formwork with your mixture, let it set, take away the formwork, and presto, you now had a form of armour protection. And it worked fairly well against small caliber weapons, at least small caliber in the naval sense, so we're talking about sort of heavy machine guns and such, via the method that was mentioned earlier. It was a morale booster for certain, because people could see that, well, they were doing something to protect the bridge crews of merchant ships, which helps just to be seen to be doing something, given obviously they'd rather lost faith in concrete slabs. And two, once the machine gun round started coming in and it started working, it was actually a fairly large morale booster, because it now meant that if you were under attack by a German aircraft, and bearing in mind on a merchant ship you are not going to be heavily armed if at all, so you're not really going to be able to fight back all that much. Once they start strafing you, you could dive behind the cover of your walls on the bridge and feel relatively certain that whilst the ship itself might be slightly more full of holes than it had been previously, you would survive to, patch up and get the ship home. So yeah, rather cunning invention all told, and a relatively little known part of the war. It was called plastic armour not because it was actually made of hydrocarbon plastics as we would understand them these days, as it's much closer to road tarmac, but because of the definition of plastic in the chemical and physics sense of the word, i.e. malleable but doesn't tend to return to its original configuration. That would be elastic. And also to a certain extent because it was felt that if they called it plastic armour and the Germans got hold of it, they'd get very confused as to what it actually was. Graham R. asks, top 5 worst instances of naval-friendly fire. In no particular order, I would say you're probably looking at the catastrophe that is Operation Wikinger, when the Germans managed to bomb one of their own destroyers and accidentally drive another one into a minefield, thus leading to the cancellation of the entire operation that they were taking part in. Now, whilst the loss of 2 destroyers is fairly bad, might think it's not too bad in the grand scheme of things compared to some other friendly fire incidents, but 1, the Germans didn't have that many destroyers to lose, and 2, it completely wrecked an entire operation, so the impact was actually quite large. Second, of course, we've got to mention Megami getting its multiple kills on its own side, although to be fair, Mikami's long lances did sink a bunch of ships associated with the Japanese army operation, so is that technically friendly fire? Were the Japanese army and navy really on the same side? Some sources would indicate perhaps not entirely, but they were at least still both flying the flag of the rising sun, so it does count as friendly fire for these purposes. You do, of course, have to have honourable mention for the Dogger Bank incident. Now, granted, most of that was the 2nd Pacific Squadron shooting at British fishing vessels, so not technically on the same side. However, they did manage, after an extensive period of firing, to actually hit one of their own ships, the Aurora. So that's technically friendly fire, and given that the whole thing did almost manage to get them involved in a war with the Royal Navy at pretty much the height of its power, all in exchange for hitting a couple of trawlers and one of their own cruisers, that's a pretty bad bit of friendly fire going on there. Another pretty bad case would take place at the Second Battle of Algeciras, which was part of the Napoleonic Wars, and to be fair, this one was started by an enemy ship. In this particular case, the HMS Superb, rather well named, but somewhat outgunned, being a third-rate ship of the line with 74 guns, in the middle of the night pulls up alongside the Spanish ship Real Carlos, which was a 112-gunner first-rate ship of the line. Superb puts a few broadsides into the ship that sets the Spanish ship on fire and then moves away. Real Carlos, who's trying to fight the fire, which is obviously quite a severe hazard aboard a wooden warship, meanders around a bit and comes across the, and I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, San Hermenegildo, I think, which was another 112-gunner Spanish first-rate ship of the line, and they promptly decided that they were each other's enemy and proceeded to have a horrible sort of knockdown, drag-out fight, as only two massive first rates at point-blank range possibly could. This rather understandably didn't do great things for either ship's manoeuvrability, and the fact Real Carlos was already on fire also didn't help. Real Carlos lost control, drifted into its unfortunate opponent. They ended up tangled up together, the fire from Real Carlos spread, and both ships' magazines lit off, destroying two massive first-rate ships of the line, entirely thanks to them shooting the heck out of each other. And the last candidate I'm going to put forward in terms of, again, relative and absolute tragedy was the single largest loss of life in naval operations during the entire Normandy invasion. There was not a single German involved in this. This was a Royal Navy minesweeping flotilla that was quite happily doing its work, but due to some administrative and communication errors further up the line, the RAF didn't know what they were doing, and so the minesweeping flotilla came under a very efficient attack, obviously unopposed, by a unit of Royal Air Force Typhoon fighter bombers. Mostly using rockets, they managed to sink two of the minesweepers, blow the stern off of a third, strafe another one, and then also damage two trawlers that were also operating nearby, resulting in well over 100 deaths, and of course pretty much wiping out the minesweeping flotilla as an active unit, all because of a few signals that didn't get passed on up the line. Timo Fiebig asks, with all the different captures during the Age of Sail, what happened to captured crew? How or did they return home? And how difficult was it for captured crew to return home when their homes could often be on the other side of the world? It depends greatly on what part of the crew you are and where you're captured. So if you're part of the officers aboard a ship in the Age of Sail, quite often, depending on exactly when it is in the Age of Sail, you might be held in the early part for ransom, much the same as if you were a captured knight on land, although we're really talking about the late medieval period at that point. More generally, through what we might think of the classic Age of Sail, you might be held prisoner, but you might also be paroled. That is, you would give your word, sign an agreement, etc., effectively give your word of honour that you would not take part in further hostilities for the duration of this particular conflict against the hostile power. that had captured you, in which case you would then be allowed to go free, make your way home. Just woe betide you if anyone caught you continuing to take hostile action. At that point, you might very well end up being executed. Alternatively, if the navy that you were part of had captured a ship of the navy that had captured you, and they kind of wanted some of those officers back, you might be exchanged, in which case there wouldn't necessarily be an obligation to not fight in that war because, well, they're getting a bunch of their own people back and they might want them to fight in that conflict. So you had a number of options open to you as an officer. If you were of the lower ranks, unfortunately, you tended to end up in a prison ship of some description, or possibly a prison on land. Exactly what you do, whether you just sit there and wait for the war to end before being released, or you might be put to work, or something like that sort, depended very much on the exact time period, who'd captured you, and what resources they had available. It was not generally a particularly nice fate. If, however, you found yourself, as you mentioned, on the other side of the world, that usually meant that you weren't in the direct hands of your opponent for too long. So you wouldn't be in, say, England or France or Spain. What would tend to happen in those cases is either you might be put ashore in some kind of prison in a colonial setting, or perhaps more often, if you're going to end up in as a prisoner in that aspect of the world, that usually meant some kind of merchant raiding activity was going on. If you're in a warship that was captured, the whole warship, including you, would usually be taken either to a major colonial holding or all the way back home, or either by the prize crew or potentially by the prize crew and the ship that captured you. But if you're a merchantman or a small warship or something like that, where the ship that's captured you wants to continue on with its activities, you might well end up being stuck on a ship, one of many prizes the ship had taken, and that ship might be sent to a neutral port, or potentially even a friendly port to the people who'd captured you. And if you're, again, lower ranks, you might well just be discharged there. Effectively, they don't want to feed you. They don't want the logistics of having to haul you all the way back to wherever it is that ship is based from. So they'll just stick a bunch of you on a ship and tell, right, you go off and do whatever you like, wherever, as long as it's not in our hair anymore. At which point, yeah, you'd find yourself stranded thousands of miles away from home. But on the other hand, you hopefully would be a skilled mariner, and there's always a market for skilled mariners. So usually, unless you really liked it where you'd been dropped off, you could work your way home by booking passage aboard a merchant ship that was heading in that direction or vaguely in that direction, and basically working your passage as a skilled seaman. This, amongst various other ways, was actually one of the ways in which a number of mariners actually ended up in the fledgling United States, because captured ships captured by both French and British privateers and warships would sometimes sort of send these ships loads of prisoners to the US, which was a neutral place, and people would just be basically chucked off at New York or Boston or whatever and told, well, yeah, our job is done. We didn't drown you at sea. Now have fun. And turned out a lot of people actually quite fancied staying in the new United States. So Long John asks, what are some examples of high-ranking army personnel being killed by naval attacks? General Fritz Witt in Normandy, when his HQ was taken out by a shell from HMS Rodney, comes to mind, but that's about it. It depends how far you're willing to stretch the definition of naval attack, because of course Marines are part of the Navy in most countries, and so if a Marine unit is landed on shore and they happen in the course of their activities to kill a high-ranking enemy general or whatever on the other side, does that count as being killed in a naval attack, or is that part of general ground combat? But you also have Lieutenant General Herbert Lumsden, a British general, who was killed aboard the bridge of the USS New Mexico by a kamikaze attack. Now, obviously, you can't strictly say who was piloting that particular aircraft, whether it was Japanese Army or Japanese Navy pilot, but there's a reasonable chance it was probably somewhat associated with the Japanese Navy. But otherwise it's a relatively rare event unless and until you go quite far back in history to sort of the classical era and maybe into the medieval period, when commanding officers at sea very often were land-based generals, and so the majority of what you might quote-unquote call admirals in those periods who died in action at sea could technically be classed as generals being killed in a naval attack. But once you get into the ages of cannon, etc., it's actually relatively rare for a senior land officer to die as a result of ship's gunfire or similar. Christopher Dent asks, why did the British install both 2-pounder pom-poms and 40mm Bofors on the same ships? I know the Royal Navy has a penchant for complicating their supply chain, but this seems a bit much even for them. Somewhat it was down to the fact that a lot of Royal Navy ships already had 40mm pom-poms on them, so when it came to supplementing them, well, there was a combination of two factors. One, 40mm Bofors were not in unlimited supply, given that a lot of them had to be gotten off of the Americans, and secondly, obviously if you've got a bunch of anti-aircraft on there and you've got a limited supply of additional medium anti-aircraft guns, it makes sense to just stick them on as well. Then you have both. I mean, yes, okay, you now have two separate sets of 40mm ammunition you need to keep aboard, but you've got a lot more guns rather than just doing a straight swap one for the other. The other thing was that in terms of weight of installation, you could put 40mm Bofors in places that you couldn't necessarily put a quad or octuple pom-pom mount because of the different weights of the two mountings. But equally, if you took off an octuple pom-pom mounting, you were taking off 8 barrels, and there wasn't an octuple 40mm. For the space that would be freed up as opposed to the weight, you could maybe get a quad 40mm Bofors in there, but that's half the barrel number, and then, well, again, you don't want to waste anti-aircraft weaponry that you have that is at least half decent. So yeah, that kind of accounts for a lot of the spread in pom-pom availability, and because of the weight of the heavier pom-pom mounts, that's why you tend to see them more in the capital ships and maybe on some of the earlier cruisers, whereas once you get into the smaller cruisers and definitely into the destroyers, because of the lighter weight and the more proximate build time of those smaller ships, that's when you start to see more ships that are just 20mm Orlican and 40mm Bofors and not a pom-pom in sight. Andrew Dederer asks, the Royal Navy had a logjam of captains awaiting promotion that made a naval career a grind in the early 19th century, and the polar voyages were often seen as patronage missions to permit promotion of blocked officers. About when did this jam clear, and when was intake adjusted to deal with the larger crews of the ironclads and pre-dreadnoughts, who'd need more junior officers per captain? Yeah, there's a reason why there's the old Royal Navy toast to bloody war or sickly season, and that's basically around this whole problem of when the Royal Navy is very large, you end up with a significant cadre of increasingly geriatric senior officers who refuse to move, resulting in a big pile-up of younger officers who'd really like a shot at some more senior command positions, but there's just far too many older ones who have seniority to go for the positions that are available. In terms of when the jam clears, it's a mixture of things. In the 19th century, you have, with the outbreak of peace, with sort of 1815 onwards, relatively speaking at least, you've got quite a few Royal Navy senior-ish officers go off to either help found or lead various smaller navies. So you find Royal Navy officers cropping up in all sorts of weird and wonderful conflicts in the 19th century, sometimes on opposite sides. So that relieves some of the pressure. The downscaling of the Royal Navy, to a certain extent, in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, also gets a bunch of the more senior officers put off on effectively retirement half pay, which it helps a bit because the Royal Navy can take the opportunity of, well, there's just not as many ships around, there's not as many posts around, etc., to justify looking at some of the ones they'd rather not promote to full admiral and just go, well, we're going to just pay you a certain amount of money on the understanding that you will never go to sea again, and that kind of thing. You also have the Royal Navy's overall size in terms of hull numbers kinds of pulsates almost like a beating heart throughout the 19th century. So you get peaks when big building sprees are underway. So you get a peak in the 1840s somewhat. You get a big peak in the period of the 1850s during the Crimean War when they're building loads of gunboats and other small things. Then obviously it collapses somewhat again. Then you get a peak in the late 1860s as a bunch of ironclads and iron-hulled ships are brought online. Then overall numbers drop again slightly as some of the older ships are taken out of service. And then towards the end of the 19th century, the hull numbers balloon out again, partly because nothing is being thrown away, and partly because you've now got the advent of things like colonial gunboats, small cruisers, corvettes, etc., sloops, all these kinds of things. So actually the hull numbers just keep going up and up and up, and therefore it kind of frees up command opportunities for various officers. New stations are created and such like. And then as that trend starts to die off and Admiral Fisher comes in and starts scrapping a lot of the older and somewhat more useless ships, you then have this explosion of torpedo boats, then torpedo boat destroyers, torpedo gunboats, and then destroyers, which again, hull numbers wise and command opportunity wise, open up opportunities once more. And then obviously you have the First World War and such like. So it's a problem that flares up and dies down and flares up and dies down in the Royal Navy throughout the 19th century. As far as intake sizes being adjusted to deal with the larger crews of ironclads and pre-dreadnoughts, that's a bit of a mixed bag, because whilst, yes, certain ironclad types and the pre-dreadnoughts do have fairly large crews, they're not actually spectacularly that much larger as compared to the crew of something like a first-rate ship of the line. In fact, in a lot of cases, the bigger first-rate ships of the line actually had bigger crews. Remember HMS Victory, at the start of the 19th century, it has a crew of around 850 to 900 men, and it is not the largest first-rate, either in the world or, for that matter, in the Royal Navy. They build bigger ones like the Caledonia class, the Windsor Castle, the Duke of Wellington, etc., through the 19th century. Whereas something like, say, a pre-dreadnought HMS Majestic, it's considerably heavier than Victory, but its complement's actually under 700. So the changes to the way the Royal Navy takes in officers and men are more about the training. So obviously they have to establish an engineering school, they have to train stokers and engineers and such like. The roles change. Obviously there's not quite as much need for people who know how to sail ships, as in like people running up masts and yards, etc. Although that still is something of a role throughout most of the 19th century, because there are a few combined propulsion small corvettes and sloops and such like. But yeah, it's generally more about reorienting what you're training the crews in rather than the balance of crews. If anything else, once the combined power ships, so things like Warrior, are out of the way, crew sizes are actually fractionally less than you'd expect on an Age of Sail ship. The Hand of Ray asks, were the issues with the King George V's quad turrets ever completely resolved? Sort of. The King George V turret design was actually very complex, and in some ways overly complex, albeit that, weirdly enough, a lot of this was due to the British really taking on board some of the lessons of Jutland, and as a result, King George V had a rather extensive set of anti-flash protection systems. Basically, they were making sure that even if you pretty much blew the turret off the side of the ship, that flash was not going to get down into the magazines. This and some other issues with regards to tolerances, and also quite simply the fact that most of the ships, bar King George V, were pretty much either almost entirely built, or at least spent most of their fitting out time during war, which meant rushes, cut corners, not as much time to shake down and test, etc., as you might have otherwise have wanted. And so this is why you get a lot of the issues in the early part of the war, especially obviously Prince of Wales. It's going out to sea, it's not had a shakedown cruise, it's still got civilian yard workers aboard. It's about as close as you can get to a ship being sent into action straight out of fitting out. So using Prince of Wales at Denmark Strait as a benchmark is a little bit unfair, simply because that is not the situation in which you would ever really want to send out a capital ship. Circumstances just happen to dictate otherwise. I mean, using its gun performance would be like using, say, the performance of USS North Carolina's propulsion system on its first shakedown trial after fitting out as the benchmark for saying that the North Carolina's propulsion systems were completely awful, which they weren't. I mean, they had a lot of issues, but they would resolve many of them. And similarly with the King George V class, once they'd gone through approximately the same kind of period that most ships in peacetime would go through on shakedown trials to work out these kinds of issues, the gun reliability went up quite dramatically. I mean, you look at the performance of Duke of York against Scharnhorst. That is a far cry from the performance of Prince of Wales against Bismarck. Now, that's not to say there weren't still issues. As I said, it was a very mechanically complex turret system, and there were always going to be some mechanical issues, but pretty much every battleship has mechanical and handling issues in a prolonged engagement. This is one thing you've got to bear in mind. There's basically no battleship in the Second World War that gets into any kind of prolonged gunfight that doesn't have guns missing salvos, either because of something's broken or because someone's made an error in the loading process or whatever. It's just a matter of at what rate do these things occur. And when you look at the King George V in the latter part of the war, the availability of guns on any given salvo is a little bit on the low side, admittedly, compared to some of the more reliable gun and turret systems, but it's not kind of Prince of Wales at Denmark Strait levels. So I would say that, broadly speaking, the major issues with the King George V's 14-inch mounts were resolved, but it did still remain a fairly complex system and therefore somewhat more prone to missing shots during prolonged periods of firing. And that's that can be usually individual guns. Occasionally a turret might go out of action or not be ready in time for a specific salvo. William H. Burke III asks, at any point before steam power, was it ever considered feasible to have an animal like a draft horse or ox aboard the ship to help with heaving tasks like turning a capstan, or would they eat and excrete too much? Could such animals be used to turn a propeller? There were one or two experiments in this regard, but not very many and not very successfully. It comes down to a few issues. One, as you mentioned, the food and cleaning requirements and space requirements for these kinds of animals are actually quite extensive, bearing in mind that in a lot of age of sail vessels, I mean, anyone who's put aboard HMS Victory will attest to this, you're not exactly talking about the world's highest ceilinged vessels. Getting any horse of any substantial size into an age of sail warship especially, and even merchant ship, is going to be an exercise in a lot of pain very quickly, because that horse is not going to fit. It's going to get very discomforted, and then it's going to start kicking and biting, and things are going to go very badly. You could, in theory, keep it on the main deck. However, that runs into another problem, which is that horses don't like sea travel very much at all, and have an annoying habit of catapulting themselves over the side or going completely ballistic. the minute that a boat starts pitching and rolling heavily in open water. There's a reason why horse transports of the time basically slung horses in a sort of a combination of giant sling and hammock, because the horse would either injure itself, injure someone else, or, as I said, end up hurling itself over the side if you just let it wander around. There are always exceptions, but good luck finding the very few horses who'll actually put up with standing on the deck of a ship that's going on your typical oceanic voyage, and then once you found those, good luck keeping them alive, because now they're exposed. And most of the stuff you probably want them to work on is not on the main deck of the ship. The other thing is that they are, in this kind of respect, very much a monotask creature. They're good at moving heavy loads, ignoring everything else, such as you mentioned, turning a capstan or maybe helping haul on some of the heavier lines. And that's it. You are not sending a horse up a mast. You're not sending a horse walking along the yards. Good luck training one to load and fire a cannon. Scrubbing the deck, probably not going to happen either. So the simple fact is humans are far more versatile and useful aboard an Age of Sail warship than a horse is ever going to be. And also tend usually not to panic and hurl themselves around like lunatics the minute the boat starts rocking. And also, let's be honest, if you've got several hundred men cooped up on a relatively small wooden vessel and all you fed them is hardtack and mouldy bread, the odd helping of weevils and salt pork for weeks, if not months on end, I think that horse is going to end up eaten sooner or later. Silver Fox 575 asks, in the anti-aircraft gun video you mentioned the Japanese had an anti-submarine round. This is the first I'm ever hearing about such a round, and I'm surprised to hear it was Japan that had it with regard to the neglect of anti-submarine doctrine. How did this round work, and did anyone else have a similar round? So in some respects this was an outgrowth of their work on diving shells, shells designed to work and travel reliably underwater, and similar to them, they used, as you can see here, a blunted and in some cases a very rounded shell head to give the shells much better underwater travel properties. There were also a series of fuses specifically designed for underwater work. The US technical documents that look at Japanese naval fuses and naval shells cover both the shells and the fuses in quite extensive detail. PDFs are around. Yeah, they're quite interesting in as far as anybody else having a similar round. Not that I'm immediately aware of, but to a certain extent, when you look at the development of anti-submarine weapons that everyone follows, you can kind of see why. The Japanese, whilst they have an anti-submarine doctrine, they do have depth charges, etc. Obviously, if they didn't, you wouldn't have the losses the US submarine service actually suffered historically. But the Japanese doctrine and technology doesn't really advance all that much in those areas compared to other navies. Obviously, in the Allied navies, you have the development of things like K-guns, you have the Hedgehog launchers, and then obviously much, much later towards the end of the war, you have Squid, which will eventually post-war become Limbo. And this is the kind of anti-submarine stuff the Allies are focusing on. Both they and the Germans, to an extent towards the end of the war, are working also on acoustic homing weapons. Initially, on the German side at least, they're launched from the submarine at escorts rather than from escorts at submarines, but it is a line of development that the Kriegsmarine, US Navy and Royal Navy are all following to varying degrees. Plus, of course, things like ASDIC and sonar on the Allied side. So all of these things are much further down the line in the terms of anti-submarine doctrine in the other navies than they ever really get in the Japanese Navy. Although that's not to say the Japanese didn't try to innovate down those lines, but with them being somewhat behind, it kind of makes sense that combine that with the fact that they and the French are pretty much the only ones who are seriously looking at diving shells. They end up developing a kind of a smaller caliber diving shell for use on submarines at shallow depths. And that pretty much illustrates its main weakness. You've got to find a submarine that's at a relatively shallow depth and where you can depress your guns to hit it in order for these things to be effective. Depth charges are just a lot more effective at dived submarines, especially once you get to things like launchers that can direct them anywhere other than off the stern of the ship. Brian Smith asks, do you think Kaiser Wilhelm II would have built such a big navy if he wasn't related to the English royal family? It's a pretty difficult question to answer, to be honest, and, well, when you look at various books that are written about both the German naval arms race in general and the Kaiser in particular, there's virtually a different opinion for every author, so this is obviously my own personal opinion, but I think perhaps he wouldn't have been quite as determined to put himself on a par with the Royal Navy if he didn't have British ancestry, because, to be fair, he did inherit from that ancestry an admiration for the Royal Navy. He also obviously, because of his familial relations, was in and out of the UK all the time, and the UK at the time was riding high on its navy, so he got to see all of that, and it all looked very impressive. So a lot of that, combined with some, should we say, somewhat politically engineered by other people strains within his own immediate family with his parents, meant that he then did kind of become obsessed with being better than the Royal Navy. But, so that would suggest that if he didn't have a British ancestry, maybe that wouldn't have happened. On the other hand, he was a very militaristic person. He wanted Germany to expand. He wanted to have a German empire. And he wanted to be able to dictate to others what Germany would do, regardless really of what they actually thought. And ultimately, if you're going to have an empire in the late 19th and early 20th century, you're going to have to go overseas, because unless you want to kick off a massive land war in Europe, which as it turns out is not necessarily the wisest of ideas, there ain't that much of Europe left to take over. And if you're going to go overseas, that means you have to go by sea, obviously, which means you need a navy. And if the largest, most dominant navy of the period, i.e. the Royal Navy, decides it really doesn't want you to be doing that, you ain't going to be doing it. And so, in the end, there would have been a clash between German interests and British interests somewhere in the world. The Royal Navy would have stepped in and said no. There would have been precious little the Germans could have done about it. And Wilhelm II would at that point have gone, right, well, then I'm going to do one better than you and build a massive navy. So it may have delayed his ambitions, but sooner or later, I think, given his personality and where he saw Germany and his place in history, he probably would have ended up going on a building spree against the Royal Navy at some point or other. Jonathan Welsh asks, what were each of the major World War II navies' proudest moments and conversely their most embarrassing? I think, well, it's going to depend an awful lot on personal perspective again with this one, but I think for the Royal Navy, the single proudest moment, at least for me, if you sort of said, right, well, what moment would you want to see if you had a time travel machine? It would be a tie between Admiral Cunningham's decision to stick with the Crete evacuation in the face of all else, and probably HMS Rodney heading into the final battle with Bismarck. And personally, just from a single ship perspective, I'd probably lean towards Rodney, because you've got a ship that was derided in some quarters from the beginning, had all sorts of problems it had to overcome, at this point was pretty much worn out, and yet somehow managed to come ploughing through the ocean significantly faster than she was ever designed to go, despite the fact that she's running on clapped-out engines, and then basically not only comes in handling like a destroyer, but despite being the much older of the two ships that's been set on Bismarck, it basically comes in like a wrecking ball and turns the pride of the German Navy into a unmanageable and completely combat ineffective floating wreck in a matter of 10 to 15 minutes. That is a pretty huge achievement. The most embarrassing, probably the Channel Dash. I mean, these are ships that they're sailing less than a brisk half-hour walk away from your coast, and you've got theoretically the combined might of all shore-based fleet air arm aircraft, most of Bomber Command, pretty much everything that can fly in the UK, destroyers, motor gunboats, motor torpedo boats, shore batteries, submarines, mines, which end up doing most of the damage, and in theory, if anything had gone right with the initial spots, possibly even calling in heavier ships from further north. And for all that, the actual active measures don't manage to accomplish diddly squat, and you end up just losing a bunch of people, and it turns out to be a bunch of mines you laid completely apropos of nothing in relation to the operation that end up doing anything at all. For the Americans, it's probably got to be that time they invaded one of the Aleutian Islands and managed to lose a bunch of men despite the fact there were no Japanese people on the island. That kind of spectacular operation with casualties when it turns out there wasn't actually any armed opposition, that's a fairly big egg on the face moment, although obviously shared with the landing troops. Proudest moment? It's difficult for me to choose. American viewers, please feel free to comment below what you think the US Navy's proudest moment of World War II is. For me, I would say personally a tie between the stand of Taffy 3, just as an example of sheer fighting determination, and as you might guess from this picture, the ceremonies for Victory in Japan Day, because just look at that. There's not a lot else that definitively stamps, we won this one by quite a margin, than a display of this level of power. For the Italians, again, if people from these various countries have different opinions, please feel free to comment below, and that applies for all of them. But for the Italians, from my perspective, I'd say maybe the mining of Queen Elizabeth and Valiant in Alexandria Harbour, because that is a display of considerable professional skill and operational performance that really is very difficult to match or exceed, and pretty much near enough fully accomplishes its goals. There's very little to fault in the Italian operation there. For most embarrassing on a professional level, I'd probably actually say the attempted assault on HMS Ajax. When your torpedo craft, with which there are many, get the drop on the cruiser at near enough point-blank range, and then you end up coming out of it short a number of torpedo craft and small destroyers, and the Ajax is near enough as makes no difference undamaged, that's a fairly big egg-on-face moment. For the Kriegsmarine, I'm probably going to go with the Norway campaign for both, in as much as the first half of the Norway campaign is almost near enough a display of consummate professionalism. They manage, with a fleet that really is not designed for it, to pull off near enough simultaneous landings all up and down the Norwegian coast, completely fooling most of the Royal Navy as to their intentions, and overwhelming what little Norwegian coastal defence and sea defence there actually is, with minimal losses, Blücher and Lutzow trying to get into Oslo aside. So for the Kriegsmarine, it's a huge operational accomplishment, but then the flip side to that is the second half of the Norwegian campaign as far as naval matters are concerned, ending up with half your destroyers blown up, all your capital ships out of action and in varying disarrayed states of destruction back in German ports. The Norwegian campaign from a naval perspective is very definitely a game of two halves, and the Germans very definitely lost the second half. And it all started so well. And for the Japanese, I think, kind of like for the Kriegsmarine, the Guadalcanal naval campaign is kind of both. You look at some of the early engagements, like first Savo Island. The Japanese have every reason to be proud of what they've accomplished. They've shown, at least in that theatre against their chosen opponents at that point, that their night fighting doctrine is exactly on point. They can dominate the night, even with obsolete ships. They've inflicted massively disproportionate losses on the enemy. They continue to exert dominance over that particular aspect of engagements, i.e. night operations, for a considerable period of time. They continue to cause an awful lot of damage to Allied assets. But then simultaneously, as it grinds on, and you get things like the actual naval battle of Guadalcanal, and then the loss of both Hiei and Kirishima in relatively short order. It's kind of, again, it's that the fall from grace and the complete underestimation of what their opponents can actually do in terms of sending ships like South Dakota and Washington in, etc. That leads to all of a sudden the tables are flipped on them, and some of the tried and tested tactics of their naval air attack doctrine just ending up with their squadrons shot to ribbons, even if they manage to pull off some operational successes. 22NF2 asks, has there ever been an instance where the Royal Navy has used a ship in a manner reminiscent of how the Empire used a Star Destroyer? If so, how and when was this? Well, there are so many ways you can interpret this. I mean, the British, as far as I recall, never turned a country into glass for daring to defy them. But when you look at the Imperial Star Destroyer, at least in the Star Wars Expanded Universe, and to a certain extent in the canon, it's this sort of hybrid battleship, troop carrier, aircraft carrier thing. Obviously, you're not going to have hybrid carriers in the Royal Navy, but that kind of general purpose, does everything enforcer of will and bringer of overwhelming firepower. Yeah, the British did use their warships on some occasions for that. One of the instances that stands out most in my mind is HMS Powerful and HMS Terrible, two absolutely massive protected cruisers. I mean, these things are 15,000 tons in the late 1800s, and they're far larger than even some of the treaty restricted or treaty cheating heavy cruisers of World War II. But anyway, during the Boer War, the Boers initially had numerical superiority over the local British forces in South Africa, and that looked to be going relatively well for them right up until Powerful and Terrible rock up with huge numbers of men to reinforce the British forces, plus forming naval detachments from their own crews, plus in Terrible's case actually demounting some of her guns as well as other guns that she brought with her to form a artillery detachment that was by far and away superior to anything that the Boers had to have on hand. And when you look at the campaign that would then lead up to the relief of Ladysmith, not only did the two ships allow the British to show up with overwhelming force in terms of manpower, but a lot of that advance was enabled, and success in battle where it came was quite often enabled by the sheer superiority of artillery that the British enjoyed, courtesy of, in large part, the gun battery supplied by the cruisers. So I'd say that's probably a good standout example. And on the flip side, if you want to look at the Imperial Star Destroyer as a tool of power and intimidation, especially when you gather it in mass numbers, well, if you think of that scene in Empire Strikes Back where you see the fleet of Star Destroyers assembling just before the Executor shows up to really stamp home the overwhelming power aspect of everything. That's pretty much the point of the 1897 Spithead Naval Review. Somewhat upstaged by a little ship called Turbina, but outside of that, the sheer amount of shipping of all shapes and sizes, but a lot of very large vessels, that the Royal Navy put on, both as a general celebration of, the great event that was the Diamond Jubilee for Queen Victoria, but made very careful the point to make sure plenty of foreign dignitaries were invited. Yeah, if there was ever a single Royal Navy event at which it would have been appropriate to play the Imperial March, it probably would have been that, round about the time that they're taking a yacht full of dignitaries past the mile after mile after mile of Royal Navy warships. There's making a point, and then there's rubber stamping it, and then stapling that point to the forehead of the person to whom you wish to make the point unto, which is pretty much what that review was. Jellybean asks, patrol craft versus patrol boat. Is there a difference? The US Navy seems to have used both designations, but I can't find a difference in why one designation is used versus the other. Does the Royal Navy use either or both designations? They are used somewhat interchangeably with the US Navy, patrol craft generally being used as sort of a ship with a vaguely forward-looking militant role, but is smaller than a destroyer escort, and sort of everything then gets lumped into that, whether that be submarine chasers, some people call PT boats patrol craft, some forms of minesweeper even get that designation, and so forth. Whereas patrol boats, although not 100% reliable as a guide, but generally speaking, you see patrol boats used more for things like the PT boats, the small, what you might call a fast attack craft. With the Royal Navy, they decided to just be even more difficult as usual, and so you have motor gunboats, motor torpedo boats, and then you'd have drifters, trawlers, obviously minesweepers, and all sorts of fun things, submarine chasers, tenders, etc., etc. So, the Royal Navy tended to have a slightly more widespread series of specific designations. With the US, patrol craft is the more general catch-all term. Boat, as I say, normally focuses on the fast attack craft, but not always. You do see some of these sort of slower, slightly less aggressive types also being occasionally called patrol boats. Nowadays, of course, the whole sort of thing comes under OPV, or possibly fast attack craft, one of the two. Meatwad asks, the Washington sank Ayanami at 12,000 yards approximately, with her secondaries at the Second Naval Battle of Guadalcanal. Was secondary effectiveness at those range the exception, or luck rather than the norm? Or were they fairly reliable? For World War II, it's a broad mixture of factors. If you're talking about World War I with casement-mounted secondaries and really not all that much in terms of central fire control direction for most ships during the war, then a hit at 12,000 yards is likely to be far more luck than judgment. But in World War II, it's considerably more likely, but there's a number of factors that affect it. Firstly, of course, Washington secondaries are in turrets, and turret-mounted secondaries are much more likely to be accurate and score hits at longer ranges, because generally turrets or mounts, whatever you want to call 5-inch 38s, but you get the idea, as opposed to casements basically, are much easier to stabilise and much easier to aim, especially at longer ranges, because they're not fixed directly to the ship's hull in quite the same way that casements are. Obviously they are sitting on the ship's hull, but as I say, much easier to stabilise. Secondly, you've got to take into account the skill of the ship. Washington was arguably the best shooting ship in the US Navy at the time, thanks to the chap in charge. And on top of that, by this point, in sort of late 42, you're beginning to see the advent of the newer radars that can give very accurate fire control information pretty quickly, combined with the more widespread use of fire control systems for the secondary batteries. There had been a move through the mid and late World War I to start giving secondary batteries their own fire control systems, but the efficiency of those as well as the number of those had increased quite significantly in the run-up to and during World War II. So this combination of much better secondary mounts for long-range fire, plus Washington being something of a crack gunnery ship, plus having good radar and good fire control systems, meant that hitting Ayanami at long range was definitely more a matter of skill than it was luck. Although, with the two caveats I put in there, one is that the range of exactly when Ayanami is hit is somewhat disputed depending on the source. Some talk about 10,000, some talk about 12,000, but to be honest, either one is a very good showing. It's just obviously one is slightly better than the other, but that's kind of splitting hairs, really. The other factor is that depending on the secondary battery, hits at those kinds of ranges might not actually be that useful. Now, in Washington's case, they kind of lucked out in the fact that Ayanami as a destroyer target, and particularly a Japanese destroyer target, was not the world's most heavily built vessel, and therefore the 5-inch 38 rounds were capable of messing it up quite badly, despite the fact that around about that range, most 5-inch 38 rounds that would have been being fired really didn't have much, if any, armour penetration capability left. Now, obviously, there are going to be other secondary batteries, like, say, the 6-inch guns and 5.9-inch guns, beloved of some of the Japanese battleships, especially Yamato with the 666s, or Bismarck, for example. Those might well be able to reach out further and retain a decent amount of armour penetration further out still, but there is still a limit to that, and obviously it depends also on the target you're shooting at. So hitting a target at 10,000, 12,000 yards, if it's a lightly built destroyer, yeah, you're going to wreck it, whereas if you, say, are hitting a reasonably well protected cruiser at those ranges, you might mess up the superstructure, probably not going to ruin its day via armour penetration in the vitals, to be perfectly honest. And of course, a battleship at that kind of range, you are going to be looking at purely messing up the superstructure and other breakable things above the main deck. Kusami 0001 asks, after HMS Sussex suffered its famous kamikaze attack, was the mark painted over, or was it left in place? And if left in place, was the mark ever reinforced with paint? Also, are there any particularly notable traditions that get carried on with certain ship names to honour the previous bearers of the name beyond a coat of arms or seal? As far as HMS Sussex goes, from what I can see of photos of her post-war, she did paint over that mark. The mark was kind of removed. However, there does appear to be in approximately that position in some lights some evidence of either a very fractional dent or slight scuff mark showing through, so they do seem to have obviously tried to remove most of the evidence by painting it over and probably giving it a bit of a hose down first, but it does seem it made a slight impression on the ship going forward. As far as other traditions to honour previous bearers of a ship's name, there are quite a wide variety. I mean, some ships will carry a model of the previous ship, if that previous ship was fairly well known. Some of the larger examples of that, if you look at some pictures of HMS Rodney on her starboard side pre-war, you can distinguish her from HMS Nelson by the fact that in a number of photos she's carrying a fairly large, as in sort of approximately the length of a man, possibly slightly larger, scale model of a ship of the line. on board, which was a gift to her with regards to her ancestry. Ships will also sometimes carry battle flags or bells from their predecessors, and if there's particular things connected to certain ships, like say HMS Sheffield with all of its fittings in stainless steel, because Sheffield steel, then something of that will be passed down into subsequent ships that will distinguish them from others. Alan Smith asks, in your video about Jutland, you mention how Rutland of Jutland and his crew argued about whether to radio in that they'd contacted the German fleet. And similarly, in Operation Cerberus, the 2 Spitfires sent on a recon mission don't radio back that they've noticed the German battleships running up the coast. Why would anyone order their recon planes not to report in by radio as soon as they had the information? If you're close enough to be doing things like determining ship type, course and speed, you're probably close enough to get spotted in your own turn, which means they know you're here and they know you're close enough to one of your size launch facilities for an aircraft to get there, which they probably have already at least guessed at. Similarly, if they use radio direction finding on your transmission, they know where you are, which is right next to your fleet, next to the fleet that's being spotted and not your own fleet. So what is gained by waiting until you get back or can get into blinker range of your own fleet before reporting? It is a bit of a complex question, to be perfectly honest, and there are a few variables in there that do need to be taken into account, because whilst, yes, in theory, a recon aircraft that can see enemy ships can be seen in return, the simple fact of the matter is that, well, any ship, even a destroyer, is hundreds of feet long, whereas a recon aircraft is not. They're going to be a few dozen feet long at best, and will generally be painted to blend in with the sky, which is a lot easier to do than warships, which, I mean, yes, they are painted to blend in with the water, but a lot of them are not really that painted to full aerial recon. Things like painting the decks a blue colour, although that did happen in certain navies, especially the US Navy under certain camo schemes. But not only are ships bigger, but they also leave wakes and columns of smoke, which aircraft tend not to. Yes, they can leave contrails and such, but for a recon aircraft, that's a fairly bad thing, and they'll try to avoid it if they can and atmospheric conditions allow. So, whilst an aircraft might be spotted, there's actually no guarantee that they will, and experiments pre-war actually showed it's very difficult to spot a lone recon aircraft, especially a small one, if they are careful about how they manoeuvre close to the fleet. And that's especially true if you've got anything other than a clear open sky, because aircraft can duck and weave between clouds. Cloud cover obviously obscures the ability of ships to see what's going on in the sky. So in the interest of preserving that potential cover, the aircraft may well want to maintain radio silence. The other thing is that, for obvious reasons, a lot of recon aircraft won't necessarily have the facilities to encode their transmissions, or if they do, if they're some of the larger ones, necessarily they might not have the ability to encode them in massive amounts of encryption. And that in turn means that if you transmit, the enemy very likely will also know what you're telling your own side. And the very fact that you're saying that might also give them a clue as to what kind of forces are actually going to be coming in. For example, if you title, let's say at Jutland, if you were to title your transmission to C&C Grand Fleet or something like that, then, well, that is rather obvious that, you know, the Grand Fleet is in the vicinity. Now, that's a rather obvious one, and that probably wouldn't be done, but there are other things, smaller things that might be picked up. For example, if you are a recon aircraft from a ship, you might have a call sign, which would be used to identify you, to make sure that the enemy don't just start randomly transmitting false reportings of sightings all over the place. And if your enemy has intel on what those call signs mean, again, they can derive what kind of forces might be in the area. And finally, of course, the enemy might, especially if there are carriers in the vicinity, have some kind of fighter cover who might then come in and shoot you, which they might do before you've managed to complete your report, or just generally, and people tend to have a strong survival instinct. So it's a mixture of operational security, survival, and stealth, although the operational security and stealth tends to take, obviously, the higher priority in the minds of the people who are actually giving the orders and not actually flying the missions themselves. So, yeah, there are a certain number of good reasons to not necessarily transmit over the radio when you're in contact with the enemy fleet, but you do see sort of grades of this. Sometimes transmissions are made almost immediately, sometimes aircraft will transmit whilst they're on their way back, other times, for various reasons, as you mentioned, they might not transmit at all until they've got well away and possibly even landing. Callum asks, with regards to the Nelson class, prior to and during the war, World War II, was the class deemed a success by designers and the Navy? And if so, were more not ordered with updates and improvements such as higher speed, etc.? And even if the ship design itself wasn't taken forward for future ships, why did Britain retain the twin turrets and skip to quads in some cases when triples were proven, apart from the hassle with the King George V's? The British did consider the Nelson class to be a fairly successful design overall. Obviously, the main turrets needed a fair bit of work, but as a whole form, as an armoured vessel, as a battleship in general, the all-forward armament was seen as pretty successful. To the point that during the time period when the Nelsons were being designed, they also designed the F3 option, which was a battlecruiser variant with triple 15-inch guns. They would also then designing miniature Nelson in 1926 that used triple 12s. They had various options in Battleship 1927, which was a 14-inch armed ship. Again, one of the options was basically Nelson, but with 14-inch guns. The British tended, for a number of reasons, to revert back towards a more normal fore and aft turret layout towards the end of the 1920s, going into the 30s, although occasional forays into maybe reusing the Nelson-style all-forward armament did hang around. And this idea didn't go away in other navies either. They took certain inspiration from it. So, for example, we see the Richelieu class taking the same kind of design principles forward. The Japanese had a number of Yamato precursor designs that were all forward, and even the US considered an all-forward layout for the North Carolinas back when they were, like the King George V, going to be using the Quad 14s. As for why Britain retained twins and went for quads after the Nelsons displayed the triples, again, this is something of a matter of circumstance. There were quite a few designs prepared with triples. The King George V, for example, were considered with triple 15s at one point. But when the Second London Treaty was looking to reduce the gun calibre to 14 inches, which was a British proposal that they were pushing quite hard, well, at that point, on a 35,000-ton ship, if you're going to reduce your armament to 14-inch guns, it was thought we need a lot of them, and fitting 4 quads was an easier way in terms of complying with displacement limits to get 12 guns than it would be to fit 3 triples. And the twin turrets on Vanguard were holdovers from the First World War reconditioned, so they weren't going to rip apart the entire turrets and try and invent a then brand new triple 15-inch 42 mounting, when the whole point of Vanguard was to build things very quickly, even if the whole, build things quickly didn't quite work out. Gordon Miller asks, what do you think the best non-superfiring turreted battleship design was in terms of still being effective in the combat of its era, or at least the era it was designed for? Well, given that superfiring only really comes in with the dreadnoughts, it's a little bit unfair to look before that, because at that point you're effectively asking what's the best pre-dreadnought, which is a slightly different question. So if we're looking at dreadnoughts themselves, well, all of the American ones from the South Carolina onwards had superfiring turrets, so those are eliminated from the consideration. The España class, well, moving on. You've got the Russians with the Gangut class and their derivatives, the Germans with the Nassau and Helgoland classes, the British with Dreadnought herself, the Bellerophon and St. Vincent classes. Italy has Dante Alighieri. The Japanese have the Kawachis. And that's basically it, because all the navies that I just listed, after that point, they go on to build superfiring turreted ships, and any other navies, French, the Corbeys, start off with superfiring turrets, for example, and the Minas Gerais, Rivadavia, and Almirante Latorre classes all have superfiring turrets as well. Now, of the non-superfiring dreadnought types, I think Helgoland, Nassau, and Kawachi can all be eliminated pretty quickly as relatively inefficient. They all have their reasons for having that hexagonal layout, but in the end they're carrying 12 guns and they can only bring 8 to bear, so they're gone. For somewhat similar reasons, I eliminate the British offerings, Dreadnought, Bellerophon and St. Vincent. They are first-generation dreadnoughts. In fact, the Bellerophon and St. Vincent, they are slightly reworked versions of Dreadnought's design, and they are all first-generation dreadnoughts, somewhat more efficient than the previous mentioned ones, but still, they carry 10 guns. They still only give an 8-gun broadside. I haven't mentioned the cross-deck firing battle cruisers because just no. So really it comes down to the Gangut and its derivatives and the Dante Alighieri. Now, okay, fair enough. Although they are both the first dreadnought-style battleships that their respective nations build, they are built slightly later, so they come in as second-generation dreadnoughts, and so given the very, very narrow window where you get first and second-generation dreadnoughts, it's all pretty much of an era, and they are just flat out superior in terms of firepower. They both carry 12 12-inch guns, and they can bring the 12-inch guns fully to bear on either broadside, so they have an immediate firepower advantage over any of the others. Now, I would put Imperator Nikolai in there as well, but Imperator Nikolai was never finished, and the earlier Black Sea subvariants of the Ganguts were diminutives of Gangut. So Gangut as a class is somewhat superior, so that will stand in comparison against the Dante Alighieri. And when it comes to comparisons between the two, armour is a little bit of a wash. The Gangut has slightly thinner belt armour but thicker deck armour, and the Dante Alighieri is obviously the other way around. Dante Alighieri also has slightly better protected turrets, but Gangut is faster, slightly larger, and to be perfectly honest, the Russians, when it comes to the Russian Imperial Navy of World War I, they are not actually pushovers. Now, granted, they do lose to a certain extent against the High Seas Fleet, but they're not the Russian fleet of the Russo-Japanese War. You see from, say, the stand that Slava puts up against the German invasion in the Baltic, and then you have a look at what some of the pre-dreadnoughts pulled off in the Black Sea. When they get going, they can actually be pretty formidable. They're just not in large enough numbers, but since this is a kind of a one-on-one comparison, I'm not saying the crew of Dante Alighieri are bad, but the crew of one of the Ganguts are likely to be pretty good. And as I said, they've got the speed advantage, they've got the durability advantage, the armour's a little bit of a wash, at which point it really comes down to, apart from the fact that I'd say Gangut's probably more likely to get hits in sooner, there's also the simple fact that the Ganguts are mounting the Russian 12-inch gun, which is actually a superb weapon for the time period. It's just flat out better than practically everybody else's 12-inch guns at the time, and so I would say that in terms of non-superfiring battleships, the best design that was actually constructed was probably the Ganguts. Reva asks, the line between ships of the line and ironclads is obvious, and so too is the line between pre-dreadnought and dreadnought. When and why then is the line between ironclad and the battleships we now call pre-dreadnoughts so blurry? Now, that is, it's actually, I must admit, a very good question, because how do you define a pre-dreadnought? We define the pre-dreadnought most of the time these days as starting with the Majestic class, because it introduces a whole suite of different things that we now say, well, this is definitely the start of the pre-dreadnoughts. But to a certain extent, it is admittedly a post-fact rationalisation. They certainly weren't seen as a brand new generation of warship at the time. They were seen as a continuation of the existing paradigm of warship construction. Now, when you look at the individual aspects of how we define a pre-dreadnought, you can actually go quite far back. And if you want to start picking aspects of pre-dreadnought design, you start to see it is actually a very fuzzy area when you're looking at things in specific. So, for example, how does one define a pre-dreadnought? Twin turrets fore and aft? Well, does that make HMS Devastation a pre-dreadnought in 1870? Or maybe the definition between ironclad and pre-dreadnought is the disappearance of iron armour. Well, the Italian Caio Duilio starts construction in the 1873 using Schneider Creusot steel armour. Not Harvey steel armour, not face-hardened steel armour, but it is steel. It's no longer, technically speaking, an ironclad because it's actually a steel clad, if you like. And then you've got all the ships in between there and Majestic, which are using compound armour, which, okay, there is iron in there, but there's also steel. You've got some ships that just use steel. You've got the Italia class, which just goes, yeah, I'm not using armour at all, but where I have deck protection, I am using steel. So is it the steel aspect of it? It doesn't seem to be. Then you've got potentially, is it the use of vertical triple expansion engines? Well, again, those were used in earlier ship designs, the Victoria class, for instance. Are we looking perhaps at the adoption of the fully armoured barbette instead of the traditional biscuit tin turret or the open barbette? Well, in that case, does the Italian Sambon class battleship count? Because, I mean, that uses fully armoured barbettes, it uses triple expansion engines, it uses Harvey face-hardened armour, so why is that not pre-dreadnought? It predates the Majestics by a couple of years. Well, it even uses the other remaining factor, which is the longer barrel smokeless powder guns instead of the old gunpowder fired shorter barrel ones. The only real thing that distinguishes the Sambon from the Majestic is that it's a smaller ship that uses 10-inch guns instead of 12-inch guns, and by that dint, actually, its contemporary in 1893, similarly armed HMS Renown, again, Harvey armour, triple expansion engines, fully armoured barbette, long barrel weapons, but again, using 10-inch guns. Albeit, to be fair, that Renown's guns are shorter weapons than those found on the Sambon. So, do we make a case for the Sambon class being the first pre-dreadnought? Well, being kind of a second tier one with 10-inch guns rather than the 12-inch that everyone later adopted suggests probably no, and I don't think you'd find that many people who'd argue it. Especially when you combine with the detail that, the Majestics were actually in service 3 or 4 years before the Zambons did, because they had a long old build time. But you can see all of these different elements that we associate with the pre-dreadnought. There's actually this fairly long transition process where if you want to say this is an ironclad, you're probably actually starting to run out of ships in the 1870s, the early 1870s at that. So you've got the later 1870s, the 1880s, and the early part of the 1890s, where the majority of ships that are being built are no longer fit, at least in battleship terms, the strict definition of the ironclad, but they don't necessarily fit the full definition of the pre-dreadnought either. So I think, to be perfectly honest, given that time period, we're probably going to have to come up with another name to distinguish those vessels that are not ironclads but also not pre-dreadnoughts. Suggestions in the comments below. Some guy asks, how much did the Nelsonian myth influence the rate of fire debate in the years before World War I? I seem to recall a lot of older histories emphasising the Royal Navy's rate of fire advantage as a key to their victories in that era, and erroneously other eras such as the Armada campaign, while modern histories, such as NAM Roger, see Nelson's talk of pell-mell battles as tactical instructions for his specific situations rather than universal maxims. I think that's very much an open question, and one that you will probably get a wide variety of responses from various naval historians. Certainly the myth of Nelson was very much alive in the pre-World War I and World War I Royal Navy, for fairly obvious reasons. However, at the same time, technology had moved on quite a bit and had been quite different for quite a while, such that the day-to-day, oh yeah, we can maintain massive rates of fire aspect had been well and truly broken by that point. I mean, you go through this whole patch in the probably 30, maybe 40 years surrounding the very end of the end of the 19th and the very beginning of the 20th century, when a lot of ships' main armament, and in some cases sole armament, have a rate of fire measured in shots per hour rather than shots per minute. So, yeah, the idea of the main battery being able to undertake rapid fire was well and truly gone from the general populace of the Navy for quite a while. It then saw something of resurgence in the hail of fire doctrine that you see surrounding a lot of pre-dreadnoughts, but that grew out of the advent of the quick-firing gun and was the secondary and tertiary and so on batteries. The main guns were still seen as fairly slow-firing. So evolving out of that as the secondary batteries start to draw more and more out of range and more as a weapon for use against subsidiary threats such as torpedo boats, the main guns are coming out of a tradition for a good half century at this point where they're not expected to fire at a tremendously great rate. Now, with that said, the idea of outshooting your enemy is still there in terms of, firing faster than them. And yes, that would have been influenced by the Nelson myth of pointing out, that was not the Nelsonian myth, but the actual fact of the matter that the British crews could and did rapidly fire much quicker than their French and Spanish opponents in the Napoleonic Wars. That definitely was a thing, and people can generally understand also the concept that if you fire more shells than your opponent, then assuming you both have approximately the same level of accuracy, you will do more damage because you will hit more often and faster, and the enemy will suffer for it. So, I mean, that's just a generally decent concept to run by if you can guarantee a certain level of accuracy. The issues with some of the rate of fire paradigms that were adopted in certain parts of the Royal Navy, obviously particularly some of the battle cruisers, as I've discussed before, they do also grow out of things such as the fact that they're stuck in Rosyth and can't practice long-range gunnery all that much. So if they can't practice long-range gunnery, the only thing you can practice is load and fire drill, and hope, as Beatty did, that sheer rate of fire would allow you to find the range faster and then hit very much faster than slower, more considered method. But that's more circumstance rather than design, although again, many historians would probably say there is certain elements of the Nelsonian style creeping in there. So yeah, without doing extensive interviews, etc., and looking at massive amounts of correspondence from the time, I personally couldn't. I wouldn't be confident saying it had no effect, because I'm pretty sure it did. But I also wouldn't be very happy with saying that the Nelsonian myth is the main or a very strong influence in this rapid fire paradigm that develops in the British fleet in the World War I period, because I think there were a lot of other issues that contributed to that beyond just, this ancient ship of the line battle doctrine surely must be the superior one that we must adopt for our modern steel warships. I think the answer is somewhere in between. It was probably a contributor to the idea, a sort of a reinforcement of the idea, but I don't think it's the originator of the idea. Although, as I say, I think you find a lot of disagreement amongst historians on that particular subject. Federico Bozzi asks, in the age of sail, I've read that ships of the line had enough crewmen or artillerists to man only half the guns on board, i.e. a full broadside. But at Trafalgar, Victory was able to rake simultaneously the two French ships it was passing between. Can you shed some light on the issue? It's a mixture of factors. Now, granted, at the time, with things like the line of battle being the generally accepted tactics, you were only really expecting to have to fight on one side of the ship or the other at any given time. This much is true. and to minimise the number of men, because you already have hundreds and upon hundreds in what is ultimately a relatively small ship, you don't want to unnecessarily double up on crews. So officially, there would be one gun crew, and they would be assigned to a gun and its matching opposite number on the other side of the ship. So as a result, you get people saying, oh, well, yes, they could only operate one gun, i.e. you can only operate one broadside of the ship at a time. Everything up till that last statement is true. But the people in the Age of Sail weren't stupid. They knew there were going to be circumstances when both sides of the ship might be engaged. They also knew that minimally crewing the ship to a point that basically you had only the number of people needed to man the guns was also a stupid thing, because people would be killed, people would be wounded, there would be new demands on the ship. I mean, if you have just the people necessary to operate a single gun out of two, then that means you're going to have to carry a completely separate detachment for boarding, you're going to have to carry completely separate detachments for damage control, manning the pumps, manning the capstans, all the various jobs and roles on the ship. And that actually balloons your crew quite quickly, and also means that you're going to end up with an awful lot of people in a battle who are going to be standing around not doing anything, because until the ship is damaged, well, if you've only got a pure damage control crew, what are they going to do? Unless the ship is boarding or being boarded, what's your boarding crew going to do? So the gun crews were deliberately overstrength, both to factor in that some of them are going to be killed or wounded during the battle, and also to factor in that you might have to call some of them away for assembling boarding parties, for manning the pumps, etc., etc. So when you look at the actual breakdown of who is given what jobs on most gun crews, you tend to find that every role has a duplicate man or an assistant. So on, say, a large gun, it depends exactly what size gun that you're talking about, but on pretty much any ship of the line gun, you're going to need a gun captain, you're going to need a loader, and you're going to need someone to sponge, and you're going to need a hand spiker. So that's 4 roles. Doubled up is 8. You're going to need someone to run about doing the powder supply job. That one you could maybe get away with having just the one person assigned to. And then you've got the manual labour to haul the gun around. I mean, all these other people are going to help, but for example, if you've got your loader and your sponger at the front end of the gun, if they've then got to put their tools away and run to the back of the gun to help run it out, that's going to delay your rate of fire. So it's better to have men at the back who can haul the gun forward as soon as the sponger and loader's jobs are done. And obviously you'd have duplicates for them as well. So what does this mean? Well, it means you've got anything between probably 10 to even up to 16 on some of the really heavy guns. Although some of those 40-pounder plus guns did tend to go out of service relatively fast. But you've got this kind of low to mid-teens gun crew. But you can probably get away with 5 or 6 of them to actually operate the gun. So if your ship is going into battle, so you're not boarding, you haven't yet taken all that much damage, and your gun crews are mostly intact, you can actually split that one gun crew to man both sides of the ship. So if you take Victory breaking the line of the French, for example, Victory's gun crews on the approach are not being engaged. They've got all the time in the world to load the guns on both sides, and once they're loaded, bearing in mind they're going to be sailing past, they're not really going to get many raking broadsides as they break the line. It doesn't take that much effort to have 1 or 2 people on one side and 1 or 2 people on the other, and everyone else kind of waiting to see which way Victory's going to turn once it goes through the line to determine which gun they really should be emphasising manning. And then you can ripple fire down both broadsides as you proceed through the Franco-Spanish line, and, well, then you have your double broadside. Well, actually a double broadside, because all the guns are double loaded and you're firing from both sides. When you're talking about a running engagement, as you see happening at things like Cape St. Vincent, again, as long as those gun crew numbers stay up, you can fight both sides of the ship at once. Now, it is going to drop your efficiency, because obviously if a job that you're doing with, let's say, a dozen men, if you're now doing it with half that many, it's going to be more tiring, because you might have a task that's split between two people and now one person's doing it, so they're going to wear out faster. It might slow your overall rate of fire as well, and it also means that when casualties start mounting up, when boarding parties start getting called, when damage control is needed, etc., etc., those are going to sap the numbers, and they're going to take your gun crews to a level below which they can actually meaningfully fight that gun. But until those events occur, as long as you're happy to stand with a slightly slower rate of fire, and the fact that your gun crews might wear out a lot faster, you can fight both sides of the ship. It's not, though, a situation that you want to be doing for all too much time, because generally if you're fighting both sides of the ship, that means someone's shooting at you from both sides of the ship. So understandably, your casualties are probably going to add up fairly quickly anyway. So the captain might prioritise which side he wants to fight, or he might say, okay, we're going to fight with full gun crews but manning every other gun. So if you've got on a first rate, for example, you've got your 32-pounder gun deck, your 24-pounder and your 18-pounder gun deck. If you've got a total of, say, 32-pounder guns, so you've got 16 per side, you might go, actually, we're going to man 8 guns on this side and 8 guns on this side and replicate that upwards through the ship. Yes, you've cut your firepower in half, but you're going to get regular firepower speeds. So especially for the British, who, as was noted in a previous question, already had a rate of fire advantage, if you can engage on both sides at full rate of fire, because you're using full gun crews just alternating, well, if you can fire at least twice as fast as your opponent, then the fact you're actually firing half as many guns means you've only taken yourself down to equal level. And if you can fire faster than that, and if you can fire 3 times as fast, you're actually still putting out more cannonballs per minute than your opponent is going to be. I mean, you've still got the problem of casualties going to be adding up pretty quickly because you're being shot at from both sides, but it does give you options. So effectively the answer is yes, a ship can fight both sides of its guns in the age of sail, but only early on, and there are a lot of caveats as to the long-term effectiveness of such a strategy. It's brilliant for breaking the line, when you only have to do it as a one-off and then you can decide which gun side you're fighting on. And if you have a British-style rate of fire advantage, you can pull it off to some effect, but it's never really a situation you want to be in for any considerable length of time. Tyler Griffin asks, with the absurd fire rate of the Des Moines-class cruisers and the supposedly improved armour designs, could a Des Moines have taken on larger classes of ship that a cruiser normally wouldn't, such as Scharnhorst or lightly armoured battleships, battle cruisers like Congo? And secondly, which countries had the best chance of going up against a Des Moines cruiser in a cruiser versus cruiser competition, such as Pippa, Counties, Bioko, Alba, Tonay, etc.? So with regard to the first part, could they go up against bigger ships? It depends what range they're going up against. Now, there is always the fact that, yeah, an 8-inch shell is more than enough to start smashing up valuable things that aren't armoured, like, range-finding equipment, fire control equipment, etc. But as super heavy 8-inch shells, whilst the Des Moines guns can, in theory, reach out past the point of really practical hits being scored in terms of range, the shell flight time is quite considerable compared to battleships. So, for example, if you take something like the Scharnhorsts, at 20,000 yards, the Scharnhorsts would be more than capable of hitting the Des Moines. The Des Moines is in theory capable of hitting the Scharnhorst, but the shell flight time for the Des Moines 8-inch guns at that point is something in the order of approaching about 40 seconds, which means that a Scharnhorst that just keeps manoeuvring is going to be able to just evade unless and until the Des Moines starts anticipating where that Scharnhorst might manoeuvre to. And in exchange, the Scharnhorst 11-inch shells are going to be coming back a heck of a lot quicker. so that's going to be much, much, much harder for the Des Moines to evade. So at long range against ships with heavy guns, the Des Moines is still at a disadvantage purely because it's far more likely that they can hit it than it can hit them by anything other than pure luck, assuming that the larger ship doesn't just sail in a straight line. However, at closer ranges, the Des Moines would stand a chance against the more likely armoured capital ships. I mean, you can see what the US forces did to Hiei at close range. Des Moines can do that only better because, more rate of fire, more powerful guns. In terms of going up against other cruisers, the Des Moines, its sheer rate of fire, as well as, to be honest, its size, gives it a significant advantage against all the cruisers that you listed. But there is one caveat I'd put onto that, which is that the Des Moines is very much a end-of-the-war post-war cruiser, and some of the advantages that it has are connected with things like its radar and its fire control systems, which are also obviously late war, post-war things, and all those other ships that you listed, they are pre-war ships. So it's not an entirely fair comparison unless you were going to look at either a theoretical refit or, in some of the county cases, an actual refit with modern mid to late 40s equipment. Now, even then, the Des Moines still has a huge advantage because of its massive rate of fire, apart from anything else. It's also got, the guns are just flat out more powerful in most cases, but the one caveat I would put onto that is that by the time you're getting into the late 40s, the accuracy of the radar fire control systems is such that you can probably start to expect first salvo hits, again assuming the target doesn't do anything particularly wild in terms of manoeuvring. And in those circumstances, you're talking heavy cruiser versus heavy cruiser. So if a theoretically refitted treaty or immediate post-treaty cruiser got off a salvo against a Des Moines, if it was the first one to get off the salvo, which is entirely possible because the Des Moines rate of fire doesn't automatically give it the first shot, and that salvo scored a number of hits, including things such as maybe crippling part of the Des Moines fire control system, especially the radar arrays, then in theory they could win. It is a possible thing. It's not something you'd want to discount. But the Des Moines has those more advanced systems, which means it can do exactly the same thing back, assuming that it gets the first shot off. And if both sides do a relatively simultaneous first salvo and don't hit in such a way as to cripple their opponent pretty much from the start, then the Des Moines will win because rate of fire, it's just going to get those chances to do those crippling hits more often. So against those cruisers, assuming they're on an equal footing fire control system and radar wise, the Des Moines still has a massive advantage, but there are plausible scenarios in which it could lose. Fritz Kramer, I don't know, asks, was there any real work put in pre-war planning for ABDA Command? Outside the nations besides the obvious Royal Navy and Royal Australian Navy and the US Navy and Royal Navy, did the Dutch put any real commitment into coordination with the other allies? Did the US Navy do any previous coordination work with the Royal Australian Navy? Or was it just kind of, we're allies now, so we just have to work it together on the fly? Was there any theoretical war games where it played out similar, like it actually did in real life, that made them think? Or was there even a suggestion pre-war? Essentially, outside of the somewhat default Royal Navy, Royal Australian Navy cooperation, there was basically nothing that would serve as a basis for ABDA Command pre-war. The Dutch had their own interests and had little to no interest in being dragged into British imperial affairs. The Americans had even less interest in being dragged into British affairs, and Australia was very much in the orbit of Britain at that point, so coordination between the Royal Australian and United States navies was pretty much out the window as far as any kind of detailed planning of the nature that you'd need for ABDA Command was concerned. So yeah, you're basically faced with different countries outside of Australia and Britain who have completely different priorities, completely different interests, completely different cultures, and really little to no interest in actually helping each other out, to be perfectly honest. And then war comes and they suddenly find they're all fighting Japan. And it just kind of all gets thrown together, and, well, such is life. I mean, you look at the various war plans with the Japanese. The Americans had their own plan to quite comfortably deal with Japan. The British, and therefore by extension the Australians, also had their own plan to deal with Japan, together in their particular case, but effectively, if you look at the British Empire and its Commonwealths as a overall entity alone, they didn't need anybody else's help, although they did anticipate that America would probably get involved at some point. And then you've got the Dutch, whose attitude to a war with Japan was, please don't have a war with Japan. And they were trying to build the 1047 battle cruisers as an attempt to deter Japan. But they rightly, as it turned out, surmised that if the Japanese were ever going to come for the Dutch East Indies, they'd probably step on either or the British and American toes on the way through, at which point it would be a case of kind of hold out long enough for reinforcements from the Netherlands to reach them, and or the British or the Americans to start stepping on Japanese toes. So, yeah, not the world's best thought out plan, as it turned out. Paul from Chicago asks, 254 colliers were lost in Admiralty service during World War I, reference to Warwick Brown Coal to Oil Appendix 12, for a given total of a little over 715,000 tonnes of shipping lost out of a total high of between 2.2 and 2.5 million tonnes of colliers. This works out roughly 1 in 3 Admiralty colliers, leased or owned, being lost in the war, and that's just colliers under Admiralty control. If I understand correctly, and I could be wrong, shipments between the main British staging area for the Grand Fleet, the Firth of Forth and Scapa Flow, were escorted throughout the war. How were so many Admiralty colliers sunk? Of Admiralty colliers sunk in the war, 254 had recorded cargo, but only 11.4% of those were empty. There's a fairly long odds of that happening naturally. Do you have a definitive explanation of how the Germans sank so many full colliers? Would it have been safer to serve on a battle cruiser under Beatty or on a collier? Right, so there's two sides to this. One of which is that the Admiralty was, if you like, a little bit mercenary when it came to colliers. So when it says under Admiralty control or in Admiralty service, very often the Admiralty, when it came to leasing private colliers, would say, right, we are going to lease your collier for collecting the coal from a given port and for taking the coal to wherever we want you to take it, and then that's it. And if you want to make a profit on the return journey, well, good luck to you. Have fun with that. Which meant that the vast majority of ships sailing under Admiralty control at any given time, at least as far as colliers went, apart from, fleet colliers, would actually be loaded with coal. So there's that. Secondly, you've also got to count, yes, the colliers sailing up to Scapa, etc., were escorted most of the time. Not necessarily all the time, but most of the time. But on the other hand, you've got to remember that's not the only place that coal is going. And it's also not the only coal fields. There are the Jellicoe specials, the coal trains running up from Wales to through England and into Scotland to then be offloaded and sent off to Scapa and such like. But there are also colliers distributing coal to other naval bases. So, for example, when the Grand Fleet is over in Ireland in the early part of the war while they're securing Scapa, when they managed to lose Audacious, colliers are having to go there. There's Navy bases in Plymouth, in Portsmouth, in the Thames Estuary, and yes, you can distribute some of that by rail, but you can move an awful lot more by ship, by collier. There's the various overseas stations the Royal Navy still has to maintain. All of those need coal. All of those have to be shipped. Because, you're not going to get a railway out to the middle of South Africa or India or the Caribbean, etc. So all of these places will have colliers heading to them, which are all much, much more vulnerable to U-boat attack than perhaps some of the escorted ones running up to Scapa. So between those two issues, that's going to be the reason why, A, lots of colliers are lost. I mean, they're not exactly the world's fastest things. And B, why so many of them are fully loaded at the time. I rather suspect that if you manage to find a source that lists all the ships that were lost in World War One, and there are a few books out there that do, if you then found a digitized copy, and I think there is one or two out there, and then sorted it by colliers lost and sorted out just the ones that were flying under their own steam, if you like, rather than under Admiralty control, you'd probably find there's a correspondingly higher than average number that was sunk when empty. As far as whether it's safer to serve on a battle cruiser under Beatty or on a collier, you're looking at, at Jutland, Beatty loses 1/3 of the battle cruisers under his command, and almost loses another, which would have taken his losses up to 50%, and gets another one very badly battered. Whereas for the colliers, they're quote-unquote only losing about 1/3. So, even with that rather hilarious loss rate for Admiralty-controlled colliers, it's still safer to be on a collier. Fred the Red asks, what are some of the most famous stories of ships being at action stations for extremely long amounts of times, or stories of individual sailors who kept at their stations for very long times? And separately, but somewhat related, what was the tactical plan for the all-forward gun battleships in a fleet engagement? Would a ship like Nelson have stayed bow in at an angle to give all guns the necessary arc to fire, or would it have simply sailed broadside like a more traditionally laid out battleship? So, with regards to the first part, two of the more famous British actions come to mind immediately. I'm sure there are plenty of others, and I'm sure people will chime in below with examples, but the first two that immediately sprang to mind reading this question were Jutland, where the men on the British battleships were called to action stations sometime before the first engagement with the High Seas Fleet, and some of them weren't let off of action stations until well into the night, well into the hours of darkness. So they spent the better part of, not a 24-hour day, but the better part of a normal working day locked up at action stations. Another example would be in the final pursuit and destruction of Bismarck aboard Rodney, hence the image. The gunners and various other people noted that they'd been closed up at action stations since the early hours of the morning. So again, another sort of 8 to 10 hour stint. But the prize crew for long duration action stations pretty much has to go to the crew of poor old Bismarck, who had been at action stations pretty much since the previous evening, so well over 12 hours. And they were kept there intentionally, not by strictly the captain or the admiral, but by the British, because they knew just how wearing being at action stations that long was, and that's why you had the Tribal class flotilla, along with the Piron, basically harassing it with torpedoes and gunfire all through the night, because whilst that would be exhausting for the destroyer crews knew at the end of that particular action they could pull away and relax for a little bit, whereas by keeping Bismarck under fire, constantly having to, keep the crew at action stations and firing back, it meant that by the time day dawned and Rodney and King George Smith hove into view, oh boy, were those sailors tired. And so, they were going into battle with considerable amounts of fatigue on their shoulders, which really didn't help matters for them. Now, as far as the ships, like, again, they say Rodney and Nelson, in a fleet action, It depends very much how big a fleet action you're talking about, because the idea of Jutland-style battles have pretty much gone out the window with the Washington Naval Treaty, if for no other reason there weren't enough ships to fight a Jutland-style battle anymore, at least as far as the capital ships were concerned. The Royal Navy's fighting instructions generally, as was mentioned in the videos on Hood and on Bismarck's final voyage, held that in the event of a confrontation between capital ships, British ships should seek to close the range, because it was felt that at closer range you get more accuracy, and the tendency of the British ships at the time to be fairly heavily armoured would stand them in theory in good stead, because they would be able to close the range down and still be protected by their armour to a degree, whilst hopefully they pounded their enemy into submission enough that by the time they got into a range where even something like Nelson's armour could be penetrated, the enemy wouldn't be able to fire back accurately, if at all. So the sort of angled bow-on approach would be perfectly fine for Nelson in that particular scenario, and most of the engagements were likely to be what in World War I would have been called squadron actions. It was considered incredibly unlikely that you'd have 8, 10, or well, definitely not 15, because not everyone would be available, but sort of in maybe up to maybe a dozen ships all in a line of battle duking it out, because, well, the only way that was ever going to happen was if the US and the UK went to war and they agreed to meet up somewhere in the Atlantic to settle their differences, which was fairly unlikely. And if you're going up against Japan, it wasn't thought that you would, although the Japanese desperately wanted a single large fleet battle, it wasn't thought that that was really the way that it would go. So, at least from the British side, so small squadron actions of 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 ships at maximum means that sort of a long battle line uniformly laid out going broadside, while they were capable of doing that, is very unlikely that particular situation would have arisen. Thomas Farley asks, in your recent collaboration video on World War I U-boats, you mentioned German false flag operations, specifically a German U-boat sailing under Austro-Hungarian colours in the Mediterranean. I've never heard of this, and I find it somewhat confusing, since Germany and Austria-Hungary were on the same side. They're both at war with all the same nations, so since they couldn't be flying a friendly or neutral flag to approach enemy ships unsuspected, why bother switching flags? Or was this like World War II, when you had Italians flying German planes so that the Allies thought that they were German? I'm sure Michael Lowry will offer some further information when he has the time, but from my part of things, there's a few different aspects here. One of which is the Germans sent some U-boats over to Austria-Hungary flat out, so they're German U-boats with Austro-Hungarian flags. Separately, there is the issue of intelligence, because if you've got a German U-boat with a given designation, if the Austro-Hungarians, who use a similar system of designation, if that U-boat shows up in the Adriatic and everyone sees it, if it's flying an Austro-Hungarian flag, then people are going to assume it's an Austro-Hungarian submarine, and therefore they're going to assume that the same numbered U-boat, perhaps, is still around in Kaiserliche Marine service in the North Sea. So there are 2 of them, when in fact there may only just be the one. So a little bit of a distraction there. And on top of that, there's also, I suspect, and again I'm sure Michael Lowry will correct me if I'm wrong, but I suspect that there's also a certain amount to do with the rules of war, because whilst they did have similar enemies, bearing in mind in World War I, there were no codified rules for submarine warfare, really. Technically, they should have been following the cruiser rules, but that really doesn't work with subs. But what the Kaiserliche Marine was doing at various points in terms of its orders to its U-boats, and what the Kaiserliche und Königliche Kriegsmarine was doing, i.e. the Austro-Hungarian fleet, could be 2 entirely different things as far as their rules of engagement were concerned. So by having a German submarine operate under its rules of engagement, but potentially flying an Austro-Hungarian flag, that could lead to some potential issues with certain Allied ships not anticipating that the submarine was going to do something that it might actually do that would be quite destructive. But as I say, I'm sure if there's further detail or corrections to be offered, and then Mr. Lowry will offer them, and I will offer those in turn to you at some point in the future. Sreko asks, has anyone tried putting railway guns like Schwerer Gustav on ships USS Vesuvius style? And if not, why not? Weirdly enough, it's actually mostly the other way around. There are various attempts throughout both world wars, in some ways successfully in many cases, to adapt naval guns to action on land, i.e. turning them into railway guns and in some cases fixed artillery emplacements. The US got some 14-inch guns in to World War One. The Paris gun, for example, was an adapted naval weapon. There were various naval guns of varying sizes acting as super heavy artillery on both sides in World War One, and a few in World War II as well. The thing with something like Schwerer Gustav, sometimes also known by the second gun in the series, Dora, is basically it's just too impractically large. It's 80 centimetres, 800 millimetres, 31.5 inches, whatever dimensions you want to use. It's vastly larger than any naval gun actually put to sea. And whilst the idea of fitting a large weapon to a ship in either a fixed or semi-fixed position in order to use it as a bombardment ship did indeed exist, that's why you got monitors, well, for a start, the weight of even a twin 15-inch turret doesn't come close to the weight of a Schwerer Gustav style emplacement. I mean, this thing weighs between 13 and 1400 tons. And when you compare that with a twin 15-inch 42 turret that found its way onto a number of British monitors, that weighs around about just over or under 800 tons, depending on the exact mark of turret. So yeah, this single gun weighs considerably more than that, and I can guarantee you it weighs a lot more than that fixed 18-inch gun that they salvaged from Furious and that they installed on, well, more than one British monitor because they had a few of them. So if you were going to build a monitor for a Schwerer Gustav, you'd basically be building something in the order of a small battleship-sized vessel anyway, at which point you might equip it with more useful more numerous smaller weapons. And there's also the fact that all of those guns, even up to and including Furiouses, they had ways of reloading them at sea already worked out, obviously from their time on battleships, so they could fire at a reasonable rate. Schwerer Gustav was only ever designed for use on land, and obviously the shells weigh ridiculous amounts, etc. Trying to design the barbette, magazine, shell room, shell hoist, shell handling arrangements, etc. for some kind of navalized version is just insane. And I mean, on land, the thing didn't really have the world's greatest rate of fire. If you put that thing on a ship, you are going to become priority target number one, and if you can't fire fast enough to make your bombardment worthwhile before you have to skedaddle, it's just not worth the trouble and the effort. Plus, of course, if you then lose a ship that you stick a gun this size on, that's a considerable investment gone down the drain. Assuming, of course, the ship even survives a recoil of firing it, which you might see the reinvention of the old bomb vessel with specially strengthened hulls in order to try and accomplish that particular feat. Lord Hawthorne asks, can you explain how elements of the High Seas Fleet were raised? Yes, I can, but it's a very long and evolved story that, probably not suitable for this, but you'll be happy to know that there will, at some point, be a video on the salvage of the High Seas Fleet at Scapa Flow, in kind of the same vein as the series I did on the salvage at Pearl Harbor. So hopefully that will suffice as an answer to your question when I manage to put that all together. Dennis Kocher asks, were the Zara-class cruisers particularly good ships? Can you give a brief comparison between them and comparable ships in other navies, and how they matched up? So the Zara-class really only have one major thing going against them, which is that their guns did suffer from accuracy issues, not just because of Italian shell quality control, which you can't really hold against the ship and the design itself, but because they did stick the 8-inch guns a little bit too close together, so they had to make some modifications to reduce interference problems between the two shells, which was something that did crop up a few times in various different nations. Some of the US standards with the 444s had that same problem for a while before they introduced delay circuits into the central gun. But nevertheless, outside of that, the Zaras are only really comparable, at least in my opinion, with two other classes of heavy cruiser. I'm excluding the Megamis because they were sort of notionally light cruisers, designed, admittedly, to be converted to heavy cruisers, but with certain issues as a result of that. So I would say they broadly compare to the Takao and Admiral Hipper classes, because those two classes are also classes like the Zaras that took the Washington Treaty restrictions on displacement and kind of laughed at them. As I say, the Megamis did as well to a degree, but aforementioned reasons why we're not looking at those. So when you compare the Zaras, the Hippers, and the Takaos or Atagos, depending on how you want to look at that particular class, the Zaras are the same speed as the Hippers. They have the same notional armament as the Hippers for their main guns, as in they have 4 twin 8-inch. The Japanese ships are a couple of knots faster and also carry an extra pair of guns. They have 10 guns instead of 8. But when you get to protection, the Zaras are ahead by a country mile. They've got by far the thickest belt armour. They've got pretty much the thickest deck armour by a reasonable amount. And they, along with the Hippers, actually have turret armour that stands a half-decent chance of possibly stopping an 8-inch shell at reasonable combat ranges, although, once again, the Zara class's turret faces are thicker than the Hippers, so they have the advantage there as well. Now, interestingly enough, the Zaras don't carry torpedoes, whereas obviously the Japanese ships definitely do, with lots of long lances aboard, and the Hippers carry a fair number of torpedoes themselves, although obviously not as capable as the long lances. Anti-aircraft defence is a little bit harder to judge because, of course, well, the Zara class suffered a rather enforced diminishment of numbers at the Battle of Cape Matapan, which doesn't really help evaluating how they might have looked later on. And, of course, Italy bowed out of the war halfway through, so there isn't really a late war Zara-type anti-aircraft armament, and the remaining ship was also lost around about the time the Italians bowed out, so that doesn't really help matters, whereas at least for the Japanese and German ships, we do have late war anti-aircraft fit comparisons. But when you look at the early war anti-aircraft fits, I'd say the Italians are pretty much onto something. They've certainly got better anti-aircraft loadouts than the early war Japanese ships by a considerable margin. Compared to the Hippers, they actually have more secondary guns. The Germans use 105, the Italians using 100mm. The Germans theoretically have more medium and light AA, but the German 37mm they have initially is not exactly anything to write home about. The Italians do fit some of their relatively decent 37mm on there. So I'd say overall, I'd rate the Italian anti-aircraft secondary fit as probably the best out of those three. So overall, I would say in a fight between the three, assuming that the Zara doesn't eat a bunch of long lances and assuming we're correcting for shell quality, the Zaras have a pretty good chance of taking the match in the comparison of the what is Washington Treaty displacement limits. face-off for various cruiser classes, because they're certainly much, much more durable than the Japanese ships, to a point that the extra pair of guns the Japanese can bring to bear probably aren't going to make too much difference, especially given the Italian propensity and ability to conduct fairly decent long-range fire. And yeah, the fact that the Japanese ships are the worst protected here isn't going to help them in the slightest, really. And then when you have a look at the hippers, although the Japanese theoretically have a somewhat thicker belt, their turret armour is just appalling, so that's why I rate them as worst protected. But when you look at the hippers are by far the heaviest of the ships present. They're considerably heavier than the Zaras, but they're not as well protected. Guns, okay, fair enough, roughly comparable. But as I say, the Zaras also have the edge on anti-aircraft armament. The only thing the hippers really have over them is torpedo tubes, and they're not any faster either. So yeah, Zara's pretty good solid ships, and for the overweight by design category, probably the best fitted, especially once you control for external factors they couldn't have anything to do with in terms of ship design, such as the shell quality control process. Brian W. Broadaway asks, in the Battle of Coral Sea, reports of damage to the Japanese carrier Shikaku vary from pilot reports of cracks from flight deck to waterline, found in Combat Command by Sherman, then CEO of USS Lexington, to 3 bomb hits, found in Shattered Sword. Many records were destroyed, but what do we know about Shikaku's damage at the Battle of Coral Sea? Well, as you say, different sources say different things. I would be tempted to go more with the narrative found in Shattered Sword, not only because, wow, those guys did an awful lot of research, so, yeah, that there's going to be an awful lot of information in there that I'm going to say, yep, this is probably accurate when it comes into conflict with potentially other sources. But secondly, there's the practical engineering side of things. And yeah, shockingly, Drac is citing engineering stuff. Oh wow. But no, in all seriousness, Shikaku drove itself quite hard to get home after the damage at Coral Sea, to the point it was actually taking quite a bit of water over the bow, apparently, which had some rather negative effects when it came to, water's not supposed to be in the ship, because, there's a big hole there now, thanks to the American pilots. But anyway, A, it survived that, maybe just, and B, once it was actually in dock, it needed repairs, but it was back out at sea and, as a ship at least, fully operational well inside of a month. Now, you are not going to get a ship that can go up to full operational speed, operate an air group, etc., from we've got a bunch of holes in our deck and our ship is basically split in two inside of a month. I mean, Yorktown didn't take anywhere near that much damage, and if she'd been in dock for proper repairs, mostly to her machinery, she would have been in dock for considerably longer than she was when she was turned around, in the order of months. So yeah, those kind of cracks that you describe, sorry, that doesn't match up with the amount of time she spent in dock. And if they'd just sort of rush bodge job them together, then the damage she took during the Guadalcanal campaign would almost certainly have sent her to the bottom, because it would have started any bodge job repairs and that would have been it. Whereas in fact she took quite the heavy plastering during that campaign as well, and then went back for even more repairs, and actually those repairs took considerably longer than the repairs that were necessary to turn around after Coral Sea, which indicates to me that actually the damage at Coral Sea was nowhere near as bad structurally as some would like to make out. So yeah, based on that evaluation and the fact that I have a good degree of faith in the authors of Shattered Sword, I'm going to go on the side of the narrative that, yeah, 3 bomb hits, a bunch of damage, but nothing that wasn't able to be turned around in relatively short order. Jonathan Sullivan asks, hey Drac, could you talk about the Battle of Hudson's Bay or any other French versus English battles in Canadian waters? Port Royal comes to mind, with the British trying 3 times before eventually taking it. Was there anything France could do to keep their hold on Canada? What you might loosely describe as a naval campaign in this kind of sense, of the various battles that take place off the shore of a particular country at the time, colony, is one of the things I'm looking at exploring in the future. So further down the line, probably much further down the line, I will get around to talking about a lot of these smaller and less appreciated battles. But very briefly, the Battle of Hudson's Bay was a fight between a rather lost French ship. It got detached from the rest of its squadron. They're described as ships of the line, but I mean, in the classic age of sail, they'd be regarded as sort of fourth rates. So, I mean, at the time, a fourth rate is just about a line ship, because we're talking about the late 1600s rather than the late 17 and going on into the 1800s, but never mind. The British force has a 50-gun ship, the Hampshire, and some smaller ships, which would probably be rated fifth rates, bordering on sixth rates in later periods. These belong to the Hudson's Bay Company. They are not royal warships, and that does make something of a difference, because whilst a ship may be armed with a certain number of guns, that doesn't necessarily speak to the power of those guns or the abilities of the crew. And you can look at a lot of pirate ships, for example, and think, oh, well, by the number of guns, they should be able to take on regular frigates, but they really, really didn't want to, because most of those guns were much smaller weapons that were good at scaring and taking merchantmen, not so good at getting into a slugfight with a full-on warship. As I say, apart from the fact that, as well, obviously, generally naval crews are more professional and better at fighting than random commercial crews. But nevertheless, the French have a 44-gunner, and the battle, to be perfectly honest, is mostly a slugging match between the big royal ship, HMS Hampshire, and the French ship. The battle's actually not going too well for the French ship. The Hudson's Bay Company ships are kind of doing their thing off somewhere else. They don't really get too involved in the fight. But the French ship is not really wanting to surrender, even though it is kind of losing. But then, as is the way of fortune, they manage to score a hit that gets to the Hampshire's magazine, and the Hampshire explodes, thus rather conclusively ending the fight in the favour of the French. These small ship actions do sometimes have these very rapid turns of events in one way or the other, which makes them quite interesting to learn about. In terms of the overall France keeping their hold on Canada, well, they would still keep their hold on Canada during the time of this campaign in the late 1600s. Eventually they'd lose pretty much everything they had in Canada during the 7 Years' War in the following century. In terms of, could they keep their hold on Canada? Well, not getting involved in the 7 Years' War, which some historians have tentatively put forward as actually kind of the First World War, and when you look at the number of people fighting on each side and the various nations involved, you can kind of understand it. I mean, anyone who was anyone was involved in the 7 Years' War at some point. But once they get involved in the 7 Years' War, France really is on a bit of a hiding to nothing when it comes to keeping their colonies, because they have a big problem. They have very large land borders in Europe, which means that, as is always the case with France historically, they have to maintain a large army first, and then a navy as a secondary priority. During the 7 Years' War, the Royal Navy generally is superior at sea. They have more control over the seas than the French do, which means that not only have the French got to worry about fighting a land war in Europe, which means the majority of their money and troops are devoted there, they can't guarantee the supply of men and material across to their various colonies in different places. It's a slightly different situation to when they're supporting the Americans during the American Revolution, because obviously France has colonies all over the place. It's a bit easier to punch through the Royal Navy to deliver things to a specific target than it is to say, right, well, the British are fighting us in all of these different colonies all over the world. Well, where do we send things? If you split your forces, they just get defeated in detail. The British have kind of obviated the need to directly confront the French in large numbers in Europe by allying themselves with a bunch of other people in Europe who do have large armies who will confront the French on land. And so they're able to exercise their naval dominance along with the army that they do have, in large part in going after the colonies, which the French have decided they can't and therefore won't really assist. The French attitude to most of their colonies is, well, if we can send the occasional supply ship or whatever, we will, but generally look to your own defence. And obviously the British colonies nearby are going to war with those colonies, but the British are also turning up with warships, they're turning up with regular line troops, and so it's very difficult to imagine a scenario where the French, or indeed the Spanish, get to keep significant numbers of their overseas colonies, especially in North America and the Caribbean, when they're just being overmatched because, as I say, the British are basically using European allies to stymie the main bulk of the French military effort in Europe, which allows them to just use their naval superiority to pick off everybody's colonies around the world. Sui420 Den asks, what species of snake would be used in ancient naval combat? Would the venom act fast enough to kill the opposition's crew, or was launching snakes more designed to just cause panic? Unfortunately, there was no standard issue snake for naval combat. Can you imagine someone's up? Yes, go ashore and find me a 2-cubit standard venomous snake for the next upcoming battle, and make it quite a few of them. It was basically, if they were going to use it, and it was a relatively rare tactic at sea, but if they were going to use them, it would basically be, well, what venomous or otherwise dangerous looking snakes live in the area? Let's go and grab a few of those, because, I mean, you don't want snakes on your ship any longer than you absolutely have to have them, so you're not going to be transporting them around from your home base. As a result, any bites that might occur, the venom would have varying effects depending on the snakes in question, but to be perfectly honest, it was, as you say, it was less about killing people with the snakes as more about the threat that you could be killed by the snakes and the panic that would result from, having a bunch of venomous snakes crawling around all over your ship. At absolute best, even if you have an absolute stone-cold disciplined crew, they're going to have to spend a little while, killing the snakes, which is going to make it much more difficult for them to fight you if you're trying to board, although quite why you would board a ship full of venomous snakes, I'm not entirely sure. It does, however, give me an opportunity to read from the Book of Hannibal by Cornelius Nepos, or Nepos possibly, who is the one who actually described this tactic. So allow me to read the relevant passage. So this is all concerning Hannibal. The Pergamene king Eumenes was a very good friend of the Romans and opposed Hannibal, and war was waged between them on land and sea. But on both, Eumenes did better on account of his alliance with the Romans. For this reason, Hannibal wanted to crush him even more, judging that if he removed him, everything else would be easier for him. In order to kill him, he initiated this plan. They were a few days away from having a naval battle. He was at a disadvantage in the number of ships, and the battle was to be fought by a trick. Since he was not a match for him in forces, he commanded that a great number of live venomous snakes be collected and stuffed into earthen jars. When he had produced a great number of these on the same day on which he intended to have the naval battle, then he called together the captains and instructed them all to rush at the one ship of King Eumenes, and they should consider it enough just to defend themselves against the other ships. He promised that they would easily achieve this by means of the great number of snakes, and that he would ensure that they knew which ship the king was in, and that, if they captured him or killed him, there would be a great reward for them. After the exhortation of the troops, the fleets were led into battle by both sides. When they were drawn up in a line, before the sign was given to attack, in order to make clear to his forces where Eumenes was, Hannibal sent out a letter carrier with an official staff in a dinghy. When he reached the enemy's ships, he showed them a letter claiming that he was seeking the king and was immediately led to the king, because no one suspected that it was anything other than a letter about peace. When the ship of the commander had been indicated to them, the letter carrier withdrew to the place that he had set out from. But when the letter was opened, Eumenes found nothing in it, except things intended to enrage him. And yet he did not wonder about the reason for this or realise what it was. Instead, he did not hesitate to join battle immediately. In accordance with Hannibal's instruction, the Bithynians charged at Eumenes' ship altogether in a rush. Since the king could not withstand the power of their assault, he sought safety by flight, which he would not have achieved had he not withdrawn into his encampment, which was located on the nearby shore. When the rest of the Pergamene ships were pressing heavily on their enemies, suddenly the earthen jars, which we made mention of above, began to be thrown into their midst. When these were thrown, at first they spurred the combatants to laughter, since they could not understand why they had done this. But then they realised their ships were full of snakes. They were completely terrified by this unprecedented thing, and since they did not know what was the most important thing to avoid, they turned tail and withdrew to their naval base. Thus Hannibal overcame the forces of the Pergamenes by stratagem, and not just on that occasion, but often at other times he defeated enemies with land forces by means of similar tactical skill. Whiskey Delta Golf asks, have there been any battles where a dreadnought or later battleship engaged multiple enemies with different parts of its main battery at the same time? Engagements where battleships engaged multiple enemies using the main battery on one and the secondary battery on another target are somewhat more common. Splitting fire was much less common, usually because whilst a ship might have multiple rangefinders, it was relatively rare for a ship to have multiple fire control computers for its main battery. As time went on, this would become more common as kind of backup units and such came into play. But generally speaking, you really didn't want to get involved in that kind of engagement because you would be splitting your fire and there would always be a main rangefinder that had better qualities. So the secondary engagement with your main battery would usually be of lower quality in terms of accuracy. With that said, engagements in shore bombardment quite often did involve multiple targets being engaged at the same time by the main battery, simply because if you're, say, a US battleship operating in the Pacific, there's very, very few targets the Japanese are going to build on an island that merit a full 12-gun broadside. I mean, you could, but it would be better to engage, say, 2 different bunkers or more with different parts of the main battery. I mean, the fact that, land installations don't move very much renders the issues with accuracy due to using secondary rangefinders somewhat less important. In terms of actual engagements at sea, if you count Graf Spee as a quote-unquote pocket battleship, we do know obviously that Graf Spee engaged different parts of Commodore Harwood's force with its separate fore and aft turrets. So that's an example of split fire with a main battery. It's also possible that Yamashiro, in its death throes at the Battle of Surigao Strait, may have actually engaged multiple targets with its main battery, but that is somewhat under question. Joe Koval asks, in the last Patreon Drydock you showed a picture of a ram bow in a drydock. Are those twin rudders aft of the ram bow? Aren't rudders supposed to go on the stern? Ah, but you see, these are not just rudders. These are retractable M&S rudders. Okay, UK-based joke aside, no, seriously, these are a pair of retractable small twin rudders on board HMS Polyphemus, one of the few purely dedicated torpedo rams to enter service. The reason for these being in place was that, well, as a ram ship, it was anticipated she might need to extricate herself, i.e. go backwards, for a considerable distance, if nothing else to take a run-up for another ramming attempt on some poor unfortunate vessel. And, well, with the main rudder at the other end, it would be somewhat difficult. So these small twin rudders would deploy, hopefully, assuming the hull hadn't warped horribly, and that would assist the Polyphemus with its ability to manoeuvre whilst reversing. The other aspect of it was that you could, in theory, deploy them while the ship was going forward as well, in which case, well, having rudders up forward and rudders aft did actually improve its turning circle a bit, but not a dramatic amount. But to be perfectly fair, if it had actually gone into combat and been aiming to ram someone, a little bit of extra agility might have helped it hit home. You never know. Jeff Clark asks, I've heard in late World War II the US Navy offered to trade 6 Essex-class carriers for the 6 Illustrious and Implacable class ships. 1, is there any evidence that the offer was made and or was serious? And 2, if so, is there any record as to why? I've heard the US Navy badly wanted armoured decks, but it seems just as likely to be a way for the British to bring air power to the party, whilst the much larger number of US carriers could compensate for reduced air wings. On a related note, to what extent do you believe the Midway class, including an armoured deck, to be a vindication of British carrier design, as opposed to a combination of not having to worry about treaty limitations on tonnage and or the ships being too massive to have a superstructure flight deck? I must admit, the idea of trading basically the entire UK armoured carrier fleet for 6 Essex class is a new one on me. To be completely honest and fair with you, if that offer had been made, it might have stood the Royal Navy in much better stead post-war, at least, because, you know, they would have had a carrier fleet that could actually operate modern aircraft for a good long while. But, as I say, as far as I know, I've not heard of this. If anyone has heard of it and maybe knows a source for the original claim, please feel free to let us know in the comments below. I'd be most interested to do a bit more research into it. But with regards to Midway having an armoured deck being a vindication of British carrier design, to a certain extent, yes. And bear in mind, the US Navy didn't outright reject or not think of the armoured carrier design or armoured flight deck design previously. When you look at the ideas that were developed for Yorktown, the ideas that were developed for the Essex as well, there were armoured flight deck variants included there. Obviously the British have the armoured box as well as the armoured flight deck, but there were varying forms of armoured options for both Essex and Yorktown's designs, but they were rejected in favour of the ones that eventually went forward, largely on the grounds that it would limit the total air group, total number of aircraft that the carriers could bring to the party. And also there was a certain minimum threshold up below which there was no point in really having all that much armour, because the bombs would just go straight through it. The British obviously went with 3-inch plus thickness of armoured flight deck in order to obviate that for the 500-pound, 550-pound bombs that are most likely to be facing. And although they did have some efficacy in preserving the ships against much heavier 1,000 and 2,000, 2,200-pound weapons, the armour was pierced by those weapons. It just, the damage wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been if it had perhaps a more American, or unless you're looking at Taiho, Japanese design principle with regards to the flight decks. And the Americans were taking this on board. There are numerous reports, both just sort of stated reports and written reports submitted to the US Navy from various US Navy officers who were aboard British carriers, pointing out the benefits of the armoured deck. And the Midway, as you say, it combined the fact that you could build a large carrier so it would fulfill the air group requirements that the Americans wanted, with the ability to protect itself. Now, theoretically, you could, for the same displacement, have built a Midway even larger without the armoured flight deck and then proceeded to have even more aircraft capacity, albeit that, as they actually found out, even with Midway, it could carry more aircraft at the end of World War II than it could actually realistically operate. But that's more to do with effectively air traffic control at sea, amongst other things. But one of the things that most impressed the US Navy officers who were making their reports, quite apart from the fact that most of the British carriers that were struck by kamikaze were back in operation very, very quickly and would just keep going, the main risk for British carriers when it came to kamikazes was if the kamikaze strike hit the flight deck whilst they had large numbers of aircraft on the flight deck, then eventually the carriers would start to run out of aircraft because there'd be aircraft destroyed in the explosion. But that's actually obviously a remarkable step up from if your flight deck is fully loaded with aircraft and an aircraft plows into it under, say, the more American or Japanese paradigm, you're they may very well lose the ship, because you're going to have fully armed, fully fueled, fully ready aircraft on fire plunging into the hangar deck, which is not a good thing. But that was one side. That was the operational side. The other thing that keeps coming through in the various US Navy officer reports is the very low number of casualties. The highest casualty event from a kamikaze strike to the armoured flight decks in the British Pacific Fleet was less than 50 casualties, of which, roughly speaking, it was about half killed, half wounded. And the total number of casualties, both killed and wounded, from every single kamikaze strike to hit every British carrier, so every kamikaze that ever hit a British armoured carrier in the Pacific War, total casualties, all things considered, came to less than 100. Whereas on the American side, if you had kamikazes or Japanese 550-pound bombs coming in, well, Franklin is the upper limit. It's a little bit unfair just to take that on its own, but I mean, that ship had over 900 killed to a series of impacts that would probably have bounced off of a British carrier, and even if they hadn't, they probably would have caused minimal damage and maybe a dozen or a few dozen casualties. But then you look at Bunker Hill, look at Enterprise, which took a few hits, and all the various US fleet carriers that took hits, you constantly see casualty levels in the hundreds. Anything from 200 or 300 casualties up to Franklin's 900 plus, and everything in between. So you can pick any kamikaze strike that hit a US fleet carrier full on, and that one strike cost more lives than every single kamikaze that hit a British armoured carrier. And this was one of the biggest things that the US Navy officers picked up on, because let's face it, they don't like seeing their friends burn or get blown up when carriers are being hit. And if they're looking at a system where almost nobody dies comparatively, they're going to make a big note about it. And to be fair, the American ship designers and the Navy took that on board and realised that actually, yeah, if you're going to spend years and several $1 million training this carrier crew to be your primary strike force, it probably is a good idea to try and keep them alive. Edward Franklin Woods asks, what do you think would have been the result of the United States introducing the subsafe program in the lead up to the First World War rather than as a reaction to USS Thresher going on eternal patrol? So in very, very short term, subsafe is effectively a quality assurance and quality checking set of procedures that is designed to ensure that, well, a submarine hull stays watertight, which is, kind of important, and also that it can deal with unexpected flooding. Now, in terms of US submarine losses, between the first submarine coming to US service and the introduction of the subsafe program, it's just over a dozen US subs in the First and Second World War were lost to unknown causes, probably not related to enemy action, i.e. what you would call an operational loss. And of those, there are some questions hanging over some of them where the cause of loss is unknown, but it's possible or probable that it might be enemy action, whether that be mines, sub-chasers, air attacks, etc., but it's not definitively proven. So you're probably looking at under a dozen or so operational losses, quite a few of which actually happen outside of World War I or World War II, things like a foundering on test dives or during exercises and things. So, I mean, those boats in theory might well have been saved by a subsafe program of some description, but in the course of actual wartime patrol, the vast majority of US submarine losses were to enemy action. So I think, yes, in theory, it would have saved a handful of submarines. They would have probably been able to get to the surface, either survive to get back to base, or at least get to the surface and hang around long enough for a good chunk of the crew to get off. In terms of subs that were actually attacked, either by the enemy or on occasion by their own torpedoes coming back at them, a slightly higher level of build quality as a result of a sub-safe style program might have saved some, but at the same time, the point of the sub-safe program is to ensure that build quality is there, and most of the submarines were built fairly well anyway. So there might be some marginal case here or there, maybe where, obviously we don't know, but where a boat maybe was right on the edge of either going down or at least being able to surface before heading down finally, and didn't quite make it because something failed that maybe a sub-safe program would have caught and allowed them to do that. But at the same time, given the operational circumstances that US submarines were in, i.e. fighting the Japanese Navy, who were not the most pleasant of people to those that they captured, how many actual lives that would have saved, I would put that much at least into question, because, as I say, ending up at the mercy of the Japanese Navy, especially if you are a submariner, or as apparently in America is called a submariner, for reasons that I do not understand, but never mind. It's probably one of the fates I would have enjoyed the least in World War II. Kenneth Lynch asks, what did the logistical arm of the Royal Canadian Navy during World War II look like, and how reliant was the Royal Canadian Navy on the US and the UK for logistical support? It depends greatly on what particular arm of logistics you're looking at. Bearing in mind the Royal Canadian Navy during most of World War II was primarily concerned with small escort vessels operating in the Atlantic on the convoy routes, with a small subset with the tribal class that Canada ordered operating with the home fleet. The vast majority of general Canadian logistics was supplied by Canada. There was obviously a bunch also supplied by the UK because, well, the convoy goes from point A to point B, but equally Royal Navy and other Free Navy vessels that were showing up in Canada on the UK to Canada leg of convoy routing were also taking advantage of the logistics that the Canadians could offer. So kind of an equitable trade at that point. There's no point in the Canadian Navy sending over a bunch of logistics stores to the UK or vice versa when, to be honest, they're pretty much operating the same equipment anyway. And this was a good part of it, was the Canadians, like at the time the Australians, etc., were using British designed ships for the most part. The Canadian shipyards did build a lot of their own ships as well, but they were to sort of shared designs using shared technology, shared guns, etc. A few random Wicks and Clemson classes showed up as well through the Lend-Lease agreement, or more accurately the Destroyers for Bases agreement, and then the UK redistributing those over to the Canadians. Canada did also have its own small fleet of support ships and supply ships, tenders, etc., one of which is obviously gracing this part of the video. But you've got to remember that at the time, although Canada was an independent country, it was still very much tied into the British Empire. And so there were subsidiaries of UK companies in Canada, there were subsidiaries of Canadian companies in the UK, and as we said already, they have a commonality of equipment for the large part. So I think basically what I'm trying to say is that the Canadians did have their own logistical arm, but they didn't need to be an entirely self-sufficient navy because of that interoperability with the British forces and because they were working with the British forces. So it didn't make much sense to be very precious about trying to say, oh no, well, we're going to just be completely operational and autonomous on our own. Because, yeah, the British might build some destroyers and some escorts and hand them over to the Royal Canadian Navy. They might let them or give them the 4-inch and 4.7-inch ammunition and depth charges, etc. But at the same time, Avro Canada's building fleets of Lancasters for the RAF. So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Canada was not just a source of a fairly good escort navy, it was also a source of men for the obviously the Canadian Army, the Royal Canadian Air Force, Canadians joining the British Armed Forces, and a fairly significant size industry supplying both individual bits of war material like shells and other individual elements, all the way up to, as said, ships and full-size strategic bombers. So quite where Canadian logistics end and British logistics begin, or American logistics or whatever, it's a very, very blurry boundary at this point. Zach4972 asks, while playing World of Warships, I noticed the Vauquer and Le Fantasque class destroyers had railings that surround the 4 turrets leading to holes in the superstructure. In pictures I saw online, the holes weren't there, or if they were, I missed them. My question is, were there actually holes there, and if so, what was the purpose of them? So these holes in the superstructure did actually exist. You can see them in this photo if you are looking at it at a high enough resolution on a big enough screen. And the reason for their existence is actually quite interesting, because this is not actually a railing going around the French ships, and actually on the Aigle and Guépard classes the system is also there, just not as a full circular quote-unquote railing. What these actually are the ammunition chutes for the shell and the cartridge for the guns, because the hoists for the ammunition are inside the superstructure. But the French, using quite heavy guns on their contre-torpedoes, ran into the slight problem that the shells weighed about 40 kilos. And, well, to be perfectly honest, picking up a 40-kilo shell, one person picking that up and trying to load it, is a little bit of a difficulty, especially if you're trying to maintain high rates of fire. And then couple that with the fact that these things went very, very quick and are going to be jumping and bucking around all the time, and that's before we even get into the weather. It's going to be a little bit difficult. So this was one of the solutions. What look like railings, they're actually usually brass, but they look a little bit like guttering when you look close up, and if you actually zoom in another World of Warships model, you can see that as well. And the idea was that the cartridges and the shells would come up the hoists inside the superstructure, and they would be fed out into these gutterings, where they could then be moved around or would slide around to be in a position behind wherever it was that the gun was pointing. And then the crew would be able to move them a relatively short distance directly to the gun breech, rather than, let's say, if the ship's fighting a broadside action, some poor soul having to come back to basically the front of the superstructure, grab this monstrously heavy shell, or 2 people trying to carry this shell, and then having to carry it across the deck out of the shelter of the gun shield, bring it up to the gun, and then load it, and obviously having to travel a longer distance, usually doing that as well. So that's the reason for them. The reason why you might not see the holes in some photos, partly a lot of the photos are taken too far away for such a minor detail to show, and obviously these access points would also have had shutters, so it's also entirely possible that the photos were taken when obviously the ship's not in action. The shutters would have been in place to stop thrown up spray and such from getting inside the main superstructure of the ship. But a very good spot by you. You're obviously looking at things in quite a bit of detail. Staffan Lindell asks, broadside versus central battery versus casement versus turreted ironclads. Quick pro and con and the reasons why one superseded the other. Effectively, the latter part is answered by guns got bigger and more powerful. But going through the pros and cons, hopefully you'll see how that came to be. So broadside ironclads, first lot. Lots of the pros are you get lots of guns. They're relatively simple to build for navies who are obviously used to building existing wooden ships of the line. Because broadside is a broadside. It's been that way for centuries at this point. So you've got lots of guns along the side, lots of firepower. Pretty simple to build. You can follow existing ship plans. The con is that you therefore have to armour a significant length of the ship, because your entire gun deck is vulnerable and it's very long because there's lots of guns. They need to be spaced out. And also, because you're carrying lots of guns, and given the ship has obviously its stability and displacement limits, you can't carry a lot of very heavy guns. So if you want a heavier, more powerful gun to punch through the enemy armour, you can't carry as many. That's what leads to the central battery ironclad. The central battery ironclad allows you to carry fewer but more powerful guns in the aforementioned central battery. And also, because now your guns are concentrated over a much smaller space, your armour can be concentrated over a much smaller space. Basically just needs to cover your guns and machinery, which is effectively the paradigm going forward for pretty much anything that's designed, outside of a few sort of the development of the distributed armour scheme for other reasons, but that slightly postdates the period that we're looking at. And thus your armour can be thicker. The problem with this, of course, is that if the armour is thicker, you need bigger guns to penetrate them, so the size and weight of the guns goes up, and the armour gets thicker, and so on and so forth, until you get to the point where you might have your central battery, but, well, for one thing, the central battery only has certain firing ports and requires a significant amount of work to actually get end-on fire going. This is why a lot of the central battery ironclads will have these sort of sponson type mounting so that some of the guns can face forward. But there are still going to be a few blind spots, a few areas that are awkward to fire on. Some of your guns simply can't be brought to bear. And of course, to a certain degree, you're doubling up because you have a gun pointing one side and its partner pointing the other. Some central battery ironclads do try and have it so that you can move a gun completely over from one side to the other. The only problem is that if you've halved your number of guns, you now have some very heavy guns on one side of the ship and not the other, which tends to induce a bit of an annoying heel, which you don't really want. And this is what then leads to the development of the turreted ironclad, because with the turreted ironclad you can take the guns that you have in a central battery ironclad, you can halve them, and by putting them in a turret you can still present the same amount of firepower on a broadside. Plus it's much easier once they get rid of sails to present firepower forward and aft as well. And because the width of a turret is less than the beam of the ship in ideal circumstances, you can concentrate the armour still further over the turret, because obviously now the guns are getting even bigger and heavier because, well, if you've just halved the number of guns, you've halved the amount of weight. And so as armour gets thicker, using that spare weight, then the guns start to get bigger and more powerful, and so on and so forth. It's kind of arms race thing going on. And this is where the point where you start to see the drive towards new materials like compound armour and steel armour, because the amount of iron that they're having to use to protect against these much, much fewer but much larger and more powerful guns is just getting to be insane. You'll notice I skipped the casement ironclads. That's because casement ironclads don't really fit in the development tree directly. It pretty much goes broadside, central battery, turreted. The casement is kind of an offshoot. So the casement ironclad, for those of you unaware, is basically, imagine something like CSS Virginia. Actually, imagine quite a number of the Confederate ironclads. They're all casement style. But this is a product of the fact that, A, you need a very shallow draft riverine coastal style vessel, and also the fact that, well, the Confederate Navy is being built on something of a shoestring budget, and things like Erickson turrets, which the Union has on its monitors, can't really be built in the Confederacy because, well, John Erickson is up in the Union and he's selling his secrets and technology and everything to the Union, and he's not going to be doing that for the Confederacy. They're also, to be honest, building a Erickson turreted monitor is a bit more complicated than building a casement ironclad, although again you can then, this is the whole thing of turrets allow you to bring to bear fewer but larger, more powerful weapons, whereas the casement ironclad allows you to bring to bear more but less powerful weapons, generally speaking. So the development tree of ironclads effectively is just looking at the increasing power of guns, which forces a reduction in armour citadel length in order to cope with the increased power of the weapons, and once a ship becomes proof against the guns of the period, that necessitates bigger guns, and bigger guns weigh more, and so you need to have fewer of them, and thus the protective area shrinks, and so it goes until you get to the turreted ironclad, which then transitions into the turreted not ironclad, which transitions into the pre-dreadnought. Captain Soviet asks, was there a navy besides the late 19th century French navy that tried to use tactics like the Jeune Ecole, and was there a time and navy for whom the Jeune Ecole would have been a sound strategic choice? So yes, the Japanese adopted the Jeune Ecole initially in their efforts to build a navy, because it appealed to them, well, because it was cheaper than building a fleet of battleships. Then they ran into the Chinese at the Battle of the Yalu River, and despite just about eking a win out of that, very quickly realised that not having large capital ships was a very bad idea, and promptly went and adopted the British model, which, to be fair, was pretty much what everybody did once they realised the limitations of the Jeune Ecole in the realm of the great powers. Now, as far as a time and a navy for whom the Jeune Ecole would have been a sound strategic choice, yes, in theory, as long as a conflict is relatively limited for the most part. I can think of 3 scenarios in which a Jeune Ecole approach might work, or indeed, possibly based on historical precedent, would work. The first of which is if you are a large navy, a large power, you have little to no intention of actually fighting another major power, but you do know that you will probably end up in conflict with lots of smaller powers at various points. You're basically a European imperialist outlook circa the 19th century, but assuming that either you're not going to get involved in a conflict with a European power, or if you are, you're going to get involved in a conflict with a European power that values its navy even less than you do. And the reason for that is that you can build large numbers of these small, cheap torpedo boats, destroyers, cruisers, etc., and these will be enough to overwhelm the smaller powers that you're going after, either just because you have modern warships and they don't, or if they do have a few modern warships, then you have an awful lot more of them, and therefore the sheer numbers of small, cheap craft that you have mean, A, you can be in lots of different places at once, and B, when you show up into battle, yeah, you might lose a few, but you'll probably just completely overwhelm them. So a Jeune Ecole French fleet, for example, would, if placed at the Battle of the Yalu River, probably have a significant advantage over the Japanese, because as compared to the Japanese, I should say, because if they're going up against the Chinese fleet, well, if you teleport the entire French fleet there, it's much bigger than the Japanese fleet is, and so the kind of swarming tactics of the Jeune Ecole with torpedoes and all that lot will probably work. It will be costly, but it'll work. So that's one scenario. The second scenario would be if you are a very small navy and none of the big powers particularly care about you or your country, but you have a few people nearby who you actually do care about or don't care for, and they kind of feel the same way about you. So let's say, for example, South America, where pretty much everybody hates everybody else at various points, especially in the 19th century. Oh dear. My poor old secondary home country of Bolivia did not fare well in those conflicts. But in those scenarios, you would have a limited budget, as would your opponents, at least until the massive resource boom in Chile, Argentina, and Brazil at the end of the 19th century. And so your construction-purchase of large numbers of swarming cruisers and torpedo boats might, again, very well be sufficient, because unlike at a great power scale, if your opponent has invested in 1 or 2 very snazzy-looking battleships, that may be all they can afford. Or if they can afford some fleet escorts, they're very minimal number. So your considerably larger number of cruisers and destroyers should be able to blow through their fleet screen and then torpedo their prized 1 or 2 battleships to death. But, obviously, if you end up in a fight with anyone particularly much larger than you, you face the same problem the French did with the Jeune Ecole, which is the other side can just build all the stuff you're building and still have their battle fleet. So in a very limited circumstance, that could work. The final place that I think the Jeune Ecole could have worked at the time, ironically enough, is actually the United States. Maybe to a certain degree less, but somewhat lesser degree, Russia. And why the reason I say to a lesser degree is because it's based around the idea of what is your navy there to prevent. Bearing in mind that at this time, although the United States had some imperial ambitions, they weren't anything like what we're talking about the sort of the mid to late 19th century. They didn't have quite the same level of imperial ambitions that some European countries were exercising. So we're talking about mostly defensive force. And it's tied around what can your enemy actually do to you on land. Now, Russia, of course, has a long history of being invaded, which is why I say it doesn't quite work out quite the same for them, but they do have a lot of land and a lot of people relative to everyone else at the time. The United States has the double advantage of, certainly by the late 19th century, having a fair number of people and an awful lot of land, but also they're miles away from anyone else. The only people who actually share a land border with the US are the Canadians, who, whilst they are part of the British Empire, do not have anything like the manpower to seriously threaten a full-on invasion of the US, and the Mexicans, who do have a few on and off conflicts with the United States, most of which do not go very well for them. So, in terms of actually being invaded, which is kind of what people like the British were very scared of, the US doesn't really have that threat. So you don't necessarily need a battle line to stop an invasion armada because, well, let them try, basically. And also, you've got to take into account that without that many overseas holdings, the US doesn't have to have a fleet spread out doing flagship missions, etc., all over the place, at least until the era of the Great White Fleet and the Spanish-American War. So between that and Congress being really, really penny-pinching with the budget, if you build a reasonably decent-sized force of cruisers and torpedo boats, then you can cause life to be very, very uncomfortable for anyone who comes near your coast, which you might not want them to do, and you can station relatively large flotillas and squadrons out in your few overseas possessions. And yeah, in theory, if somebody shows up with a full-on battle fleet and a full-on cruiser screen, etc., etc., yes, they might well blow through your Jeune Ecole style fleet. They'll take a fair number of losses doing so, because after all, the US still does have the money and the industrial muscle to build a fair number of these small ships. But this is where the whole sort of relative invulnerability to land invasion comes in, because once they have done that, at great expense, both in building the fleet and in the losses they've sustained, what they're going to do, sit off the ports and shell them? I mean, okay, it's not going to go the best for the US. The US economy will probably implode in the face of a full-on blockade, but the territorial integrity of the bulk of the continental United States is never going to be at risk. And to be perfectly honest, if someone's sitting off your coast blockading you, assuming you don't do the smart thing and just call for a negotiated end to the war and then build up a massive battle fleet and go after them later for revenge, if you choose to drag it out, well, it's a lot easier to build small flotillas of destroyers, torpedo boats, etc., and just sally out from various small ports in the US to keep picking off the big, expensive, large cruisers and battleships that the enemy has to sit off your coast with. So yeah, but weirdly enough, the late 19th century United States Navy would probably have worked with the Jeune Ecole right up until the point they decided to take over the Philippines and various other Spanish possessions, at which point they transitioned over to actually needing a full-on war fleet. Spartan asks, a big deal in the movie Das Boot is made over the run through the Gibraltar Strait. How well defended was it during World War II to surface and underwater ships? So if you see episode 119 and episode 122 of the Drydock, there's further questions on Gibraltar and its defences, which cover a lot of the detail you're probably looking for. But as far as surface ships go, it was pretty well defended. I mean, it had its own airfield, so it could launch airstrikes. It had a lot of coastal defence guns built up over time. Now, fair enough, some of those were old and some were obsolete, but there were a fair number of sort of 9.2-inch guns, etc., that could really mess up anybody's day at the kind of ranges you'd need to travel at to get past Gibraltar in the narrowest parts of the Straits. And to be honest, the 9.2-inch gun is perfectly capable of wrecking anything that's not a battleship's day at pretty much any engagement range. Then, of course, you also have Force H, which is based there for the majority of the war, which consists normally of at least one aircraft carrier and at least one, usually more, capital ships, plus cruisers and destroyers. So there you would also make the day rather unpleasant for a surface ship, especially when combined with the aircraft and the coastal defence guns. As far as the underwater side of things is concerned, the main difficulty with it was, again, the narrowness of the Gibraltar Straits. If a submarine tried to go through on the surface, it would be very easily spotted, it would be very easily shelled, hit by aircraft, or they'd send a destroyer or something out to finish it off. There's also quite a vicious current in the Gibraltar Straits, which makes access one way somewhat easier, because if you're underwater in a submarine, you can just motor along quite quietly on low power using your batteries and be effectively swept along. Going the other way, however, is somewhat more difficult, because now that current is pushing back against you, which can make it rather dicey as to whether or not your batteries will hold out long enough running at full power to get you past that danger point, where you would be almost certainly spotted. And of course, with World War II, you've also got searchlights, radar, hydrophones, etc., which further complicate things, plus of course mines and all those other wonderful lovely bits and pieces. So yeah, if you're a hostile ship, making the run through the Gibraltar Straits in World War II is probably basically suicide. With submarines, it's not quite as suicidal. You could do it, and both Italian and German submarines would do it, but as technology got better and better for hunting subs during World War II, it became a lot more dangerous. Now, Ort Kaiser and Memori, ironically enough, actually one after the other posted questions that are very similar. So I'm going to read off both and then try and answer both at once, and you'll hopefully see why. So Ort Kaiser asks, to me it seems that supply ships and convoys often had to operate in contested waters. I'm thinking mainly about supply efforts to specific operations or areas like Malta, not convoys to supply a country like the Atlantic convoys. These ships used for these tasks seem to be slow, unprotected civilian freighters, and thus not very suitable for this task. Were there specialised ships for this task? I think that a fast armoured transport would be more suited for it, but I couldn't really find any such ships. Or were there such ships? Or could such ships have been plausible and useful? Memori then asks, fast fleet oilers are an important component to effectively deploying a combat fleet. I was wondering if it was possible for these to be built and incorporated as semi-warships, anti-aircraft barges, for example, and either be assigned to a secondary force trailing the battleships as part of close-in escorts for the carriers. Would this have been more or less advantageous or effective than leaving them somewhere else for a rendezvous? If it could be more effective, would there be more incentive for navies to build them in larger classes? So all of these ideas effectively revolve around more protection-armament for ships that are otherwise civilians. So starting off with the actual freighters, supply runs to areas like Malta did actually use the faster freighters that they could find. It's just that a fast freighter is still not particularly quick by the standards of warships, and there's a very good reason for that. Speed costs money and space. Any freighter is obviously designed to maximize return on investment, and it does that by carrying as much as possible, as efficiently as possible. There's no real prizes in the early 20th century for a freighter that can arrive 15-20% faster with an inert cargo load like coal or manufactured goods that is no more appreciably valuable for having arrived a few days earlier, but will cost a lot more and therefore be actually less attractive if you're only able to transport half as much in a ship and end up charging considerably more because A, there's not as much, and B, you burnt an awful lot more fuel because your massive engine plant was taking up a bunch of the cargo hold. And similarly with armour. armour is an inert mass. It serves to protect the ship, but outside of actual conflict, it's just a big heavy mass that you have to haul around, which is going to make you burn more fuel, and means that for a given displacement you can carry less cargo. So no civilian organisation is ever going to build an armoured or very high-speed cargo vessel. About the closest you get to the high-speed aspect is liners, where actually delivery of cargo, i.e. passengers, actually is a relevant thing if they can do things faster, but that's a very niche thing, and there aren't that many of them because of their sheer expense, and they make fairly attractive targets. The other thing you've got to remember is that once you're actually under attack, whether you're able to move at 16 knots, 18 knots, 20, 25 knots, it can make some difference, but as far as aircraft are concerned, it's not going to help you evade the dive bombers all that much. Where the extra speed would come into play would be in your ability to just cross distance during a time when the enemy can't attack, like say at night. But the problem is, as I say, if you can only transport lesser amounts of goods for a given displacement, then you need more ships, and ultimately while you're unloading you're still going to be vulnerable, and if there are fewer ships because of the expense, that makes them more valuable targets. If you build a bunch of them, say the government is subsidising them for some reason, like they subsidised various ships to have gun emplacements in them on the basis for gun emplacements installed prior to World War I, then you end up with problems because the required subsidies you need are going to be huge, and once they're lost, they're lost. They're going to take a lot more time to build with all this extra propulsion equipment, potentially weaponry, armor protection, etc., as compared to something like a Liberty ship. So, to be honest, given the relatively low crew requirements of merchant ships and the fact that crews usually could be rescued in these kinds of circumstances, assuming the ship didn't just detonate instantly, then it just makes more sense to build large numbers of durable but not armoured and not massively fast merchant ships, because you can build those faster than the enemy can sink them, whereas no matter how much extra protection you slap on a merchant ship, unless and until you're actually basically building a full-on warship without guns, it's still going to be fairly vulnerable to military weapons. And similarly, when it comes to the fleet oilers, you have the same kind of problem now. In that case, your fleet is actually building them, so they are part of your sort of military assets. But again, the more weaponry you put on them, the more protection systems you put on them, the more weight there is. So for a given size, the less oil they can carry, so the less useful they are to you as logistical support ships. And because of their value as logistical support ships, if you use them as anti-aircraft barges, yes, in theory they could provide some extra firepower, but one, the longer a fleet oiler hangs around the fleet, the more time it's spent not bringing oil to the fleet or heading off to get more oil to bring to the fleet, which means you need more of them, which makes them more expensive, and they have less carrying capacity, so you need to build them bigger, but they're still going to be inefficient for their size, and bigger ships, more obvious targets, etc. And also, the longer they stay with the fleet, the more chance there is of them being sunk, which means you now no longer have a logistics ship, and you can pretty much guarantee that if something like a fleet oiler is hanging around the main fleet, sooner or later someone's going to twig that maybe this is a good idea to kill them, because then it doesn't matter about the rest of the enemy fleet. If they don't have the fuel to get to you, you're safe. Now, in theory, there could be niche roles for some of these ships. Sort of some kind of well-protected fast transport, or some kind of, say, fleet oiler that can defend itself from lots of air attack. The problem is that these niche roles only arise during wartime and are only needed for relatively brief periods in very specific theatres during wartime, such as the run to Malta, or such as operating in close off Japan when kamikazes are raining out of the sky like it's going out of fashion. But in those cases, it's actually usually faster and more efficient just to use warships, because they've got the kind of protective systems, both passive and offensive, that you would be putting into a merchant ship anyway, except they've got more of them, and they are obviously crewed by military crew, which means they're going to have better understanding of how to operate the ship. It's probably going to be flat out faster anyway. I think like using the Abdeel class mine layers comes to mind, for example, or the Iowas using themselves as tankers for their escorts, and that will end up probably being a lot more cost efficient for you, because then you use the ship, you get what you need out of it. It's actually more likely to survive than any kind of hybridized tanker or merchant ship. And then once that job is done, it can go back to being a warship. So that's generally what the military approach has been to those kind of circumstances. Salamin Shikia 93 asks, his question is about propeller shaft angles, specifically on large high-speed capital ships. Is it a must for the shafts from the engines to the screws and the direction of thrust from the screws to be parallel to the centre line and horizontal lines, or is an allowance of several degrees possible to make? For example, angling the outboard shafts of a quadruple screwed ships a couple of degrees inwards amidships to have a narrow beam at the outboard engine rooms for torpedo defence and structural reasons. So for the answer to this question, I once again find myself indebted to the rather wonderful Bill Jurins, in this case because he wrote a number of statements on this matter quite a while ago, actually, which I happened to come across while looking up this particular question in research. So the answer is kind of yes and also no. The shafts on a ship very rarely will actually be running completely parallel to the centre line and horizontal. And that's because the propellers are positioned in such a way as to be as symmetrical as possible for obvious reasons in terms of thrust. But if you look at any ship's machinery space layout, especially a ship with 3 or 4 shafts, you'll notice that in practically no cases are the engines all in complete alignment across the ship. So, as a result, for the propellers to all be in precisely symmetrical positions, if the engines aren't, and you have to connect the propellers and the engines with a single straight propeller shaft, those propeller shafts by definition are not going to be perfectly parallel to either each other or to aspects of the ship. They are going to be very slightly off. Not a huge amount, but enough that they are not completely parallel. However, so that's the yes part, they don't have to be in exact alignment. However, and this is the no part, you can't take that too far, because once you start taking it too far, then you start ending up with weird kind of joints that you'd have to make and misaligned thrust, because obviously you need the propellers to all be pointing the same direction. And to be honest, you're also going to end up interfering with the other engines, if I'm completely honest. All of which are going to be quite difficult. So, yeah, you by definition in building a ship are going to end up with slightly, quote-unquote, misaligned propeller shafts, even though they're not actually misaligned. They're only misaligned in view of being not parallel, but you can't take it to such a degree that you're actually going to end up with any kind of significant difference in the amount of space, i.e. enough to substantially improve your torpedo defences, for example. Because A, there just isn't the space on the ship, and B, throwing the shaft that much out of alignment would start to cause problems. Colonel Cheng asks, could banks of tube weapons such as rockets or Holman's projectors firing a payload of VT-fused warheads or bomblets have been made into a viable point defence weapon against late war kamikaze attacks? And similarly, a father in one of my colleagues, who was a navigator in the 8th Air Force during the Second World War, told me that in his view, the turrets of a World War II strategic bomber are not so much designed to shoot down enemy aircraft as designed to prevent interceptors from being able to set up optimal attack runs to prevent enemy fighters from effectively aiming its fire at a bomber due to the need to constantly maneuver to protect itself from the bomber's return fire. Is this viewpoint accurate, and if so, how much does it apply to ships? Now, bearing in mind that I am not an aircraft expert to the level that I'd be 100% confident in making a definitive answer to that second part, I would suggest possibly asking military aviation history that question. He might be able to shed some further light on it. But certainly for ships, the idea of preventing an enemy from making an attack run is a fairly beneficial outcome of your anti-aircraft defences. Ideally, you want to shoot down the enemy aircraft, because an enemy aircraft that is forced to abandon its attack run or get its approach slightly wrong is an enemy that won't hurt you, because the torpedo will go off course and miss you, the dive bomb will drop to away from you, etc. So yeah, that's a good outcome. But if the aircraft survives, it can come back and try again. And maybe you won't be so lucky next time. Whereas if you shoot it down, well, that's one aircraft and probably pilot that isn't coming back to bomb you another day. And that's helped by the fact that, obviously, dive bombers, torpedo bombers, etc., they generally only tend to get one shot at a ship in a given attack run, and then they'd have to go home. And these weapons are, in the case of bombs, falling via gravity, and in the case of torpedoes, motoring along for most of the Second World War without homing devices. So a very slight error in deflection, and that's it. That attack is pointless. Now, attacking aircraft is a somewhat different story, because if you throw off an attack run once, well, they can come back round again, usually for a certain number of times, because the machine guns or cannons that they have on board of interceptors are not one-shot weapons. So they'll have a few goes at it, which means, obviously, every time they have a go, they have a chance of hitting you, so ideally you want to make them go away as quickly as possible, i.e. shooting them down. With regards to the point of view you put forward, I think that may be a slight conflation of intent and effect. So, yes, bombers' defensive gunnery positions didn't have the world's highest success rate at shooting down enemy aircraft, and they did have a much better success rate in forcing enemy aircraft to break off. So that would give the appearance that that's what they are supposed to do. But really, they are actually designed to take out enemy aircraft for similar reasons for ships. I mean, not only have you got the potential of multiple attack runs, but again, a fighter that's shot down is a fighter that's not coming back at you the next day. The pilot might in a new aircraft, but then at the very least, you've forced the enemy to produce a brand new aircraft with all of its armament and increase the cost to them, and meant that there was only one aircraft, as opposed to if they've got lots of pilots and you didn't shoot down the first aircraft, that second aircraft might come up again the next day with another pilot in it, and then you have twice as much trouble, and so on. The thing is, that last part that you mentioned, the enemy fighter is evading to protect itself from the bomber's return fire. Well, what does that tell you? That tells you that the return fire is deadly. That tells you that the bomber's return fire, if it hits the aircraft, will shoot it down. That is the designed intent and purpose of it. And the bombers are equipped with guns that are designed to take the enemy out. So when you're looking at 303 rifle caliber stuff, that's why you have, like with the Lancaster, a quad turret to make up for the relatively small impact of a 303 round. And with the US, they quite often use 50 caliber machine guns, so you don't need quite as many because the individual rounds are somewhat heavier. If you were looking to just prevent enemy fighters by making them flinch from sheer levels of incoming fire, then, to be perfectly honest, at that point, you might as well have put sort of a sextuple or octuple set of mountings of the smallest possible caliber you can find, maybe 2 long rifle rounds, and equip them entirely with tracer. If you could invent some kind of 2 chambered machine gun and have it very lightweight, then you could cover a bomber in maybe 24 plus guns and just blaze away looking like a slightly demented fireworks display, and they'll be very intimidating right up until someone wandered into the fire and discovered that actually dinky little 22 round not do an awful lot to most aircraft of the Second World War. And certainly once anyone had figured that out, slapped a bit of armour over the vital parts and just flown through it, then the deterrent effect would be gone. So at least as far as I'm concerned, these things have to be able to shoot down and are intended to shoot down aircraft. The fact that they don't and they end up being more of a deterrent is more a limitation on the ability to predict and engage targets completely accurately, which, to be fair, is not that easy if you're doing it by eye from a moving aircraft. As far as the first part of the question, throwing up banks of fused warheads or bomblets, etc., potentially, but it smacks to me a little bit too much of the aerial minefield that the unrotated projectile launchers, amongst other things, was supposed to put up in the early part of the war. It runs into the same kind of problems that an air attack is in a 3D environment, and if you put up a wall, effectively an aircraft can just go around it, and especially if it's close range, they can anticipate it, approach from multiple angles. An anti-aircraft gun can track through the full 3D environment. A projection wall like this really can't, and it will take a very long time to reload. The other problem is that because, as you mentioned, it would probably be quite short range, a kamikaze that's coming in isn't going to care. Because, yeah, a massive burst of VT fused shrapnel, assuming that he flies through it, that might very well total the aircraft. That aircraft will never fly again, but it was never intended to fly again. It's a couple of 100 feet away from you and still coming in fast. It's basically the same kind of problem you have these days looking at high-speed anti-shipping missiles versus something like a 20mm CRWS of, yes, you have shot it down. That just means it's coming at you on fire. Doesn't really help all that much. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that particular idea would be much of a viable option against kamikazes. Corvus asks, the foul anchor is a popular decorative motif, especially in the US Navy, appearing as the Chief Petty Officer's cap insignia, buttons, crockery, and on countless tattoos. It's apparently traceable back to Lord Howard of Effingham's coat of arms, but why is it so popular? At best, it seems to represent a run of bad luck, at worst poor seamanship. Why would someone want to show that he'd fouled, presumably, his own anchor? So it goes from people like Lord Howard of Effingham via the Royal Navy into popular use. And effectively, yeah, the foul anchor in and of itself is a representation of something having gone horribly wrong, but from all the sources I can find, it was used in Lord Howard of Effingham's arms and then later on by the British Admiralty as its symbol, basically because once it was stylistically drawn, the ropes added something aesthetically to the appearance rather than just a plain anchor, and made it fairly distinctive. So the Admiralty just went with that. Basically, they thought it looked nice. Except, of course, then the British Navy, the Royal Navy, became a symbol of power and authority, obviously vested in the Admiralty, and so the symbol itself began to become vested with sort of a certain level of power and authority and dominance, which then translated down into, if you like, the rank and file not just of the Royal Navy, but pretty much everyone else, of this is the symbol of someone who has power and authority. And yeah, Chief Petty Officer, probably not someone you want to mess with on a ship from pretty much almost anybody aboard. And so, yeah, it's kind of taken on a life of its own as a naval symbol of strength and authority that kind of is above and beyond what it actually shows. Golf 2428 asks, what ship was best designed for its intended role? Which ship was best designed for the actual role it was put in? And what ship was one of the worst designed for its intended role? From 1880 onward. For that time period, since you've done me out of saying HMS Captain, the ship that's worst designed for its intended role, you'd be hard-pressed to beat the Duquesne class of heavy cruisers in the French Navy. I mean, what is a heavy cruiser supposed to do? In war, at least, it's supposed to take on enemy cruisers, light or heavy, and perhaps secondarily enemy destroyers. But it's supposed to be part of a fleet screen. It's supposed to face off against other enemy cruisers, right? The Duquesne class has effectively no armour. The Duquesne class could be beaten in a straight-up gunfight by a destroyer with a bit of gumption and a few guns. Like, I would give a Fletcher class destroyer good odds of beating a Duquesne class heavy cruiser in a straight-up fight as long as the Fletcher can get within 5-inch gun range. A tribal shouldn't have much, if any, problem beating up on a Duquesne class, again, assuming it gets in range of its 4.7-inch guns. And like the good light cruisers, heck, to be perfectly honest, even a flipping Leander I'd give good odds of beating up a Duquesne. It basically has no protection. A particularly angry sloop in a storm might stand a good chance of doing decent damage to a Duquesne if the storm allows the poor thing to get close enough. Yeah. Don't build your ship without armour. The Italians tried that with the Italia class. It didn't work. As for ships best designed for the actual role they were put in, for that time period, I'd actually say the Lexington class come pretty good. They are easily the best of the carrier conversions of the interwar period. They're still very much on top of the game as far as being carriers is concerned for the bulk of the Second World War. Okay, the Essexes are arguably better carriers, but they're also 2 decades newer and purpose-built. So yeah, for a ship that's designed but then put in a different role, the Lexingtons as aircraft carriers are actually pretty darn good. I mean, what do you want in an aircraft carrier? You want it to be big, you want it to be voluminous, you want it to be fast, you want it to be long. It's basically a Lexington. And ironically enough, they ended up being initially designed without all that much armour, which turned out to be a fairly good thing for the conversion because it didn't require too much reduction. So yeah, Lexington's very good. Very, very well, perhaps unintentionally, designed for the actual role they ended up in. And as for ship best designed for its intended role, that's a very difficult one because you have to find a ship where you can point to, not necessarily one that you can point to and say there are absolutely no flaws in this design, because I think that's going to be incredibly difficult, especially in the period you specify, but very, very specifically looking at, does it fulfill all the requirements for the role it was designed for when it's put into that designed role? I think you're actually probably going to struggle to come better than the illustrious class carriers. Now, granted, they did have issues, and granted, they were not necessarily the best platforms in all operational theatres that they were put into, but when you look at what the Royal Navy was having to think about fighting when the illustrious class were built, as I've said in my video on the comparison between the quote-unquote armoured and quote-unquote unarmoured carriers, the Royal Navy, at the point that the illustrious class is designed, is looking primarily at fighting a European war, which means fighting against massively overwhelming odds of air power, ships having to take hits, and still provide decent carrier defence, and ideally not sinking, even if they take damage, and the illustrious class fulfill that role to a T. The Royal Navy doesn't lose a single one of the armoured carriers. They get beaten up a lot in some cases, and yeah, fair enough, some of their aircraft are not too spectacular either, but that's not a fault of the ship design, that's the fault largely of the Air Ministry. And they've got a number of innovative technologies like the homing beacon for their onboard aircraft and such, but the thing is, they're still there. All 4 illustrious class, I mean, okay, the Implacables weren't around for most of the war, but all 4 illustrious class, they fight through the bulk of the war, and they're still there at the end of the war. You can't say that for anyone else who started the war with a significant size number of carriers in their fleet. Grydiawal asks, would you consider the Battle of the Surgau Strait basically the execution of the Cantaikessen by Admiral Jesse Oldendorf? I think I've answered a few questions kind of similar along these lines recently, so in very short terms, no, because the Kantai-Kessen is about a massive, major decisive battle between the main elements of both sides' fleets, with the overall objective of one side destroying the other, thus opening up possibilities to allow them to win the war or start down the path of winning the war. The Battle of the Surigao Strait spectacular, though, is nothing close to that. The Battle of the Surigao Strait doesn't even involve the largest force that the Japanese commit to the Battle of Leyte Gulf, let alone the majority of the Japanese fleet. And when you look at the outcome, what's the absolute best case scenario for the Japanese? They disrupt the American landings, they cause a lot of casualties, they don't change the outcome of the war one bit. If in absolute best terms, they delay the invasion of some of the other islands by a few months. It's not going to change how the war ends. And as far as the execution of the Southern Force by the old battleships, it was very spectacular. I'm sure it felt very sweet revenge for some of those ships, given that they'd been sunk at Pearl Harbor and then salvaged again. But, again, it didn't advance the Allied cause. It didn't accelerate the winning of the war all that much. It was basically putting down an element of a navy that really at that point was flailing for any possible delay to the inevitable outcome. There was very little to pretty much a statistically zero chance of the Japanese actually turning things around at this point. Jorg 2 asks, if World War II didn't cause navies to have a stockpile of old ships already eating more into the budget than desired, what would the late 40s and 50s landscape of primarily gun-armed warships look like? Which of the concepts, projects and wild ideas would have had a real shot at getting into service in that case? So in this, I guess we're theorising some kind of magical hand wave of all the pre-World War II and some of even the World War II built ships. Either that or there's a kind of early 1920s style mass scrapping or something like that. So if that had occurred, the products of navies with somewhat less restrained finances would have been quite interesting, but there would have been limitations on it. This is kind of right at the end of the era that I look at, but as the gun-armed ship exits stage left and is replaced by the primarily missile-armed vessel, there's an awful lot of experimentation going on trying to make missiles work in the first place, to be perfectly honest. But when you look at a lot of the designs that were being thought of, things, well, you've got in the US you've got the Des Moines and the Worcester class, which kind of give you a clue as to where things are going, i.e. auto-loading weapons, which are heavier. An auto-loading twin 6-inch turret can be heavier than a manually loaded 6.6, and the Des Moines 888s are almost as heavy as some small battleships turrets from earlier periods. And when you look at the designs that the US was thinking about for follow-ons there, and you look at some of the designs that, say, the Royal Navy was coming up with, they'd already abandoned the Neptune proposal, which was sort of like a town class on steroids with auto-loading 666s. They were going with the Minotaur class, and yes, those two are the Tier 9 and Tier 10 ships in World of Warships. They are actually accurately named for the Royal Navy designations as well. So those were using twin auto-loading 6-inch guns, which eventually would wind their way onto the Tiger class, although obviously with only 2 of them instead of 5. So I think you probably see would be a whole run of cruisers in the high teens to low 20,000s of tons. You might have seen 1 or 2 of the more ambitious experiments with autoloading battleship caliber guns carried forward, although I don't think you would have seen any ships built with them, but someone might actually have gone and built a test auto-loading 16-inch gun or something like that. Destroyers likewise would have gotten a bit bigger because they would have applied that same kind of auto-loading tech that you get on the 6 and 8 inch guns. They would have tried at least to apply it to destroyers, which in turn would have meant destroyers would have had to go up in displacement to accommodate a reasonable number of weapons on auto-loading capability. But there, it basically would have been a kind of a flash in the pan, if you like, for about 10 years, if that, and mainly based around anti-aircraft defense. You might have seen the initial problems that a lot of the auto-loading turrets had be resolved, and then you might have seen kind of extremely heavy AA ships maybe covered with 3-inch auto-loaders or something along those lines. And indeed, the French did build a ship that was covered in small caliber, fast-firing anti-aircraft weapons. But by the sort of mid-50s or so, I suspect, and again, not my area of speciality, but I suspect that as things like Talos and Terrier, etc., started to come online, then the gun-armed ship would die off pretty much similarly to how it did historically. The only difference being that there would probably then be a glut of these high-teen to low 20,000 ton displacement vessels, which would then get converted the way the US did with some of its cruisers. And being substantially larger, they may have therefore made better and more capable missile conversions and lasted a considerable amount of time. BFW asks, how difficult was it for shipyards to transition from wooden ships to ironclads, and are there any examples of shipyards messing it up? Surprisingly, it wasn't that difficult for the major yards to adapt. There were, of course, problems, as there always are, but iron ships, as opposed to ironclads, had been a thing by the time of the deployment of Gloire and Warrior for a couple of decades at this point. So by the 1860s, you had effectively an entire generation of yard workers, at least in the bigger yards, who were used to the idea of using iron plates and iron frames, etc., in ship construction. And to be honest, the similar thing with steam power. Really, the only big innovation of the 1860s period was, at least in terms of actual ship construction, was turning from an iron hulled ship or a wooden ship with thick wood, effectively armour, to installing iron armour plates for protection. And when it came to that kind of fitting, well, manoeuvring large heavy chunks of material was not exactly unusual to the shipyards. They already were having to install things like masts and the guns, which were obviously increasingly getting heavier, steam plant, and so forth. So that, again, in and of itself wasn't particularly difficult. The hardest part was working out how to fix the iron plate to the ship. A variety of methods were tried in that respect, and some of them worked, some of them really didn't at all. Some of them seemed to work fine, but would later show up weaknesses. But that's a very niche part, and that's more about the design rather than the execution of the installation. I mean, you look at... okay, fair enough. Gloire is not the world's best ironclad design, but there wasn't anything fundamentally wrong with her construction in as much as the job the dockyard workers did. There were some things wrong with her construction and structure in terms of her design, but the docks actually did a pretty good job of following what the plan said they should do. And of course, we know Warrior was the first British-built ironclad and the first iron-hulled ironclad, and it was put together pretty easily, pretty quickly, and very strongly. I mean, it helped that you were basically building an old-school wooden screw frigate, only you were now building it in iron instead of wood. That certainly helped the transition. There were a few cases where shipyards did get it wrong, but that was more a case of where jobs were given to shipyards that didn't have the pre-existing experience in building that kind of ship or that kind of material. And that's not so much an issue about transitioning from wooden ships to ironclads. It's simply a problem of this shipyard was never suited to build this kind of vessel compared to what it had built before. Similar in some ways to the problems that the St. Istvan had when it came to building the Tegetthoffs. The shipyard just simply wasn't up to building a dreadnought battleship, and so there were issues. So yeah. It's actually a surprisingly decent switch over in technique, helped, as I said, by the fact that iron-hulled vessels had been a thing for a while. Admiralty of Floof offers a clarification to a previous month's question when he asked about a favourite alternate history scenario I hadn't covered. He says what he meant was, what is your favourite hypothetical scenario in the time span that the channel focuses on that you haven't already elaborated on? I think this probably falls into two distinct categories for me. The first would be sort of alternate scenario - path never followed that could conceivably have happened that would cause the most interesting divergence for history. Not necessarily in terms of overall outcome of a particular war, although to be honest, it might even have had some effect on that, but just in terms of completely throwing off the naval timeline as we today know it. And that would be early in World War I, when the Germans head out to conduct one of their bombardments, and Admiral Beatty sails out with the battle cruisers, and he has Vice Admiral at the time Warrender in close support with 2nd Battle Squadron, thinking that he's going to trap and kill the German 1st Scouting Group. They end up not encountering each other outside of a couple of passing shots fired from various scouting elements, but it's often held that that was something of a narrow escape, and has been mentioned before on the channel, because the entire high seas fleet, such as it was at the time, was out waiting for exactly that to happen. They were hoping to fulfill exactly the German doctrine of isolate a small portion of the Grand Fleet and destroy it in detail. So a few minor changes here and there might have resulted in the British battle cruisers engaging the German battle cruisers. The British probably would have then tried to lead or herd the German battle cruisers to 2nd Battle Squadron, and the Germans in turn would have been trying to lead or herd the British into the arms of the High Seas Fleet. And that would just be an incredibly interesting fight. I mean, the British are hilariously outgunned, but to a certain extent do have an advantage in speed and manoeuvrability, at least on paper. How that would go, I would not like to call it. I've offered a few speculative scenarios on how it might have gone in various ways previously, but to get a kind of thing where I'd say, well, this is most likely how it would go, that would need some fairly extensive wargaming. The other one, which to me appeals as a kind of hypothetical what could have happened, is the raid on the Indian Ocean, Operation C. Now, some of you will probably remember I've talked briefly about that as well, but this is effectively when you have the bulk of the forces of the Kiributai under Admiral Nagumo with Congo-class escort, and you have Admiral Somerville with a couple of the British armoured carriers plus Warspite plus a bunch of the R-class in distant support, and they play a little shadow boxing match over the course of an afternoon, with the Japanese having already done in Cornwall and Dorsetshire. And nothing really comes of that, because one of Somerville's albacores manages to spot some of Nagumo's carriers, and Somerville only thinks there are 2 carriers in the area, not all of them, but fast-acting Zeros shoot down the albacore, so the report isn't received, and as a result everyone misses everyone else and nothing much happens. But if those reports had been received, it lays out a very interesting set of possibilities, because on the one hand you have Somerville with a radar-equipped night action-capable Warspite being followed by some slightly less capable but still powerful battleships of several dozen miles away, plus 2 carriers that are actually relatively heavily loaded with strike aircraft who are also trained uniquely at the time for night action and night attack with radar guidance available from various aircraft, and it's the end of the day. So it offers up this tantalizing possibility of, would the British have gone all in attempting to bring a combined carrier and battleship night action against some incredibly unsuspecting Japanese carriers? And if so, would they have caught them? What kind of damage would they have done? What would the rest of the Japanese forces have done? Because bear in mind, Somerville's intelligence and his recon, even if it had come back, would have said, no, there's 2 Japanese carriers, not 5 plus a bunch of Congos. What kind of action would have developed? Who would have sunk who? What damage would have been done? And, of course, based on what happens in that overall night action, what happens the next morning once the Kido Butai can fly off its massively superior air wings again? It's a hugely interesting set of possibilities, and it's very easy to construct plausible scenarios that go either way. And I think those 2 would be the 2 that I'd most want to investigate in sort of full-on examination, research, and wargaming. Stanislav Shebetov asks, did anyone use World War I era submarines during World War II? And what was the result? Were they too technologically outdated to perform? Or, as with some other World War I warships, were there examples of outstanding performance from old submarines? Submarines had a much steeper development curve in World War I and the interwar period leading up to World War II than other ships did. And so the vast majority of submarines that were around in World War I had long been scrapped by the time you got around to World War II. Of course, you had other issues like the fact that Germany, as the defeated nation, had been forced to hand over all of its submarines and had been banned from having any. Well, that didn't obviously take completely. And a lot of other navies, French and Italian, for example, they massively slashed their budgets, so small, rapidly outdated submarines all went by the wayside. There were, however, a few subs that were around in World War I that did serve in the Second World War. In the Royal Navy, for example, the H class is one of a couple of different classes of subs that were around in the First and Second World Wars, and in the USA, some O boats and a few S boats. I mean, with the S boats, it's a little bit harder to say because some of the S boats were actually in the water before 11th of November 1918. But a whole load more were under construction on 11th of November 1918, so they're technically World War I era subs, even if they didn't actually commission until after the war was over. But a bunch of these would see some combat service. The majority of them, however, would be used as training and coastal subs, so they didn't see too many losses. But the few that were sent out on active duty did incur a number of losses, sometimes in part to their somewhat obsolete technology. But in terms of outstanding performance of old submarines, I mean, the fact that they were still there and operating, given that compared with something like the Gato or Gato class and the T-boats and all the other modern subs that were in service, they were really behind the curve. The fact that they managed to do anything of much other and didn't just die immediately is quite impressive. Mr. V asks, what would you say is the most underrated and overrated destroyer class of World War II? That's a very difficult one because how people rate destroyers tends to vary quite substantially. There are a few of the sort of the usual suspects when it comes to people having strong disagreements on whether a battleship or a cruiser class is over or underrated. But when it comes to destroyers, it really is a kind of throw a dart blindfolded at the board and see who picks what. And so it's difficult to pin down any one class, because if you point at any one class that has dramatically negative or dramatically positive things said about it, you can probably find another author who will be the complete opposite. So, for example, I'm sure some people probably saw this one coming. The tribal class, in some circles, is seen as a very good, very powerful destroyer, and I must admit I tend to lean more along those lines, and a fairly effective one. Yes, it had some issues with its anti-aircraft defences, but so did pretty much every ship built in that period. With the exception of 5-inch 38 armed US destroyers, and even then they needed to wait until they got the Mark 37 to really be fully effective with their 5 inches. But at the same time, you will find a bunch of other naval historians who will say that the tribal class were completely and utterly useless and a huge waste of time, partly because of their sort of this kind of retroactive look at their anti-aircraft capabilities, but partly, and this is where one of the main reasons I disagree with them, because they look at the number of ships lost and go, yes, well, if they'd been good ships, then clearly they wouldn't have lost anywhere near as many ships from the class as they actually did. And, well, you can go into a very long and complicated rebuttal and point out the operational circumstances of the losses, the kind of odds that they were beating in order to get to the point where they were lost, etc., etc. But given the format of the Drydock, I'd just very simply point out that 66% of all Yorktown class carriers were lost, and Enterprise took one heck of a beating, and by all rights should have been lost several times, but by sheer luck and skill of the crew wasn't. But I don't think you're going to find many people prancing around saying the Yorktown class were useless on the basis of they lost 2 of their ships. People will, with a great degree of justification, turn around and say, yeah, they were lost in the middle of probably the worst possible time for Allied carrier operations in the Pacific, and they put up one heck of a fight before they died, which is absolutely true. And that's one of the many reasons why the Yorktown is not a terrible class of carrier. But it's interesting how people will take basically the same argument and then use it to say that the tribals are awful, with doing about the same level of analysis, i.e. virtually none. But when it comes to overrated, for pretty much the same reasons, it's difficult to score a particularly nailed down opinion. I would, however, put forward tentatively kind of 2 classes, but for 2 very different reasons. The first of which would be the Gearing class, and I don't say that because the Gearings are bad ships. They're not. They are good destroyers. The one reason I say they're overrated in a World War II context is because you see quite a lot said about them in certain places, extolling their rightful virtues, but rather missing the point that basically, virtually none of the Gearings were even commissioned until 1945, and very, very few saw anything more than a couple of months of active service. Because, from commissioning, then you've got to do your shakedown cruise, then you've actually got to get to the operational theatre. So the amount of World War II that the Gearings actually served in is very, very small, and at a point where everything's basically dotting the I's and crossing the T's in terms of completing Japan's defeat. And so I think it gets a little bit of an outlandish level of representation compared to the actual impact they had on the Second World War, despite the fact said that they are very good ships. As you know, I do rather like the Fletcher class, and I think the Fletcher class should be held well above the Gearings when it comes to talking about specifically World War II and US destroyers, because, they actually were there for most of it. The other one is, I suppose you could put collectively, the large German destroyers, because again, although it's not a universal thing, a lot of people tend to look at the on-paper stats, their size, their speed, their armament, etc., and go, yes, big, powerful destroyers, clearly products of superior German engineering, will overpower any inferior Allied destroyers, only lost because they were outnumbered, blah, 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 without looking into the facts that other naval historians who actually stopped to go a little bit deeper than the surface level notice, which, things like the fact that they didn't work a lot of the time and they had significant problems with stability, because it turns out that actually trying to fit the armament of a small light cruiser on a destroyer hull, no matter how large you make it, while it's still technically a destroyer, doesn't really work out that well. And again, that's not to say the German crews were bad, that they did the best that they could, but there is a reason why, apart from a lot of the losses they suffered in the early part of the war, there's a good reason why most of the most vicious engagements between Allied and Axis light forces all along the North Sea, Channel and Atlantic coasts were mostly between the German quote-unquote torpedo boats, which themselves were the size of a small to medium-sized destroyer, and surprisingly few between Allied destroyers and what you might see as actual German destroyers, i.e. the ones the Germans classed as destroyers, in large part because they were just A, simply unsuitable, and B, a lot of the survivors spent most of the time sitting up in Norway doing not an awful lot, apart from spectacularly missing a lot of the Arctic battles and the occasions they did show up, usually getting shot up for their troubles. So, yeah, I do think the German large destroyers tend to get overrated in some circles by a significant amount. Edmund Rezor asks, what were the best instances of naval trolling not done by the Royal Navy? Two instances immediately spring to mind, one of which is related to the War of 1812. Now, when the Royal Navy captured USS President, turning it into HMS President, unfortunately the ship was in such bad condition by the time they captured it that it was pretty much falling apart after a couple of years. But the Royal Navy had a fair bit of egg on its face from the earlier part of the War of 1812, and so they went and built a near exact replica of it so that they could sail it up and down the America station to troll the US. Now, this is where the US comes into play, because the US had captured, obviously, a number of British frigates, and they decided that they could do this just as well. So they kept USS Macedonian, formerly HMS Macedonian, around, and they would pretty much answer the HMS President with the USS Macedonian. And when the former HMS, now USS Macedonian, wore out, they built another USS Macedonian. And since both Guerriere and Java had not been able to be brought back to the US and put into service, they went and built a USS Guerriere and a USS Java as well. So the Royal Navy's attempt to troll with HMS President was answered by USS Guerriere, USS Macedonian and USS Java, who had a distinct habit of showing up anywhere that the Royal Navy showed up if the Royal Navy was going to bring a ship like HMS President to the party. So I think that's a superb act of naval trolling. Like, yes, we see your troll, but we are going to escalate it a matter of threefold, just to remind you that yes, we did in fact take a bunch of your ships as well. And of course, the possibly the best example of naval trolling, just generally, has to go to the good old Polish Navy, because, let's face it, if you are confronting a 43,000+ ton battleship in a dinky little destroyer in the middle of the North Atlantic at night, logic, sense, reason says, don't make yourself a target. It's got some very big guns that can probably one-shot you if they remember to load DHE, and there's a fairly nasty battery of secondary guns that will also make your life rather unpleasant, and you can't take that many hits. But of course, what do the Polish do? No. We're getting on the signal light, and we're getting close enough to make sure the Germans can see our signal light, and once we've shot close enough that they can see our signal light, we're going to make very, very, very certain that not only can they see us by flashing signal light at them, we're going to make extra specially sure they know exactly who is flashing that signal light at them. Piron, that is the pièce de résistance of naval trolling. And finally, we have a very long question about submarines and underwater profiles by Trevorius that references things like supersonic aircraft and shaping in order to cut through the medium that you're travelling through. and effectively asking, why do submarines not have pointy caps or drag-reducing aerospikes or water spikes like you find on Trident missiles? Why just the blunt nose? And he says, basically, I suppose this is explain water. Well, let's just put it this way. There were 2 entire semesters covering hydrodynamics when I did my civil engineering degree, and as the name suggests, I wasn't even concentrating that much on hydrodynamics. That's just part of what you have to know to be a civil engineer. If you're actually going to be doing marine engineering and such, there's an awful lot more. So, yeah, it's a hugely complicated topic, and one that, to be honest, I don't think I'd even want to tackle in an hour-long Wednesday special, because you'd only be scratching the surface. But to go through a few things very quickly, the speed of sound in water is much higher than the speed of sound in air. So the chances of you ever achieving close to the transonic barrier in water, leaving apart the fact that water is roughly 1,000 times denser than air, so you'd need stupendous amounts of energy to get that quick. It's just not going to happen. So the various rules that supersonic aircraft have to follow are immediately thrown out by the fact you're never going to get close to supersonic in a submarine underwater. On top of that, there's the fact that, air is compressible, water generally isn't, so the behaviour of air around an aircraft will be very different from the behaviour of water around a submarine. Now, when you get to the differences between surface ships and submarines, again, there's a whole raft of different things, but bearing in mind that the bulk of a surface vessel's structure is above water, only the minimum amount necessary for stability is below the water, because water, again, 1,000 times denser than air, creates a lot of drag. Ideally, you don't want any excess amount of your ship underwater beyond the basic needs for propulsion and stability. And so it's much more beneficial to try and cut through the water and forge your own path onwards that way. And that way you're also not losing energy to lifting water, because again, water is heavy. So this was one of the reasons why very quickly in early torpedo boats they abandoned what they call the whaleback design, which you see quite a lot in early ships of that type, because it meant that water would come up and over the ship, and then it would both press the ship down into the water because it weighs a lot, and it would drag at the water, and the energy from the ship's forward motion was being used to lift this heavy water, as in it weighs a lot, not actual heavy deuterium based water, up and over the ship. So this was slowing the ships down. Underwater, that's not a concern. You're not going to, on the surface, yes, but modern submarines don't operate on the surface all that much. So you're now having to deal with the fact that water is going to be flowing all around your ship. So now the main issue with water and a submarine hull is drag. And so with drag, you want to maintain laminar flow as much as possible. A smooth flow of water. Any turbulence will result in drag, and similar to the reason why a lot of ships would have transom sterns, to in part reduce the slowing down effect of suction as water spills off the back of the ship. With submarines, one of the single biggest sources of drag on a sub is the potential for turbulent areas to be created immediately behind the sub and effectively try and drag it backwards. So this is why you'll see a very tapered end to most submarines. But at the bow, apart from issues with sort of volume and having to have the sonar in there, and the fact that because water is so dense, if you have a very pointy nose and you're moving at any kind of speed and you make a course correction, there's a decent chance that that's going to do bad things to the shape of your bow. A blunt nose with incompressible water all around is actually somewhat more efficient. When you look at the earliest torpedoes, for example, the earliest Whitehead torpedoes, they had this pointed nose under the basic assumption that pointy things would go faster because cutting through the water, but it turns out that wasn't actually the case. Blunted noses actually travel more efficiently through the water than pointed ones do, And you see this in both the development of torpedoes, but also in reverse when it comes to diving shells. Shells that travel through the air are very, very pointy, but the shells that are designed to travel underwater will have blunter noses. And again, there's a huge raft of hydrodynamic factors as to why that is, aside from the practical concerns about you've got to find somewhere to put your sonar. But one of them is to do with the way the submarine exerts force on the water ahead of it. Because, as I say, water is incompressible, so when you are forging on through the water, you want to be able to effectively persuade the water to get out the way as smoothly and as uniformly as possible, and with as much effectively advanced notice as possible, and relative to your hull. So by having this rounded nose of a sub, it means that the force that's projected by the sub forward, because remember every action has an equal and opposite reaction, you're pushing forward against the water is pushing back on you, that will mean that the water is effectively slowed, redirected and stopped from just ploughing straight into the front of the sub at a reasonable distance, and then it starts to flow around the sub. Whereas with a very pointed nose, the bulk of the force being exerted by the sub is obviously further back, which means there's actually going to be more force exerted on the point of the pointy nose, which would actually result in the sub slowing down, apart from, say, efficiency with regards to area and everything, and drag. It's a whole combination of multiple different factors, and depending the speed regimen you're going at as well, there will be certain changes you might want to make, and also depending on what you want to do. If you want to move quickly and stealthily, or if you want to be more agile, these two things are not necessarily compatible, and that's why you'll see a whole range of submarine designs, everything from teardrop shapes to long tubes with a sort of a tapered end and a round bow, to the more angular, more streamlined looking profiles that you might see on something like, say, an Astute. So if you look at the hull form of an Astute versus a Virginia versus a Seawolf versus a Alpha class versus a Janssen or whatever, you'll see they all have different profiles. None of them have very pointed bows, but their underwater profiles are optimized for different purposes, and that's not necessarily just about speed and agility. It's also about, let's say, internal volume, stealth, etc. So that's a very quick précis of some of the factors as to why you'd have a blunter nose on a sub than you would on a fast-moving aircraft. Right, and we finally reached the end of this week's, or this month's, I should say, Patreon Q&A video. If you've made it this far, congratulations. It's now time for the channel admin, but first, a small correction. In a Drydock recently, I was talking about the Dutch ship whose name I am pathologically incapable of pronouncing, and I showed this photo, I believe, as the ship under its camouflage. But it was pointed out to me by one of the Finnish viewers that this is not, in fact, that ship. That is the slightly more pronounceable Finnish coastal defence ship Ilmarinen. Something I really should have noticed, because I actually used this picture in the video on Väinämöinen and Ilmarinen, or at least a version of it. But believe it or not, for some reason this photo gets picked up an awful lot and attributed to the Dutch ship, to the point that when he initially emailed me, I thought, hang on a minute, let me check that. And I checked a few reference books that use photos to illustrate the Dutch ship's exploits, and believe it or not, two of the fairly well written, fairly expensive reference books have this photo in it. But the minute you actually stop and engage brain, you realise, yeah, hang on a minute, I'm pretty sure that Dutch ship doesn't have that socking great mainmast. And again, I should know, I've been on the ship in the Den Helder Museum, so I apologise for making that mistake. Here, in fact, is the Dutch ship. Or is it? Perhaps you can't see it. It's that well hidden. Okay, I'll be a little bit merciful and show you a photo of it when it's not hiding out next to the land. I swear, if I have to talk about this ship more, unless it's for obviously the video that I will eventually do on it, I'm just going to post random pictures of sort of Indonesian island archipelagos in black and white, and just see how many people manage to see it or not. So, other than that, the live stream Q&A aspect will be happening at the time of this video's release this coming Friday, so that will be Friday the 5th of February. The only other thing to say at this point is that there will be another fun Friday coming up, again featuring dystopian wars. It turns out War Cradle, the people who are re-releasing it, did actually notice that video, so I have more dystopian warships to share with you. Look forward to that on Friday if indeed you want to have a look at that. And with all that said, come on, you've been listening to me natter on for almost 6 hours. Get yourself a good cup of tea or local equivalent and have yourself a good lie down. Thanks very much for watching.